of Sky Studios Elstree in Boreham Wood. This is day 3 of the inquiry, and usual housekeeping matters. Please ensure mobile phones and other devices are switched to silent, please. Again, I've not been made aware of any fire tests, so if we hear the alarm go off, please follow the exits and assume it's for real. We'll have, as of the last couple of days, we'll have 2 sessions of approximately 90 minutes before lunch with a short break between, and the same afterwards, and we'll probably intend to sit till around about 5 o'clock, but we'll see how we go. So the last couple of days we've heard from the witnesses for the council on the Rule 6, and we also heard from the appellant's first 2 witnesses on market demand and economics. Today the intention is to hear from the next witness for the appellants, Mr Andrews, on landscape and greenbelt matters, and then move on to Mr Goldsmith, the planning witness. Before we start with Mr Williams, obviously usual procedural points and checks. Anything from anyone? Mr Tucker?
Yes, so a few things. The first of which is site visit tomorrow. We've confirmed that if we were to make very good progress today, such that we finish the evidence today, that we could bring the site visit forward to first thing tomorrow morning. Okay. So that would be possible, sir, rather than you hanging around in a cafe waiting until the 2 o'clock bell rings. Okay. So that will be possible. So that might be a useful use of time in any event, because obviously there's work taking place behind the scenes in terms of the consolidation of the surface water and drainage conditions behind the scenes. That's been put in hand. We've noticed, sir, in preparation for today, that there's an omission in relation to condition 20, which is the primary means of securing BNG, because there is no tailpiece, which actually enforces the master plan. It just requires a master plan to be agreed and then sit on a shelf somewhere, and that's plainly not the intention. So it's a conventional way to do it, but it misses out the tailpiece, and so we've done a draft that we want to discuss with the authority and obviously share with the Rule 6 in due course. So that requires a bit more work. So if the site visit does come forward tomorrow morning, then it may be convenient to deal with conditions 106 next week, and we can discuss whether we do that first thing on Wednesday or on Tuesday, really at your convenience. Of course, we can
discuss that. Thank you. And I suppose when you say first thing tomorrow, is there a particular time?
At your convenience, sir, within reason.
That's fine. And I think also keep an eye on the rain, because I think there's supposed to be some rain coming through first thing tomorrow morning. So if we can avoid having to stand in the field in pouring rain, then we'll try our best. But it may be set in for the whole morning, in which case we just have to dress accordingly. But okay, thank you for that update. Anything else, Mr Tucker?
Yes, sir. So I don't have to hand, but we should have imminently the note with regard to BNG delivery in the unilateral undertaking. Okay. So apologies, I don't have that to hand. The second point, sir, is we've had a response from the solicitor intimating that the track change version, which was sent of the UU that you saw yesterday, sir, does pick up the changes from 14 to 15. And we've reverted back and said, no, can you just identify exactly what the changes were between 14 and 15? Right, there's a complication as to not just pressing a button in that respect for some reason. Okay. So that's in hand, sir. And then the final point, sir, is I mentioned the protocol for the site visit. That's been sent to the authority for printing. I think that should be handed out fairly soon. And we've emailed a copy to the case officer in relation to that. Okay, thank you very much. I'll keep an eye out for that. Thank you, sir. And I think that's everything. Okay, thank you. Mr Sheikh, anything from the council, please?
So just one matter of housekeeping firstly, which is I'm told there is a fire alarm test at 11 this morning. Thank you. That's the first thing. Second thing, in respect of the programme, I think we're probably in agreement that it's sensible, given there are some more discussions behind the scenes on conditions, to deal with that next week, unless by some miracle that's all sorted this afternoon, which I doubt. It might be sensible that we just have a bit more time and then we deal with that on Tuesday, for instance. Okay, I'll have a quick look through my schedule and see if there's anything I think I need to air now, because it might save time next week. But otherwise I'm happy to leave next week as the main discussion on conditions, if everyone's happy with that. That's it. Anything else? Thank you. And just to say, I assume the live streaming's up and running again this morning. Probably should have checked that first thing before we started. But I think it is. My eagerness to start. And I don't know if last time I checked on the appeal website on the council's main planning site, I couldn't see any links for previous days yet, but I'm sure that's in hand.
because again, it still seems to be a bit of an issue of trying to find previous days easily. So if we could have a link for each day.
Yes, sir.
Please.
I think that question has been asked already, but we'll ask that the previous day links are added. I can't currently access anything on the internet for some reason, but
I can see that we're live on YouTube. But again, I can't. Yeah, it's not easy to see where the previous 2 days are. So we'll get that. Thank you. And then just a couple more things from me, I think, or one more thing from me. That I noticed had an email. Well, thank you. That's okay. Right. So this is the protocol for the site visit. Thank you. Okay. Well, I'll have a look at that over the next break, and we can come back to that unless there's anything to flag now.
No, sir. And as I say, it's an unusual situation to have this, but we thought it better to raise it in the public forum, and you'll appreciate. So this is principally directed to those who are not used to going on site visits.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Thank you. Having done a site visit around a Category C prison and all the rules involved with, what you can take in and not take in into a prison, yes, I appreciate some sites are more sensitive than others. So, thank you. So the other thing I was going to mention in terms of inquiry documents was a note now that I now have received the interested party statements that were read out on day one. That's been produced as a composite document, ID 7. That should have been circulated now to all main parties, and I believe there's a copy on the Google Drive that the appellants are looking after in terms of documents. So that's great, thank you. That's helpful to have seen. I think there is actually, just looking on the site, there's now an ID 8, which has Mr. Morris's speech with appendices. I think, Mr. Morris, was that presumably your appendix? Okay. Okay, thank you. I just have a quick skim through that. Oh, I see. So it's the community advocate speech. That's the speech that you mentioned on the first day. Yes, and the illustration said I provide the local assessment of traffic. Okay. Have the other parties, the main parties, seen that before? Either the speech or that diagram at the end. Is that new?
The answer is I'll have to check that, sir.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, this was obviously part of what was from there was the diagram from the committee meeting as well, Mr. Morris. Yes, the diagram is actually from the traffic analysis, and it's been widely publicised, so I think you would probably be aware of it from social media and others. So. Right. Okay. I'll ask. Well, if I won't divert attention too much now, but if the parties can look at that and just come back to me if there's anything you want to mention on it, if it's not been seen before.
Yes, so what we'll do is we'll run it past our highway consultant who you heard on day one, sir. If there is a new point, then, sir, I'll revert back and ask for consent to deal with it in writing.
Okay. But, otherwise, I'm happy to have that as a record of what was intended to be delivered at the committee last year, and obviously the diagram as well. But thank you. And then I think ID 9, I've seen it popped up on the list now, is a copy of the protocol for the site visit, which obviously everyone's just been handed out. So we're up to ID 9 in terms of documents. Thank you. Any other procedural points or housekeeping matters before we move on? No, nothing. And Mr. Ronan, so I haven't actually asked. Sorry, apologies. I didn't ask you directly. Anything from the Rule 6 party?
Nothing from us, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ronan. Okay, so we'll move on then to hear from Mr. Williams and his evidence. And in terms, good morning, Mr. Williams. In terms of documents, Mr. Tucker, I assume proofs and rebuttals and the GBA studies and things like that.
That's it. So it's core documents 4.5 and 4.6. I'm not going to take you to GBA 1, but we may dip our toes into GBA 2 in the annex.
Okay. And anything else we need to be aware of? Any other documents?
The MPPF, sir.
MPPF. Okay. Fine. Thank you. I think, Mr. Williams, are you ready to go? You're all set up? I am. Just check your mic.
I'm a little stretch from the microphone, so I just wanted to check that everyone can hear me okay.
Can everyone hear Mr. Williams okay?
Could you try again?
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me.
Maybe a song or two, Mr. Williams.
Is that okay?
It's okay for me. I don't know. Is that okay?
Yeah, okay, thumbs up. Good, thank you.
Tucker, would you like to introduce your witness?
By all
please?
means, sir. So you have from Mr Williams a main proof, a set of appendices, a summary proof, although we seem never to read out summary proofs these days, and a rebuttal proof of evidence. Is that right, Mr Williams?
That's correct.
Are you Andrew Williams?
I am.
Can you turn to paragraph 1.1 of your evidence? Do you tell us that you're a qualified urban designer, chartered landscape architect and founder of Define, a town planning, urban design and landscape architectural practice?
I do.
You tell us that you gained your first degree from the University of Central England in 1996. You've worked as a landscape architect for a variety of different firms, starting off with Lovejoy, where you became their design director in 2005. You gained a postgraduate diploma with distinction in urban design in 2005, and you were appointed managing director of their Birmingham office in 2008. And then you tell us in 2011 you founded the firm with which you are now currently a director. Is that right?
Correct.
You tell us that all of your professional work has been as a landscape architect, and you tell us a few of your current projects in 1.1.4 and your client base in relation to 1.1.5, including past involvement in the film and television sector. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. You also tell us that you have reviewed the application documentation at 1.1.7. Can I just check, when was your first involvement in this inquiry, in this matter?
Yeah, my first involvement was earlier this year, where I reviewed the package that had been submitted, or late last year actually, the package that had been submitted, reviewing the application, interviewing those or discussing and meeting those that were involved in the application. And I did my due diligence before accepting the commission.
So just to understand, your due diligence before accepting the commission, what does that mean?
It means I visited the site. As a standard matter of course, I get asked to do these audits very regularly, and I make sure I read all the documentation, test all the assumptions and processes involved depending on my brief, speak to those involved before accepting the commission, and then as part of that is a recommendation on what my scope would be. So I do all that before I say yes, I can support the scheme.
Thank you. And then at 1.1.12 you set out your mandatory statement. I'm going to ask you to read that out in a moment. Obviously you now have a rebuttal proof as well as your main proof evidence. Can you read out 1.1.12 and then confirm whether you stand by that in relation to the totality of the evidence that you've given within your written documentation?
Yes, I confirm that I'm aware that my duty to the inquiry is to provide my untrammelled professional opinion. Accordingly, I confirm that this proof of evidence and my supplementary proof of evidence is true and has been prepared and given in accordance with the Landscape Institute Code of Practice. I confirm that the opinions expressed are my true and professional opinions, irrespective of by whom I am instructed.
And do you stand by that declaration in relation to both your main proof and your rebuttal?
I do.
Thank you. I've got some additional questions, Mr Williams, if I may. First of all, areas of commonality with the council. Can you turn to 2.1.2, if you would, please?
Yes.
And could you tell the inspector what you understand to be areas of commonality with the council within the area which you cover in your evidence?
Yes, I list this at 2.1.2, but some clear headlines. The LVIA is agreed to be in accordance with GLIVIA. The viewpoints are agreed as being representative. It's agreed that no further viewpoints are required. The site is accurately described in the LVIA, that most visual effects are agreed, and where there's differences in judgment, they're not deemed significant. That in terms of mitigation, the facade of the multi-storey car park is designed to minimise its effect, its visual effect, and that extensive mitigation planting is proposed to sufficiently mitigate for any tree and hedgerow removal, and there would be a residual adverse effect on landscape character.
Thank you. What's your position in relation to landscape and visual effects? Do you agree or do you disagree with the assessment that's been submitted in support of the application?
I agree with the assessment. I've been to all the viewpoints and analysed what you can see in winter conditions and used the visualisations within the application, and I agree with the conclusions.
Thank you. We now have within the Council's evidence a sensitivity analysis to large-scale commercial development, which has been provided, which has a little ring around the various settlements, including around Boreham Wood. Again, you don't need to take that up unless you wish to do so. Do you have any observations in relation to the landscape sensitivity of the appeal site in general terms, and then specifically by reference to that document?
Yeah, the LVIA identifies sensitivity as medium. I agree with that. Looking at the sensitivity assessment the council have published, and in particular it's figure 3.6. I've got extracts in my proof of evidence about this. And yeah, it is actually extraordinary in my experience. I've not, having done hundreds of these schemes, actually been sat supporting a scheme that's in the only parcel that's the lowest sensitivity for that land use. It's incredibly rare for that to be the case. And parcel 24A from the sensitivity assessment that the council's done, it includes the appeals site and includes land to the east of the A1, which, as I've said in my proof of evidence, is inevitably more sensitive than the land to the west of the A1, and therefore parcel 24A, if you frame that just for the appeals site, would be at probably lower sensitivity, or it further reinforces the strength of the judgment it's made in terms of its moderate sensitivity. So it's incredibly rare, and I think a real pointer as to the underlying landscape sensitivity of the site and the relevance of the scheme.
If you would just turn to page 9 of your rebuttal proof of evidence, let me pick up a small point, if I may.
Yes, I have that.
So page 9 of the rebuttal, parcel 24A of that assessment, you've dropped an outline of the appeal site onto that particular plan, and we can see that part of the appeal site in the northeast corner, where the backlots proposed to be, falls outside of 24A. Is there any particular reason for that, or is there a differential sensitivity for that parcel of land we should draw from it falling outside 24A?
Yeah, and the following page does a little zoom in. No, we shouldn't draw anything from that. It's an absolute clear aspect of the methodology is to offset the existing settlement boundary by 500 metres and not be affected by any other factors. Clearly, the biggest factor here is the A1, and the sensitivity of that very small piece of land that abuts the A1 is no different to the rest of the site in that regard. So it's just a quirk of the offset dimension.
Thank you. Next issue, if I may, let's turn to the council's greenbelt evidence base. Firstly, we know, because it's common ground between all parties, that the greenbelt evidence base in GBA1 and GBA2 does not undertake the sort of assessment that we're going to see lots of future greenbelt assessments will do in relation to grey belt and paragraph 155A. Do you agree with that?
That's correct, yes.
So in terms of using that information, does one use it simply and just use it as a proxy for the assessment we now have to carry out, or is there an intervening professional judgment that needs to be applied to its conclusions?
There has to be a professional judgment. I agree with Mr. Faulkner that it's the best information we've got that's on record, but you have to interpret it and scratch the surface of it, understand how it relates to the PPG and the framework, and interpret it, and interpret it in the context of this scheme, this appeal scheme.
And have you applied that professional judgment when we look at your conclusions?
I have. I set it out in my proof, and I further set it out in my supplementary evidence, where I assess the impact on purposes again through the lens of the PPG. So I did it twice, actually.
Probably familiar to all, but could you just explain in simple terms exactly what the Greenbelt assessment was doing, please? I think it's your 3.1.1, but if you tell us what it was doing in overall terms, please.
I do. To start with, there's a tier of GBAs, and you'll appreciate that there's, and I set that out in my proof letter, so I won't read that. What this process is trying to do is it's the authority trying to understand how the 5 spatial options that it was exploring could or could not be realised through a Greenbelt assessment. The Greenbelt assessment isn't definitive of where those 5 options should go. It's simply exploring the ability of the Greenbelt to receive the potential for 5 different spatial options, and that is a really important point. That was its purpose. that's a different purpose to what we're using now.
So sorry, there's 5 spatial options that were in the emerging plan.
At that time,
so
yeah,
you
there
mean,
were options. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So, and that's set out in GBA1 and GBA2. I can give you a cross reference if that's helpful. It's section 1, section 1 at page 1 of GBA2, which is CD 4.5. It just lists that there, that the issues and options of September 17.
Sorry.
And so GBA1, broad areas across the whole authority area. Nothing wrong with that at all, going about it the right way.
Well, let's have a look at that. Page 11 of your proof, inset 3, apologies.
Yeah, so in set 3 you can see the broad areas of GBA1. So we're in parcel 18, very large parcel. Nothing wrong with that for that purpose in time. It's not being definitive, it's exploring areas to look at in more detail, and that's why GBA2 goes further and looks in more detail at areas.
Let's just see where there's further agreement if there is. Mr. Faulkner told us on day 1 that GBA1 wasn't especially useful given the scale of the parcel in which the appeal site falls, because we're now told that you need to have cognizance of the granularity of the assessment. And we know that we've got a huge area covered by area 18. There are actually some diddy areas, for example area 34, but not of relevance to the appeal site. Do you agree with Mr. Faulkner?
I do agree. GBA1 is part of the process. Once it's passed, we move on.
Thank you.
So GBA2 looks in more detail. The GBA2 annex drills into the sub-areas. So it's a quirk of all these assessments, using different terminology. They're not standard at all. There's no standard methodology across the country. So in this case, GBA1 assesses parcels, GBA2 assesses sub-areas of parcels, hence the SA 47. And then GBA3 and GBA4 look at washed over and inset villages and not relevant for this appeal.
Now, if you then turn, if you will please, to the notion of the approach that's required by virtue of the definition of grey belt within MPPF, which talks about strong contribution to one or more of the purposes A, B or D. We know that similar terminology is used in GBA2. Can one read across that assessment in terms of where there are strong contributions, 4 and 5 in the scoring system, and moderate, 3, or does one have to apply some degree of adjustment to it? What have you done?
You apply judgment. Encountering these different evidence bases across the country, it's quite helpful that you have a scale here that's got 5 elements. That's obviously excluding the 0, because the PPG is advocating 3 tiers, and so it means a pretty comfortable fit between 1, 3 and 5 meeting the 3 tiers of the PPG. But of course there's judgment to be applied. It serves a different purpose. The GBA serves a different purpose. It has a different methodology. The PPG is not just about scoring, it's also the underlying methodology of what you're scoring against, which is different from the methodologies employed in the evidence base.
Right, so let's look at the exercise that's required, certainly in the PPG terms. Can you take up your rebuttal and can you turn to paragraph 8, please? PPG paragraph 8.
Yes.
That asks us, having recited broadly speaking what is in the MPPF, they use slightly different words. Quite why they do that is beyond me, but there we are. And it says, in reaching this judgment, authorities should consider whether or the extent to which the release or development of greenbelt land would affect the ability of all the remaining greenbelt across the area of the plan from serving all 5 of the greenbelt purposes in a meaningful way. Firstly, what are we comparing with what for that exercise?
Well, we are comparing the development to all of the greenbelt in the authority area, total purposes.
Okay.
There is an important point when reading the PPG, is that it refers to release or development. We're talking about development here. The word release is in the PPG because it also relates to that broader role councils will have via 146 of the framework, which we're not talking about here, but so that just for clarity of where the words release or development exist in the PPG, we're here talking about development. And so in that case, yes, we're talking about the comparison between this scheme, the development, and the total greenbelt area across the plan.
So we've got the effect of the development. That would obviously be you've lost the openness of the development itself, and it may have an effect beyond the site in terms of the development as against the totality of the greenbelt.
Correct.
Now that's obviously different from what's in GBA 2, where there's an assessment of parcels, and then there's the stage 4 assessment. Firstly, when doing the exercise required by the PPG, to what extent is it meaningful to include as part of the assessment the maths, in other words, the comparative areas?
It's really important because it gives you a broad understanding of the consequences in quantitative terms of the change. And for example, if you did, and I set out a number of scenarios in my alternative scenarios, where if you've got a local authority with a pretty small area of greenbelt, and the function of that greenbelt you will be affecting because you're changing a large proportion of that greenbelt, then clearly it's got much greater prospects to fundamentally undermine the purposes of greenbelt in that area. So it's a really important first stage to weigh up, okay, what are we dealing with here? And clearly in this case, in the case of this appeal, the appeal scheme is 0.2% of the total greenbelt in the authority area. So it's a major consequence, and I'm not saying at all it's the only consequence, but it's a major starting point to understand. So
it's a starting point. Does one then have to apply a qualitative assessment as well?
Absolutely, yes.
Is that what you've done?
It's what I've done. In fact, as I said earlier, I've done that twice.
And you give us a number of figures within your evidence, one of which is that the appeal site comprises only 28% of parcel 47 and comprises 0.2% of the totality of the remainder of the greenbelt.
Correct.
Just dealing with that first point, the fact that it only covers 28% of parcel 47, when we look at the work that's been done in GBA 2, does that mean one can simply read across what's said in GBA 2 as being applicable to the appeal site?
No, you can't. I mean, as I said earlier, it's a useful guide. It's a meaningful starting point, but clearly it's less than a third of the sub-area being considered. And again, the reason why I touched on the methodology of the GBA is because the GBA is assessing the release in full of SA 47 as to its potential role for those 5 spatial options. It's not assessing it as a partial release, it's assessing its release as a whole. So the appeal scheme being 28% of that is a significant factor, and another significant factor is that it sits at the southern end of SA 47, immediately adjacent to the existing Sky Studio site. So it's got urban influences on 3 boundaries, which isn't typical of the rest of SA 47. So judgment is required in getting under the skin of what that sub-area assessment was for and what we need to assess now for the appeal scheme.
Thank you. We know, because we looked at it yesterday, that not all the purposes of Greenbelt were assessed in relation to GBA 2. We know the 5th purpose wasn't assessed. Why do you understand that was the case in this case?
It's scoped out as it is in every single Greenbelt assessment I'm aware of. It's scoped out of the assessment because it applies to all land equally.
Okay.
i.e. it's not a differentiating factor for assessment of different parcels of land.
Okay, thank you for that. In terms of step 4B, if you can turn please to core document 4.5 and
yes.
PDF page 27, internal page 23. Could you tell us by reference to paragraph 3.7 what you understand step 4B to be?
Yes, I mean I should firstly say it's a non-typical step in Greenbelt assessments. It's an unusual step, You don't see this step typically in more recent GBAs. But step 4B does a number of things. Its first exercise is to understand in the sub-area that one's looking at, how that relates in performance terms to the parcel it sits within. So the GBA 1 has a role here. It's in parcel 18 as a comparison against the performance. And a question mark as to how important that sub-area is to the general performance of the parcel. It then goes on to look at release of a sub-area. How would it affect the assessment of the remaining parcel as well as adjacent sub-areas? And that's starting to get under the skin of potential release of sub-areas and any impact or harm it might have on the wider green belt. But in particular, it is only applied to the parcel it sits within. And perhaps the biggest quirk of this exercise is that it's a quirk when one is using the evidence base for the purposes of looking at a development. It's not necessarily a quirk of its original purpose, and that quirk is it's looking at, in effect, a cumulative assessment. And that's simply because it's serving that role to see what parcels of land collectively could address the 5 spatial options that were being considered by the authority. So that methodology is very, very different from what the PPG requires us to do, and are very specific to its function and its role at the time that GBA 2 was prepared.
The final bullet says, would the potential release of a sub-area harm the long-term protection or integrity of the surrounding green belt? Is that the exercise we're called upon to do by virtue of the PPG? Is it nothing to do with the exercise in the PPG, or is it relevant to the exercise but not the same as the exercise in the PPG?
It has a relevance, but it's not the same, simply because it is confined to purpose 18 and parcel 18, which in itself is actually quite a modest percentage of the overall green belt area that the framework and the PPG now requires us to assess.
So you said parcel 18?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. In relation to parcel 47, to what extent would that be part and parcel of assessing, excuse the pun, of the adjacent green belt to parcel 47? Would that be part of 4B?
Sorry, excuse me.
GBA 2 has the sub parcel 47, GBA 1 has parcel 18.
Yes.
So when looking at step 4 in the context of GBA 2 rather than GBA 1, does one look at parcel 48, for example?
Yes, absolutely, in this methodology. So that's the effectively the cumulative exercise it looks at, which is the quirk I referred to. So it's assessing, firstly, its performance relative to parcel 18, and then it's taking on the responsibility to start to look at how it relates to the potential release of adjacent subparcels, including sub-area 48.
Thank you. Let's turn now, if we can please, to what's actually said about this particular site. Core document 4.6, please.
Yes.
And if we can turn to, forgive me, it's just gone completely bonkers on my machine. Scrolled me all the way back to the beginning and I've lost the reference. Yeah, it starts on page 218 of the PDF. Do you have that?
I do, yes.
Let's look at maps first of all. We can see parcel SA47 and we can mentally drop the appeal site onto parcel 47, as indeed you've actually dropped it on in your evidence.
I have, yes.
Okay. Let's look at purpose 1 assessment, which is page 219, where it talks about the boundaries to the north and south of the sub-area. How should we read what's described in the assessment section in relation to row B under purpose A, insofar as it relates to the appeal site rather than the whole of the parcel? What do you say about that?
Yeah, you can see in the description it's talking about boundaries to the north which don't apply to the appeal scheme because it's separate from the appeal scheme, but parts of this does relate to the appeal scheme, such as Rowley Lane and the A1. So the firmness of those boundaries apply to the appeal scheme, but reference to the north of the sub-area doesn't.
And we know that this was a document published in 2018, and we know that Sky Studios South came forward after that particular point. So when it says the inner boundary to the south is less defensible and has strong visual connections to the wider countryside, has that changed?
That's fundamentally changed, yes, and that will be all too clear in the site visit tomorrow. There's now a very strong urban edge to the south. It's very clear. So that part of the assessment is out of date in effect.
Thank you. Purpose B, second purpose, doesn't appear to be a significant part of either party's case from the Rule 6 party or the council, but let's just pick it up anyway. The assessment section in relation to purpose B finishes off by the words, the greenbelt can physically and visually accommodate growth without fundamentally compromising the gaps between settlements. That relates to the whole of the parcel. How is that relevant when considering part of the parcel 47 proposed in this case?
Yeah, well, it's the scheme is an even smaller parcel, so it's even less relevant.
Thank you. There's then purpose C from paragraph 143, which is assessed in an interesting way in relation to this document. Could you just explain how there is the differentiation of assessments, because it talks about percentages covered by built form here. How does it work?
Well, it's a quirk of the ARAP methodology, as it answers purpose C by virtue of a percentage analysis of built form within the sub-parcel, sub-area. Many greenbelt assessments don't take that approach. They take a slightly more qualitative approach. And so that's where that percentage figure applies. And it goes on to explain the context, and there's a consequence to the positioning of that built form in relate to this and other purposes. So in this case, the built form is typically wrapped around Rowley Lane, and that, as I say, that has an impact on some of the other purposes.
We know that the score is given as a 3. How does that correlate to strong, moderate, weak, nil?
Firmly moderate, slap bang centre in the assessment, so firmly moderate.
Is that different when considering that part of the appeal of that part of parcel 47, which comprises the appeal site?
Yeah, well, it would. Yeah, I mean, it would. It's difficult to assess it entirely clearly with the appeal site as a standalone exercise because the methodology is slightly different, but it clearly would affect that. Yeah,
but to be clear, does the appeal site have a greater contribution to purpose 3 than the totality of the parcel?
No, it doesn't. It has less built form, but the qualitative aspects are also less. So they broadly cancel each other out. It certainly wouldn't on its own be higher than that.
And then we've got step 4B, on which the council spent some time. I just want your observations as to what it is we can take from step 4B on page 220 of relevance to the exercise that's required by the PPG.
Yes. Yeah. We touched on the methodology of what the PPG requires, i.e. the development against total purposes, and the key point there is whether the change proposed would affect total purposes in a meaningful way. So if we leave that on one side as the test that the PPG requires us to perform, and we spent some time earlier this week talking about that. Step 4B, I've already said, is unusual in its methodology, and the consequence of that unusual methodology really screams out when you look at this assessment on PDF 220 or 216 in the hard copy. And I touch on this in my evidence, and it says effectively under 4B, the first paragraph talks about parcel 18. So it's doing what it said in methodology, reminding us what parcel how 18 performs. Second paragraph, SA 47 performs similarly on purpose 1, but less strongly on the remaining purposes. playing a lesser role in merging and possessing a largely rural character. So a lesser role in both of those aspects. Okay, we understand that so far. Third paragraph, the sub-area is directly adjoined to SA 48 on its northern boundary, and so this is where it's starting to understand its relationship with other sub-areas in the parcel. And goes on to say, built form already exists on this boundary. And so the removal of SA 47, and pausing, this is the removal in whole, in the context of the methodology or reason for the Greenbelt assessment. So the removal of SA 47 is unlikely to significantly reduce the neighbouring sub-areas, in this case SA 48. So is unlikely to significantly reduce SA 48's contribution to Purpose 3, encroachment into the countryside, given the existing urbanising influences, the urban form around Rowley Lane. The A1 boundary also serves as an additional barrier to sprawl and maintaining the gap between settlements. So taking paragraph 3, it's clearly, very, very clearly, to my mind, saying the contextual features of SA 47 mean it's unlikely to significantly reduce any performance of SA 48 for the reasons that I've explained. Jump to paragraph 4. This is where I've raised question marks in my evidence as to whether it's a mistake or whether, perhaps more likely, the change that I'll come on to describe is a consequence of SA 48 and not SA 47. So, paragraph 4 says in combination with SA 48, and this is cumulative, so cumulative is often in addition or in combination. In this case, it's in combination. With SA 48, the release of sub-area 47 in whole is likely to significantly alter the performance of the wider Greenbelt by encroaching on the countryside in the visual sensitive part of the Greenbelt. That statement is directly at odds with the previous statement, which says it's unlikely, SA 47 is unlikely to reduce significantly SA 48's contribution to Purpose 3. Paragraph 4, when it talks about encroachment on the countryside, is talking about Purpose 3. So there is a direct conflict between those paragraphs, and the only conclusion I've come to, if it's not a mistake, is that shift, that fundamental shift in conclusion, can only be the result of the proposed release of SA 48. And again, at this moment in time, the assessment is only considering the release of sub-areas as a whole.
So let's just see its applicability to this case. What is not being proposed here is the release of parcel 47 and 48. What is being proposed here is development of 28% of parcel 47. Even if one takes that paragraph on face value, that release of 48 and 47 would significantly alter the performance of the wider Greenbelt, how is that conclusion of relevance to the release of 28% of parcel 47, not parcel 47 and parcel 48?
It has no relevance at all. I mean, it's a fundamentally different methodology, so it would lead you to a totally different conclusion.
And we know it's quoted in the council's opening. Even if the inspector were to conclude that the release of 28% of parcel 47 was to significantly alter the performance of the wider Greenbelt, is that the test that's required by national policy to come to the conclusion that paragraph 155A is failed?
No. No.
Is it a lesser test, a higher test, or the same test?
That's a lower test. The test is pretty clear in. Sorry, that's a higher test. The assessment requirement is to assess whether the proposals affects all purposes in the whole Greenbelt in a meaningful way. So there's a scale point, which is the whole of the Greenbelt, which we've touched on, and then there's a qualitative sense that's in a meaningful way. And so that test doesn't reflect the requirements of the PPG.
So how helpful is that conclusion to the inspector's conclusions in relation to 155A?
It's not helpful, and that's why I've assessed it separate to, I've acknowledged the Greenbelt assessment and assessed it in absolutely through the lens of the PPG and the framework.
Thank you. then the final one is, overall, due to the openness of this area of the green belt, the release of the sub-area is likely to alter the performance of the wider green belt around Boreham Wood, noting that the A1 will prevent further sprawl to the east. So release of the sub-area, so the whole of 47 is likely to alter the performance of the wider green belt. To remind ourselves, the test that the inspector has to grapple with is whether or not there will be a fundamental undermining of the purposes, or that those purposes will be affected in a meaningful way. It is altering the performance the same as fundamentally undermining the purposes?
No, absolutely not. And again, there's two tests here. There's a quantitative, which is this is around Boreham Wood and not the plan area, and there's a qualitative that is altering the performance, is not affecting the total performance in a meaningful way. They're two different tests in quantitative and qualitative terms. So
to use the metaphor that we used on day one, is this letting a bit of air out of the tyres in this assessment, or is this taking the engine out?
Yeah,
Mr. Goldsmith's car.
Yeah, this is letting a bit of air out of the tyres.
Thank you, that's helpful. Let's just pick up a couple of other points that I want to just turn to inappropriate development, if I may. Firstly, within Mr. Dingle's proof of evidence, there was a question as to whether or not the photographs have been taken from public or private views. What's your understanding of that? Yeah,
they're non-public secured routes, and the LVIA and Glivia is very, very clear on how you should assess that through the LVIA process. So they are private views and are non-guaranteed. They might be, the landowner might let various people on, might let anyone on, but they're not secured public rights of access.
So they're not trespass, they're not rights of way, they're views occurred under licence, a permissive approach.
I can only assume that they're just that the landowner has and is allowing people to go onto the land and enjoy that land, and that's great, but that's not what you assess through LVIA and Glivia processes.
To be clear, we're talking about the walking field.
The walking field,
a few times.
With the style, yeah.
With the style, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Next, again picking up a point from yesterday, there is an identification within the arboricultural report of tree and hedgerow loss. What do you understand to be the proposed tree and hedgerow mitigation that's referenced within the Statement of Common Ground?
Yeah, so there's 29 trees proposed to be removed and 6 groups part removed. And I've looked at the landscape proposals and there's 77 either extra heavy standard or semi-mature trees proposed, and that includes oak, field maple, cherry, birch, white beam, lime, hornbeam, willow, elm, alder, so all good native species that will grow to a substantial scale. So that's around 220% in number terms, or a net gain of 42 trees in addition to those lost. But that's also, in addition to that, there's 5,833 square metres of native woodland and shrub planting. So it's planting at a smaller scale. I should say extra heavy standard or semi-mature tree. Extra heavy standard is planted about 4 metres. Semi-mature is closer to 6. So that first list of trees are the substantial trees that you'll see and recognise from day one as substantial trees. The over half a hectare of native woodland and shrubs will be a mixture of small planting that would establish to significant 10 metres, 15 metres plus height. So significant tree planting for immediate effect, significant native woodland and shrub planting for longer term effect.
To interrupt again, is that woodland in the that latter aspect in the southern part of the site?
It varies, sir. It's actually more towards the northern part of the site. And just for reference, I've used CD 1.91, 1.92, 1.93, the 3 planting plans, okay, as the main source for that, because it lists all the areas as well. Okay. So it's quite helpful. Most of the woodland sits either along the northern corridor or the southern corridor, and then there's a bit of a wetland mix to the southeast. So it's spread around. And
that's the area of the fluvial flood risk, that wetland area?
To that wetland area, yeah, and there's some wetland tree and woodland planting around there.
Thank you. Are you able to put a percentage figure in terms of the gain in terms of trees?
Trees is the large-scale immediate impact trees, there's a 220% gain. I haven't done a comparison against the native woodland because there's not really a loss of that type.
Okay. So you've got a 220% gain in relation to the heavy stock and the semi-matures, and then in addition there's over half a hectare of woodland. Is that
correct? And in addition to that, there's around 637 linear metres of hedgerow removed and about 975 linear metres put back, which is a gain of 153% in hedgerow as well.
So what's your overall approach in relation to green infrastructure mitigation? Sufficient or insufficient?
Yes, sufficient is significant, and I think it's well conceived. And importantly, these areas and numbers that I'm saying are not just arranged on the site in a haphazard fashion. They're underpinning the landscape framework of the site. So they're underpinning and reinforcing boundaries, which I think is quite important. It's maintaining in perpetuity and enhancing in perpetuity that underlying landscape framework for the site.
Thank you. Can you turn to your appendices of your proof, please, where you've got a flow diagram?
Yes.
And could you just take us through this flow diagram, please, as to how it applies insofar as it relates to your area of expertise and the issue of whether the proposed development would be inappropriate development, and forget about issues of need 155B for these purposes?
Yeah, and it's really just question 1 and question 2 that I'm dealing with. Question 1 is just about the site, and that's, we're all agreed it's grey belt land. So it's really question 2, 155A, which is specific to the development. And a useful reference here, sir, is in the PPG paragraph 9, is the one section of the PPG that only talks about development proposals separate to the release or development, which is what I alluded to earlier. So it helps clarify in PPG 9, paragraph 9, that for this appeal, we're not talking about any peripheral sites, any potential for precedent, nothing other than what's been proposed here in front of us. So paragraph 9 is the source for that. Thank you.
So your overall view as to whether there is a failure against 155A or a compliance with 155A?
Very clear compliance in my professional experience.
Thank you. Insofar as the inspector concludes that 155 is not met, then the next stage of the decision tree is to consider whether there are very special circumstances.
Yes.
At that point, issues such as the effect on openness of greenbelt arises, as does any other harm, as does definitional harm. You just take us through what you say are the greenbelt effects in the event that the inspector is in that territory.
Yes, certainly. So firstly, assess spatial openness and visual openness as a whole, and that's still in the PPG. It's been there since 2019, so it's lower down the PPG now. It's been nudged down by the grey belt additions. And my finding is there's a high impact on spatial openness and a low impact on visual openness. And that low impact on visual openness is directly shaped by the agreed conclusions of the LVIA, in that there is not, there's no visual effect longer term that is worse than minor. So that directly correlates to how people can see the change proposed, and therefore stitch them together and overall terms a medium or moderate impact on openness.
And in relation to harm to purposes from the development of the appeal site, to what extent are the conclusions in GBA 2 of assistance or not of assistance in assessing that?
Yeah, they are relevant. So LVIA assesses a different question, but the subject matter and the conclusions interact and relate to the assessment of impact on purposes. And importantly, and this is really an important point, that the greenbelt is perceived by people. And so you have to assess the impact on greenbelt purposes in the context of how people will perceive it. In this case, we've got a very helpful guide, which is sub-area 47. And that's the reason that sub-area 47 is identified It's because it's got clear boundaries and people will perceive that as a sub-area. So I'm assessing the impact of the appeal scheme on Greenbelt purposes by understanding to what degree the performance of sub-area 47 would change. And what I've identified is that there would be a reduction in purpose A, a slight reduction in purpose A, and it wouldn't perform any different on B or D, with a slight reduction in purpose C, and overall the performance of sub-area 47 would reduce from broadly from a medium or moderate to a low.
In terms of visual effects, however fascinating it is to spend a great deal of time in relation to that, the proposed built form within the appeal site, is that similar to the proposed built form that the inspector will see at the existing Sky Studios North? Is it the same sort of buildings?
It is, yeah.
So you can see the nature of that in context, see the scale. And in terms of judgment as the effectiveness of mitigation from public viewpoints, is that something that's best judged on site?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you very much. Would you wait there, please, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Don't know why we always say that, because you never see a witness running off at the end of examination in chief.
No, it's one of those strange terms that gets used, but I know what you mean. Thank you. That obviously includes the evidence in chief. We'll make a start with cross-examination unless anyone is in desperate need of a break. We can maybe make a start and then maybe look to break at around 11 o'clock, Mr. Sheikh, if that seems reasonable.
Yes, sir. I'll let you know when I come to a natural break.
I think we'll do that, and then obviously we'll come to Mr. Ronan after that. But yes, we're happy to carry on. Any of the documents we need in cross-examination, Mr. Sheikh?
Probably most of the same. The other documents I do want to take Mr. Williams to are the landscape and visual documents. So the ES chapter on landscape and visual, which is CD 1.101.
101.
Yeah, the addendum, which is CD 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
The visualizations, which I think are CD 2.9.
Yep.
I think that will probably do for the time being. So there are a couple of others that I might reference, but just in passing.
Okay, thank you. So if you're ready to begin, please start your cross-examination.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Morning.
Can we start with this? Your evidence, as far as I understand it, deals with main issue 1, that's appropriateness of development in the Greenbelt. Main issue 2, purposes and openness of the Greenbelt. And then 4, insofar as you address landscape and visual harms.
Yes, and landscape and visual harm is of course an agreed matter, so only insofar as that affects issue 2. Yeah.
Yes. I just want to have a look at landscape and visual harms, just because although it's agreed in terms of the weight to give to it, I just want to go into what the harms actually are that form the basis of our agreement. So, as you say, we've got agreement in terms of moderate weight to give to those harms. You've obviously set out in your proof of evidence at section 2.2 a lot about the mitigation. Now, just firstly for clarity, the mitigation is taken into account, isn't it, in reaching the conclusion that moderate harm should be given to landscape and visual effects?
Correct. That's the residual conclusion.
Yes. So can we just turn then to the 2 documents I just referenced? So could you have open in front of you CD 1.101?
Yes.
And then, more importantly, probably CD 2.5, because that's the addendum which just updates some of the conclusions.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. And then can you go to PDF page 45 of CD 2.5? I just want to look at paragraph 3.10.
Yes, I have that.
So, sorry, PDF page 45, and it's paragraph 3.10. Now, this addendum updates the LVIA conclusions in terms of landscape character effects, doesn't it? So the LVIA conclusions were moderate adverse effect on the landscape character of the site. This has been updated at 3.10 to moderate adverse but significant effects on landscape character of the site.
That's correct, yes. And it was in response to the consultation response on this specific item of the
Yes.
site hedgerows.
Yes. And then, again, if we look at 3.13, the same takes place for landscape character impact on the LCA. So that's the Arkley Plains LCA, where we've got an update from minor adverse to shift up the scale, minor to moderate adverse, not significant.
Great.
And then we're told at 3.20 that there's no change to the visual effects. They remain as they're set out in the LVIA.
It does, yes.
And then we've got, again, paragraph 3.10 onwards, in terms of those landscape character effects on the site and the LCA, that applies during the construction period, but it also applies during the operation period, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So when we say during the operation period, we mean indefinitely, because we're not talking about temporary planning permission.
Great.
Okay, and then perhaps let's go to the LVIA now then, just to deal with the visual effects, because they remain unchanged. So CD 1.101.
Yes, I have that.
And then I think it's, bear with me, I'll find the paragraph. So we go down to the table at E5.16, that's PDF page 39. This is visual effects during construction, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So let's just work through that table. Firstly, we've got visual receptors on the left, pedestrians, cyclists and motorists along Rowley Lane. And then we can see on the right, in terms of significance, we've got a range from negligible to moderate adverse.
Yes.
And then if we go down a few on the table, I'm just focusing on the upper ones rather than all of them. So residents of Nelson Cottage, Rowley Farm, Strangeways Farm, Motts and Brooms, Public House. People using informal footpaths to the west of Nelson Cottage and people using the footpaths north and east of Rowley Farm. Again, we've got a negligible to minor to moderate adverse visual effect.
Yes.
And then if we go down to E5.27, which is visual effects during operation. We still have, don't we, in terms of visual receptors, pedestrians, cyclists and motorists along Rowley Lane, a range from negligible to moderate adverse, so that remains during the operation.
Sorry, which page are we on now?
Sorry, PDF page 42, so it's E5.27, it's the visual effects table for operation now instead of construction.
PDF page 42.
PDF page 47, yeah, internal page 37.
Beg your pardon.
42 PDF, 37 internal.
If it helps, the title of the table is on page 41, which defines its operation.
Yes, E5.4. Yeah.
I'm at E5.27 now. So I've moved on from the table which was visual effects for construction, and I'm now at visual effects for operation, which is E5.27.
Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, I'm looking at the table title.
Sorry,
you're talking about
yes.
paragraph. Sorry, we're in the same place.
Sorry, yes, you're right. Yeah. For some reason, the table is called E5.4. Yes,
Yeah.
it's that one. So firstly, we can see pedestrians, cyclists and motorists along Rowley Lane. That stays at negligible to moderate adverse.
Yes.
Yeah, and then if we go further down, second to last on internal page 38, pedestrians using footpath to the north and east of Rowley Lane. We've got minor adverse to moderate adverse.
Yeah.
And that's, as it says here, increased prominence of building in views of winter. And then on the next page, we've got pedestrians and cyclists along the A1, and there we've got minor to moderate adverse.
Yes.
That's helpful. Now, can we just turn briefly to CD 2.9, which is the visual assessment?
Yes.
It remains pretty much the same as the original one, but we'll just go to the updated one. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there, yes.
So we can see, if we look on PDF page 2, we can see a map setting out all the viewpoints, can't we?
We can.
I just want to focus on the viewpoints that we've picked up as part of the LVIA visual effects.
Yeah.
So particularly viewpoints, if we just stay on this map for a second, viewpoint 4, 5 and 7. So we can see 4 is north-east on the public right-of-way.
Yes.
We can see 5 is along the A1, and then we can see 7 is again on the public right-of-way just up from the pub.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's just then go to those views. Let's go to view 4 firstly, which is on PDF page 15.
Yes.
And I just want to look at the existing view on PDF page 16.
Yes.
And then if we look at PDF 17, we can see the proposed, can't we?
Yeah.
And it's essentially the introduction there of the built form that really leads to the conclusions on visual effects that are set out in the table I took you to in the LVIA.
Yes.
And then if we go to viewpoint 5 along the A1, again, just look at the existing on 20 and then the proposed on 21. Here, it's the timber fencing along the boundary of the site, isn't it, which is the visual effect. And then again, viewpoint 7, we've got the existing on PDF 28, and then the proposed on 29.
Yes.
And again, we can see there the built for behind the trees where the horses.
Yeah, just behind the horses.
Yeah. And then just finally, just to put, I'm just putting this in context because we haven't spent much time on what the LVIA conclusions actually are. Can we just go to the ZTV very briefly, which is CD 1.125?
We can, but just before we do, could I just point out that on viewpoint 4, and this is, and it may all, the inspector I think has already picked up on this, that viewpoint 4 is a public right-of-way that doesn't carry on. So I've picked up in my assessment that whilst that's identified as a public right-of-way, it doesn't actually carry on through to where the public right-of-way is shown on the definitive rights-of-way plan to the A1. Yeah. It's in my evidence. I think it's been recognised, but I didn't want to not mention that whilst we're
talking.
It's
probably a question for the highways branch, the local authority, to deal with why that is not on the ground. But
yeah, I think there's something I didn't mention, but when I was travelling along the A1 on the day before the inquiry, I couldn't see how you get from that footpath onto the A1. Is that presumably there is no route through?
Correct. And I put it in my evidence that it's a public right-of-way that doesn't actually conclude. You can't connect through to the A1.
And the footpath on the A1, there's no connection between
Correct.
the two? Okay.
Correct. Which has a bearing on the sensitivity because its sensitivity level is based on it being a public route. So I didn't want to not raise that in case it's important.
Not suggesting that it's not a public right-of-way that's recorded on the definitive map. You're just saying, in real-world terms, doesn't quite reflect what's on the definitive map in terms of what users can experience. But we're not suggesting there isn't a public right-of-way in that location.
I'm not suggesting there's not. It's really just a clarification on how it's used.
Yeah.
Because it's not actually functioning as a route.
Yeah, understood. All right, so CD 1.125, the ZTV. Again, just want to put in context, because Mr. Faulkner obviously talks about views from particular areas, so he talks about the north and the east, etc. If we just go to PDF page 3 of 3, we can see the ZTV here, and we can see, can't we, in pink, where it's said to be proposed development visibility.
Yes.
Okay, so putting all of those together, we know that the site is visible from a number of viewpoints, west and east, and there'll be a change in visual effect of varying degrees at those viewpoints. That's what the LVIA tells us. And we also know that that's a freestanding landscape and visual harm that has been plugged in by both parties.
Correct.
Into the plan balance.
Just to, if I could just condition, you took us to the ZTV, and I want to be clear on the function and role of the ZTV because it is often misunderstood. The ZTV is the reason that it's called a ZTV. The T is very important. It's theoretical. In professional practice, it should never be used for any conclusion. It should only ever be used to assist in the identification and agreement of representative viewpoints.
Yeah. It's,
So as
it's
long
a
as
tool
it's
to help you form your judgment when you're assessing landscape and visual effects, but
No.
it's not an end,
No,
basically.
it's a tool for you to identify representative viewpoints. Once you've identified representative viewpoints and assessed them, its role and function has ceased.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams. Right, let's go on then to deal with the impact of the development on the openness of the green belt. So, common ground between us, the site's grey belt. Ultimately, the dispute between us is in terms of 155A. Can we just firstly have a look at the MPPF? And I just want to go back to the wording of 155A. So let me know when you're there. We probably know it off by heart this stage.
Yeah. Yes.
So the development would utilise grey belt land, no problem, and here's the bit we're focusing on, and would not fundamentally undermine the purposes taken together of the remaining green belt across the area of the plan. So can I just deal with a few points of chronology? The first is that at the time of the council's decision, this iteration of the MPPF was not in effect, was it?
It wasn't, no. This is 12th of December.
And then in times of statement of case being provided, and indeed the proofs of evidence, the new PPG hadn't been released at that stage, has it? Because it was 27th of February that it came
It was the
into application.
27th of February, but that was almost 2 weeks before the deadline for rebuttals.
Yes, before rebuttals, but it was after statements of case and proofs had
Correct.
already gone in. Then we had the PPG,
Correct.
and then we had rebuttals, and that's why your rebuttal helpfully picks up on PPG, because
Correct.
it come out in the intervening period. Yeah. And then in terms of just how long we've had the PPG, as I said, 27th of February, so about 3.5 weeks ago.
About that,
Yeah.
yes.
All right, so let's go to the PPG, which is in your rebuttal. And then can we look at paragraph 4, which is how should authorities define the land to be assessed?
Yes.
And I just want to have a look at what this says. So you've helpfully highlighted the kind of key points here. The number and size of assessments can be defined at local level, respond to local circumstances, but we essentially look at how granular it is. It needs to be of sufficient granularity. A small number of large assessment areas won't be appropriate in most circumstances. Authorities should consider whether there are opportunities to subdivide them. And then authorities should consider whether it may be appropriate to vary the size of the assessment based on local circumstances. I mean, what this basically says is the smaller the parcel or sub-area, the more helpful it is. It's a relatively commonsensical part of PPG because it says smaller parts that you look at, the more accurate they're going to be and the more helpful they are in terms of greenbelt assessments.
That is what it says, yes. And I should stress, and I touched on this in chief, this is to help shape the local authority prepare new evidence spaces to identify grey belt land.
Yes.
And hence this council and others have all got grants to do that.
Yes. And as far as where we are, where we're sitting today, as part of the preparation for the new local plan, the greenbelt assessments were carried out by the council at that stage, weren't they? So that's what we're looking at. That forms the basis of this inquiry.
Well, as I touched, yes, in part, that is what we're looking at.
Yeah.
But we're having to interpret that, identify the difference in the purpose of GBA 1 and GBA 2 to how we're interpreting it now for this appeal scheme in the context of the framework and the PPG, yes.
Yes, well, so both of those assessments were carried out firstly before the MPPF came into effect.
Correct.
And then also secondly before the PPG came in, given it's so new.
Correct. Yeah, and to be clear, I'm certainly not criticising the council for not crystal ball gazing what those changes would say, but I really picked up on this because initially Mr Faulkner's evidence was seemingly placing some weight to the performance of parcel 18.
Yeah, just in terms of, and I'll come on to the greenbelt assessments in due course, but just in terms of the evidence before us at this inquiry, you haven't, nor anyone on behalf of the appellant, has carried out a separate site-specific greenbelt assessment, have you?
I've assessed afresh and interpreted afresh the performance of SA47 through the PPG assessment, but I haven't done a wholesale, and I don't think anyone would be expected to do a wholesale new Greenbelt assessment for the authority for purposes of inquiry, no.
Well, can I put it like this? You haven't carried out a full independent assessment of how the site being developed compares with the wider Greenbelt. What you've done is you've taken GBA stage 1 and 2, and then you have applied your professional judgment to the conclusions in light of the PPG and the MPPF. Is that a fair way of putting it? So you haven't gone out and carried out an independent Greenbelt assessment for the site specifically for this appeal. What you've done is you've taken what we have, which are the GBAs, and then you've applied your professional judgment to their assessment and the conclusions in those GBAs.
Almost, that's almost correct. What I've done what you've described, but I've interpreted, not just made judgments on the basis of the previous GBA, I've interpreted it through the lens of the PPG, being specific to the proposals that we have in front of us, and that's relevant to para 9 of the PPG.
Yeah, I think we're saying pretty much the same.
Pretty much the same thing, but there's the extra, I think, looking at through the lens of the PPG for this appeal scheme.
Yes, but essentially when you're applying your professional judgment to the assessment and conclusions in the GBAs, you're doing that in light of and through the lens of the PPG and the MPPF.
Correct, but I'm not just assessing it in the context of SA47. I'm assessing
you're doing
it in the context of the proposals.
And there's, I'm not suggesting that we should be looking at anything beyond the site. I'm not going to put that to you. All right. So can we just have a look at 2.2.5 of your rebuttal? I'll let you know PDF page in a moment. It's PDF page 5.
Yes, I have that.
And you say the only reasonable interpretation of the PPG is that the GBA stage 2 better reflects the guidance because it's sufficiently granular. I think that's a point that we agree on.
Yeah, and as I say, I was only seeking to make that point because there was more than a suggestion in Mr. Faulkner's evidence. He was dragging in some of the conclusions on parcel 18 into his overall view, which we've now heard has changed through cross-examination, but there was a dragging in of those assessments on parcel 18, which is why I've addressed that.
Yeah, and then 2.3.5, what you do here in your rebuttal is you go through, well, at 2.3, if we look at 2.3, you go through an exercise of comparing the stage 2 GBA conclusions, assessment, etc. with the PPG, and then at 2.3.5, you conclude and you say that when cross-referencing this scoring to the PPG methodology, the stage 2 GBA's findings are robust and aligned with them. So what you've essentially done in analysing the GBA stage 2 is looked at it through the lens of the PPG, applied your judgment, and then you've come to the view, 2.3.5, that the GBA stage 2's findings are robust and aligned with them. And here you're talking about the extent to which sub-area 47 reflects the purposes, aren't you?
Correct.
Yeah. I presume that was on the basis and following your site visit?
This was all well after my site visit, yes.
Yeah. So the conclusion you reach here, 2.3.5, is on the basis, isn't it, that the existing Sky Studios is there?
Yes.
Yes. And I'll come to this in due course, but purpose A, 3 out of 5, and we'll look at what GBA 2 says about how the author got to 3 out of 5 for purpose A. But insofar as there's any reference that actually that should be diluted or the score's different as a result of on the southern boundary of the existing Sky Studios, that's not the conclusion that you've reached when you carried out your assessment, because you've carried out your assessment in light of what is there, and you say quite clearly, 2.3.5, that they're robust findings, you align with them, and you agree with the scores in terms of sub-area 47's contribution to those purposes.
That's correct, and most of that analysis was based on the methodology, because a lot of Greenbelt assessments that I'm now comparing to the PPG use a different methodology and, more importantly, a different scoring system.
Yeah.
And therefore, the biggest difficulty is the recalibration of findings in evidence-based documents to the 3 criteria or 3 scoring criteria that's now in the PPG, and that's really what I was doing in this exercise.
Yeah, let's just go to those very briefly, just to put in context your answer. So that's PDF page 19, isn't it? It's paragraph 5 of the PPG. So that's what you're talking about, isn't it? Where the PPG now tells us we look at the purposes and then we separate it into strong, moderate, weak. So we've got 3 categories now. The GBAs go into 5 categories. You say, in some ways that's quite helpful because it's relatively easy to transfer across what strong, moderate and low mean in the context of an outdated PPG.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Some assessments have 4, some have 6, and it doesn't. There's a degree of translation, which is effectively what I was looking at.
So in terms of where we are, in terms of baseline evidence, we agree that the Stage 2 GBA, in line with the new PPG, can be used for the purpose of this inquiry and the application of 155A. Indeed, that's the approach that both of us have taken in terms of assessing 155A.
Correct. And you've got to interpret it through those recent documents.
Yes.
Yeah, in the way that I've set out.
So then when we get to disagreements, where we disagree, it's a matter of professional judgment in light of assessing the GBA conclusions, assessment, etc., against and following the new MPPF and PPG.
Well, I have to say, after Mr Faulkner's cross-examination, I don't think we are disagreed, because I thought Mr Faulkner has confirmed that he didn't see that the appeals scheme would affect all purposes from the authority area in a meaningful way. So I took that as, actually, we're not now disagreeing on anything.
Well, insofar as there is disagreement generally between you, Mr Faulkner, and Mr Dingle, but if there is disagreement in terms of the application of 155A, that disagreement would be not a disagreement in terms of assessment methodology under the GBAs, it would be a disagreement on professional judgment applying and interpreting the GBAs in light of the PPG. So it's not a methodological disagreement, it's not a disagreement in terms of how we split strong, moderate, low in comparison to the scale of 5 in the GBAs. What we're saying is that roughly aligns. We then got to apply, as Mr Tucker repeats, intervening judgment, and it's the intervening judgment point I'm getting to here. So it's the professional judgment point that essentially would then mean that people depart from what's said in the GBA too.
Yes, and I've got 2 answers to that in effect, to be as succinct as I possibly can be. At exchange of evidence, we're not agreed, because Mr Faulkner's dragged in step 4B to underline his judgment that 155A isn't passed. Through cross-examination, we are agreed, and that Mr Faulkner agreed that actually the tests of 4B weren't aligned to the PPG, and when you apply the PPG, the appeal scheme didn't meet those tests, i.e. it didn't affect total purposes in the authority area in a meaningful way. So we did have a methodological dispute. I don't think we do now.
Well, I will take you to step 4B in due course, but I think that answers the question for the time being. We'll come back to step 4B. So I know we're not quite at 11, but this is probably a natural break in my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr Shaker. We'll take a break then. Okay, so obviously, Mr Williams, you know the drill. I'm sure that you're not able to speak to anyone from your team now that you're giving evidence. So we'll adjourn. How are we doing time-wise, Mr Shaker, in terms of your questions? Okay, fine. Well, that's helpful to know. Thank you. So we'll adjourn for a 15-minute break, and we'll come back at 11:10. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Andy, we can ask you if you want some coffee.
Yes, please. Black coffee, thanks.
resumed. Unless there are any procedural points, Mr. Sheikh would like to carry on.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms Williams, shall we go to the PPG on paragraph 155A next? So can we go to paragraph 8, which is PDF page 23 of your rebuttal?
Yes.
Perhaps my least favourite current paragraph of the PPG. So can we just have a look at what this says? So obviously the first paragraph basically repeats the MPPF, slightly changes the wording. It's the second part of this paragraph I want to just focus on. So it says, in reaching this judgment, authorities should consider whether, or the extent to which, the release or development of greenbelt land would affect the ability of all the remaining greenbelt across the area of the plan from serving all 5 of the greenbelt purposes in a meaningful way. So can I just break this down? Firstly, we know from both the wording of the MPPF and the PPG that under paragraph 155A we're looking at all of the greenbelt purposes, aren't we? We're not just looking at A, B and D, which we look at for greybelt.
Correct.
Second, the PPG itself isn't wholly clear because we don't know, for example, we might need more PPG to clarify what the PPG actually means. We don't know, for example, what meeting the greenbelt purposes in a meaningful way means.
We don't. I think that that term will come under some scrutiny this year, although it has a reasonable, I think you can interpret it reasonably.
Yeah, we'll interpret it reasonably, but unhelpfully, there's different language used, there's additions of things in what the MPPF actually says in the first part of this paragraph, and then there's this additional part of the paragraph which introduces new words again, where it's supposed to be clarifying what the MPPF meant, and we've now got new terms that we don't quite know what they mean. So when we look at the word meaningful, can we at least agree that when we look at meaningful, the implication is it's probably not equivalent to strongly contributing when we're looking at greybelt purposes A, B and D. So doing something in a meaningful way is probably a lower threshold than something strongly contributing. Is that a fair and reasonable interpretation?
I'd be cautious about that interpretation. I think just taking it on a basic English language interpretation, it sounds reasonable, but the reason I hesitate, and I set this out in my proof, is that there is a subtle difference between the performance of parcels in respect of purposes and the effect on the wider area. And I've explored situations where, pausing for a second, the difficulty here is the use of the word strong, because we're all now starting to think about the word strong very much through a part A on my flowchart. Is it greybelt test?
Yeah.
Whereas this isn't about whether it's greybelt.
No, but what I'm just trying to get to the bottom of is what does meaningful mean? I mean, we don't know exactly what it means, so let's try and reasonably interpret it. And perhaps I can put it to you like this: if a greenbelt parcel, and we're dealing with the contribution of a parcel to greenbelt purposes, it could meet one of those purposes in a meaningful way by moderately contributing to that purpose, couldn't it? It doesn't have to be a strong... So if I'm just looking at comparison of what moderate means in light of contribution to purposes, a moderate contribution could be a meaningful contribution, couldn't it?
I don't look at it through that lens. No, I don't, because you can use the English language in a way of comparing in that way, but the parcel analysis, strong, moderate, low, is a very different test. The meaningful test is a broader test, and I use the dictionary test that it's serious or important, but that test isn't about each parcel. It's obviously about the plan area.
No, but the reason we know it's not about each parcel is because the PPG tells us we look at applying the meaningful test in the context of the wider greenbelt land across the plan. But that's the reason we know it's not a sub-area or a parcel test. It's because the PPG tells us. But when I'm looking at what does meaningful mean in the context of greenbelt purposes, in isolation of whether we apply that in the sub-area context or the wider greenbelt context, if I compare meaningful with low, moderate, strong contributions, more generally under contributions to purposes of greenbelt, then it's fair to say that meaningful is probably not the same as strong, and it's probably something lower than strong. In other words, if I just asked you, was a greenbelt sub-area contributing in a meaningful way through a score out of 3 out of 5, for instance, then you would probably say yes. And I understand your caveat, but just dealing with the difference between the language.
Yeah, no, I understand the question. What I'm seeking to explain is I don't draw the connection between the two, and the reason for that, firstly, there's a danger of conflating strong in the way that I've described, but secondly, this 155A test is about the proposed development and not about the performance of the sub-area. So the scenarios that I've explored, so you could be in a parcel, but by the virtue of the scheme itself, you could have a meaningful contribution that you wouldn't interact with the word strong in the performance of the parcel. So it's a very, very separate exercise. And as I say, I deliberately separate use of the word strong because I line that with a different assessment of land against purposes, whereas 155A and the meaningful test that we're talking about is the assessment of a scheme. And so that scheme, and I illustrate some examples, could be a 50-storey tower in a parcel of land that's not strongly performing. But using the dictionary interpretation that I use for meaningful of serious or important, it could have serious or important consequences. Sorry, that's a long answer, but I'm just using that to try and illustrate why I don't align the 155 test of meaningful with the word strong.
I understand why you don't, and my understanding of your answer is they're in different contexts. PPG tells us we're applying meaningful when we're looking at 155A in the context of the wider green belt, whereas under grey belt, and when we look at strong, moderate, low contributions, that is a different test, and therefore we can't compare the two. I think that's your answer. Is that a fair way to summarise it?
That's a fair summary, yes.
So the point I'm getting to, and I think you agree with this, I mean, it's hard not to agree with, is meaningful is not necessarily equal to strong. We don't know quite where it sits. They are different tests, but when we're looking at terminology use, meaningful could be something else.
Meaningful could be something else, but I would not draw the conclusion that it's less than strong because they're used in different ways in the purpose of grey belt. Meaningful is a meaningful effect, a serious or important effect across the plan area.
Well, can we just pick up your rebuttal 2.4.4 on this, because I think you do go on to look at sub-areas in the context of meaningfulness. So 2.4.4, I'm getting a bit of echo on my microphone, I don't know if...
I am as well, yeah.
I was trying to ignore it, but it keeps... Yeah, all right, well, let's try that. Yeah. They are really sensitive, yeah. Let's try that. So 2. Sorry, 2.4.4, Mr. Williams, of your rebuttal.
Yes.
So you say this aspect of the PPG, so we're talking about the aspect that I just took you to, so paragraph 8. This aspect of the PPG supports my analysis that even when adding back in the moderate or meeting criterion performance of sub-area 47 regarding purpose C, the sub-area doesn't perform in a particularly meaningful way when only considering it at the sub-area scale. So I understand what you've just said in your response to my questions, but at 2.4.4 you do apply this meaningful test to the sub-area. That's why I asked these questions. So can you help me then? Because my understanding is that you say they're different, but at 2.4.4 you say, actually, if we do apply it, then moderate doesn't equal meaningful way. But that's not consistent with what you've just said, because either we can't compare them or we can, in which case I'll ask you questions on it. If we can't compare them, is 2.4.4 wrong?
there's two stages to how I've used this. The first stage is, yes, you can directly compare what the evidence base says to give you a guide as to how that might contribute, or how that might lead you to a conclusion on how a change affects the whole plan area in a meaningful way. So it is a reasonable guide that I've explored both in my proof and my supplementary evidence as to how, if you pass the grey belt test, how you might then fall over the 155A test. So you can use the two together, but ultimately I would not, if someone was asking me how do you use the assessment or comparison of strong in forming a conclusion on how you might affect the plan area in a meaningful way, my answer to you just now was trying to not do that, because I think that conflates two separate parts of the PPG that for that ultimate conclusion I think it's more helpful to keep separate. That was simply the point I was trying to make.
Yes, and I understand that, but just for the purpose of 2.4.4, where you do go into setting, well, sub-area contribution to purpose C, to what extent does the sub-area meet that purpose in a meaningful way? Yeah. If we look at the terminology used, although your professional judgment is, well, I say moderate doesn't equal meaningful, actually it is a reasonable interpretation of meaningful to say that sub-area 47, moderately contributing with a score out of 3 out of 5 to purpose C, is a meaningful contribution, isn't it?
Sorry, can you repeat that last piece?
So 2.4.4, your professional opinion here is that the sub-area doesn't perform in a meaningful way at the sub-area scale because it's got a moderate contribution to purpose C.
Yes.
But my point is quite simply, well, it's a reasonable interpretation of the terminology, comparing what meaningful means in the context of contribution, that the sub-area moderately contributing is a meaningful contribution, isn't it?
When you're using it at that sub-level, sub-area scale, I don't think that's totally inappropriate, but I don't think it necessarily is helpful to the final question, which is obviously applicable at the plan area stage.
Well, you say not totally inappropriate. It's a reasonable judgment, isn't it, to say we don't really know precisely what meaningful means, but a reasonable interpretation could be moderate contribution is a meaningful contribution.
Yeah, I mean, we all have to attach our judgments based on an understanding of language, and I think this is where I come back to meaningful, until we've got case law that explains a little bit more about the interpretation of PPG, but I stick to meaningful meaning serious or important. Yes,
you stick to that, but I'd appreciate a yes or no. It's a reasonable judgment to say moderate equals meaningful. You might disagree. You might say I take a different definition of meaningful, etc., and I've understood all the caveats, but it would be a reasonable judgment and interpretation without the clarification through further PPG. It would be a reasonable judgment to say moderate equals meaningful, wouldn't it?
No. For the reasons I've set out, I don't think that's right, actually. I mean, what I'm saying here in 244, that the moderate does not perform I'm talking specifically about that purpose, does not perform in a meaningful way. So I'm drawing a different conclusion to what you've just suggested.
Yeah. All right. I'll deal with that in closing submissions. Okay. Now, ultimately, whether you comply with 155A is firstly a holistic exercise, isn't it? Because you look at greenbelt across the area of the plan, so wider greenbelt.
Well, I think simply you look at the whole area of the plan. Yes, it's a test of, I touched on this as, in scale terms, you're looking at a proposal in the context of the whole greenbelt area of the plan, yes.
Yeah, and it's a matter of judgment.
It is a matter of judgment shaped by various tools that we use, yes.
And it's a matter of judgment based on what I think we've agreed is meaningfulness, but we don't have a definition for it. So it's a matter of judgment based on a word which we don't quite know what it means. we can all interpret it, but we're trying to assess 155A as a matter of judgment on meaningfulness.
Yes, and as I said, you can only connect it to a reasonable interpretation of that term, which I've said I use serious or important.
It's not a mathematical exercise. Now, I know you say that that's one of the factors. It's not the only factor, is it? Might be a relevant factor, but it's not a mathematical exercise of simply saying this is the percentage or proportion. Might be a relevant factor, quantitative factor, but it's not the only factor.
It's not the only factor, but as I said in chief, depending on the conclusion of that calculation, tells you an awful lot about how finely balanced it is.
All right. Can we go to GBA Stage 2, please, which is CD 4.5?
Yes.
And I want to go back to step 4B. So this is the wider impact assessment methodology.
Yes.
So it's 3.7. So it's PDF page 27. Let me know when you're there. Got it in your... I think you've screenshotted it in your proof as well.
I'm there, yes.
Yeah. So I just want to have a look at what this says. So it says, in addition to assessment against the MPPF purposes 1 to 4, a qualitative assessment was undertaken to identify the roles of the sub-areas as part of the GBA parcel within which they're located and the wider greenbelt. Where relevant, the impact of the cumulative loss of adjacent sub-areas was also considered. The qualitative assessment considers the following, and we've got 3 bullet points. Number 1, what's the role of the sub-area in the context of the GBA parcel within which sub-area is located? So when you're talking about sub-area 47 and parcel 18, what you're talking about there is parcel 18 is the wider parcel under GBA 1 in which the sub-area is located, isn't it? So that's what we're addressing.
Correct.
There. Yeah. How does the performance of these areas compare? How important is the sub-area to the performance of the parcel? And then we've got second bullet, would the potential release of a sub-area impact on the assessment of the remaining parcel? Again, that's the remaining parcel 18.
Correct.
And adjacent sub-areas or parcels, and that's where we've got sub-area 48 coming into play. And then, for example, would the scores of the adjoining sub-areas or of the GBA parcel within which the sub-area is located or adjacent to be likely to change as a result of the subdivision, and if so, to what extent? Third bullet, would the potential release of the sub-area harm the long-term protection or integrity of the surrounding greenbelt? And then we've got the bottom, for sub-areas located on or over the borough boundaries, consideration was given to neighbouring authority greenbelt assessments where available.
Yes.
So that's the methodology we've got. I think I would describe this as an incremental methodology. So what we go through is we look at sub-area and then we essentially work outwards. So we go to sub-area with neighbouring sub-area where appropriate, sub-area with wider parcel under GBA 1, and then beyond that, the wider greenbelt. Is that fair? It's an incremental approach, isn't it? Is that a fair summary of the methodology?
I don't think it's applied quite in that incremental sense, because the starting point on 4B is it assesses, when you delve into the sub-areas, it firstly describes the performance of the wider parcel.
Yeah. If we scramble it around a bit, what it's doing is looking at sub-area of neighbouring sub-area, slightly wider with the parcel and then wider greenbelt. Essentially, it's not necessarily following an incremental approach, but it is incrementally looking at the sub-area in isolation and then where appropriate cumulative effects, etc.
Not quite. I mean, it's not a big point I'm seeking to make. It starts off by exploring the parcel in the assessment.
Yeah.
It identifies the performance of the parcel that's sat within. It identifies how different the sub-area is to the parcel.
Yeah.
Then it looks at adjacent areas.
Yes.
And then it comes back to
Yes, it does it in a slightly different order, but
it's
essentially,
not quite,
yeah. And then can I just deal with the bullet points? So in your evidence in chief, you focused on bullet point 2. You were taken to bullet point 3, but can I just deal with this? There's reference in this introduction to the identity of the roles of the sub-areas. So, identify the roles of the sub-areas as part of the GBA parcel within which they're located, and the wider greenbelt. So what this tells us in the first paragraph, before we get to the bullets, is that there is an assessment of sub-areas, sub-area with wider parcel under GBA 1, and then the wider green belt.
That's what it says in the methodology, but that's not what's actually... no, I take that is what the methodology says.
Yeah.
But that's not actually what the assessment of SA 47 does.
Yes, well, when we look at what the methodology says it's going to do, at least, let's just focus on that then, what the methodology says. It does include the wider green belt, doesn't it?
It does say that, absolutely correct, but it doesn't apply that to SA 47, which is really what we're looking at.
Well, I'll come to that in a moment, but just looking at the wider impact assessment methodology, again, in bullet 3, I think you've picked this up in evidence in chief, but then we've also got the reference to, again, surrounding green belt. So we've got surrounding green belt as part of bullet 3, and then we've got, as part of the first paragraph, wider green belt. So we have got references to beyond just the parcel within which it sits, which is addressed at bullet 2. We've got references in this assessment methodology to the wider green belt, don't we?
It does make reference to it. It doesn't refer to the green belt over the plan area.
Yeah.
And you have to interpret what it says at a sub-area level, yes.
You do. So I think, to be fair to you, if I just look at your proof, 3.3.15, this is just above where you set out inset 6, which is your, which is the methodology. This is PDF page 17. You do say a key change from stage 1 to stage 2 methodology relates to step 4B that carries out a qualitative assessment to identify the roles of the sub-areas within the parcel, the GBA parcel they're located within, as well as the wider green belt. So you do reflect that, to be fair to you. Yeah. One of the factors in determining the relationship between different sub-parcels is the openness and visual relationship, isn't it, between them?
That is one of the aspects, yeah, and it's that point is raised relative to different purposes, yeah.
Yeah. And then in terms of this methodology, and in terms of what the PPG asks us to do in looking at the wider green belt across the plan area, this methodology is largely consistent with the PPG, isn't it? Now, I understand your caveat, which is reference to wider green belt. We don't know specifically if that's wider within a certain area or across the whole plan. But generally speaking, the methodology under step 4B is consistent with the PPG approach, which says sufficient granularity, we look at neighbouring sub-parcels, and then we look at wider area.
No, and I gave my evidence in chief to explain that. It's a totally different exercise.
Well, help me with this. If this wider impact assessment compares sub-areas, neighbouring greenbelt parcels, etc., and then looks at the extent to which development or removal of that sub-area would impact the wider greenbelt purposes, that is largely consistent with the PPG methodology, isn't it?
No.
All right, well, help me explain to me.
Mr. Shea, any comments?
So, I'm testing the extent to which Mr. Williams' approach and application of this is consistent with PPG methodology. That's irrespective of Mr. Faulkner's evidence, because I'm testing Mr. Williams' interpretation and application of this.
Mr. Tucker, any response?
I'm happy my learned friend continues, but it's important to note, I presume my learned friend has specific instructions from some other source than Mr. Faulkner, given Mr. Faulkner's clear concession that this is inconsistent with the wider Greenbelt. My learned friend, in terms of the totality of the plan area, and my learned friend is entitled to pursue that if he has instructions to that effect. So I'll work on that assumption that my learned friend does, but so you have the position in the evidence that's before you from the two witnesses that have been referred to, as well as my witnesses know a moment to do with, just as I interrupted him. Apologies.
And I obviously had notes of what has been said, and I'm happy for Mr. Shea to continue with those caveats.
Yes, sir. I'm conscious where Mr. Faulkner has given evidence that slightly changes from his proof of evidence. I'm conscious of that. Obviously, my instructions are not just from Mr. Faulkner as my witness. But insofar as I'm testing Mr. Williams' evidence, it is purely to test the extent to which his evidence is consistent with and reflects properly the PPG approach. So irrespective of what Mr. Faulkner's answer might have been on this, I think it's appropriate for me to ask this question.
And as I say, my learned friend assures you that he has instructions to that effect, so be it. Obviously, I'll make submission about the extension position before he's...
Okay, thank you. We'll carry on.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Williams, I'll go back to this question, which is, in terms of the Step B wider impact assessment, you said it doesn't reflect PPG. Can you just help me with why this approach, which looks at the wider greenbelt? Now, I understand your caveat in terms of wider greenbelt doesn't necessarily mean greenbelt across the plan area. I understand that. But insofar as this assessment does look at wider greenbelt parcels as part of the assessment methodology, why is that not relevant or not following, at least in part, the PPG methodology?
Yeah, certainly. And I do talk about this in my evidence. So what the PPG and framework requires us to do via paragraph 8, informed by paragraph 9, and I emphasise paragraph 9 because it's the only part of the additions to the PPG that's specific to what we're talking about here, the proposed development. The others are in the context of new evidence base, new local plan process, so release or development. So in that context, what we're asked to do by the PPG is to assess whether the change proposed here today, the 15.38 hectares, assess that change across the whole of the plan area, considering all purposes, to see if the effect of it has whether it has a meaningful effect across that plan area. So the change proposed is very specific. So if you're in assessment mode, you have a very specific change, and the context to which you're measuring that change, and only that change, is the plan area. What step 4B asks us to do is to understand, firstly, change across a whole sub-area, and that's important. The whole of the sub-area is the change, the potential change, because it's looking at release of the sub-area. So the whole of the sub-area against A, the parcel it's located within, and B, against any adjacent sub-areas that it might have a cumulative effect on. And then, at the end, it talks about how might it alter the performance of the wider greenbelt. And the wider greenbelt test, so there's two very different tests there already to fundamentally underline the fact they're two different processes. The point about the wider greenbelt, you can understand through the lens of the assessments themselves. And the wider greenbelt that, when you delve into the annex, deals with is just here, simply the wider greenbelt around Boreham Wood, noting the A1 would prevent further sprawl to the east. Well, the scale of the A1 in the context of looking at the wider greenbelt is pretty much at the scale of the sub-area, with a minuscule percentage of the greenbelt across the area as a whole. So there's three fundamental differences between the assessment in step 4B and what the PPG requires us to do. So there's no doubt in my mind, they're fundamentally different processes.
Are you focusing there on the actual sub-area assessment in the annex as opposed to what I'm just looking at, which is the methodology? Because I just want to focus on the methodology for the time being. And the methodology, so what I'm putting to you is essentially that the methodology, which identifies the roles of the sub-parcel, the sub-areas within the parcel they're located, and the wider greenbelt, is obviously a relevant factor when we're looking at the test clarified through the PPG under 155A.
Well, I've explained why I think they're fundamentally different. That applies to the methodology and looking at the methodology through the lens of what the study actually does. That doesn't change my professional view at all. They're fundamentally different processes.
Yeah, okay, I've got your answer on that one. All right, let's go to the actual assessment then. So CD 4.6. And then can we look at, firstly, the assessment of the purposes under sub-area 47?
Yes.
And we can see, if we look particularly at purposes 1 and 3, that it scores 3 out of 5. I'm not going to read the assessment out again because we've seen that multiple times. But what you do say, and I took you to it earlier in your proof, is that you looked at this assessment, you looked at it in the context of the site visit that you undertook, you looked at it since the Sky Studio, which is currently there, was constructed, and you agree that this is a robust judgment in terms of the extent to which sub-area 47 contributes to those purposes.
I think so, I do. I agree with that. I pointed out in evidence in chief that there's fundamental changes to the context. And there might be an argument to say, well, given the Sky Studios, it might drop from 3 to 2. I've not really done that exercise because it would be moderate. It performs moderately under the PPG. So I'm very happy to say, in the current context, it performs moderately. It's an important point that the assessment does identify the strong visual connection to the wider countryside, because that's a point the assessment comes back to in its cumulative impact with SA48. If we delve into that, we'll see why that point's relevant. I'm not suggesting we do delve into that, but if we have to, it's a really important point. So I'm happy that it performs moderately.
Well, I think you do go beyond that in your proof, because you do say you're happy with the score 3 out of 5. So although you say now there might be an argument that we slightly reduce it, it would still be moderate, actually what you have done in your assessment is looked at what would it score out of 5. Would it be different on the basis of the Sky Studios currently there having been constructed? And you say, no, I'm happy, 3 out of 5 is still correct.
Yeah,
so it seems to me to be a the reason I ask this is a relatively new point that is not in your evidence about the fact that Sky Studios now being constructed might bring this down. That's not part of your evidence, is it?
No, and I'm happy to stand by that. And I think the moderate performance is correct.
Yeah, and 3 out of 5 is correct, isn't it? Because that's what you say in your...
That is what I say. I mean, I think if you wanted, as I said, if you wanted to delve into it, you might. There is an argument to say it might reduce slightly, and I don't need to do that, and I haven't done that. The point that I touched on that is important on this strong visual connection to the wider countryside, the reason that phrase is important, if we have to go there, it's important because that's the reference that's made in the explanation in combination with SA48 as to why it has this important function.
Yeah, we will.
So if we go, yeah, okay. I won't jump ahead.
No, we'll go. Well, in fact, let's go there now because I want to deal with that point, and I agree. I'm not sure how far it takes us in this appeal, so let's just deal with it. So let's deal with that cumulative point. So it's the penultimate paragraph, isn't it, of SA47 4B.
Yes.
So it says, in combination with SA48, the release of the sub-area is likely to significantly alter the performance of the wider greenbelt by encroaching on the countryside in a visual sensitive part of the greenbelt, given its strong connections with the wider greenbelt.
Yes.
So firstly, that is talking about the removal of SA47 and 48 together, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. And that obviously doesn't help us that much because this scheme is not talking about developing over 47 and 48. It's talking about developing on part of SA47.
The southern part of 47, yes.
Yeah.
But the relevance to that conclusion on the visually sensitive part of the greenbelt is that when you scroll up to the assessment of 47, the visually sensitive part of the greenbelt, as you can interpret through the detailed assessment of SA47, is the southern part of SA47. When you scroll on and consider the detailed assessment of SA48, and that drills down to page 220 or PDF 224, under purpose 1, the reference to the strong visual to the wider countryside is SA48. SA48 scores 5, and it explains that is largely a result of the relationship of openness to the north and east of SA48.
Yeah, are you talking about PDF page 225 and the step 4B for sub-area 48? Is that the bit? Yeah. Well, let's just go to that briefly, because I think you're talking about the second half of the second paragraph. So I just want to deal with the extent to which the Greenbelt Assessment Stage 2 is internally inconsistent in terms of SA 47 and 48. So if we look at SA 47, 48, and the second part of the second paragraph, it says the sub-area is directly adjacent to a small part of SA47 to the west and to SA47 along SA46 to the west and SA47 along the southern edge, with which there are strong visual links in the eastmost part. If removed in its entirety, SA48 is likely to result in the unconstrained irregular outward sprawl to the east and would diminish the performance of SA47 to the south against the NPPF purposes, in particular by physically enclosing this area, purpose 1, and introducing urbanising influences along its northern edge, impacting upon its unspoilt rural character and visual openness, purpose 3. This would also adversely impact upon the wider greenbelt parcel 18 to the east. The removal of SA47 in combination with 48 to the south would result in significant encroachment due to the strong visual connections eastward to the wider countryside. So just dealing with, if we go back to looking at SA47 for step 4b, that penultimate paragraph where it says in combination the removal of SA48 and 47 together would have these significantly altering performance effects on the wider greenbelt, that is internally inconsistent, isn't it? So where you've said previously, well, if a judgment has been formed here about the combination removal of SA47 and 48, then I don't understand why. We can understand why if we look at SA48's assessment, can't we? That provides greater analysis, basically, as to why the combination removal would result in that.
It's consistent in how it's dealing with that precise point, but when you look at the plan, and this is an important caveat, when you look at the conclusion of this exercise, and the conclusion of this exercise is visible in the area RS2 on PDF page 102 of CD 4.5, and I need to go here to get under the skin of what that actually means in terms of what is sensitive on SA48 and therefore what is sensitive in combination with SA49. So if you go to PDF page 102 on CD 4.5, because all of this, as I touched on, these assessments were to try and find locations where growth could take place in those 5 scenarios. And so RS5 is the conclusion of how you would avoid that sensitivity that the annex we've just touched on SA48 would trigger. RS2, sir. Page 105. That's, I can see. Oh, sorry, did I?
I think, yes, it's
PDF page
PDF
102
and RS2. Yeah.
It is, sir.
RS2 is the
Yeah,
red area.
sorry, there's a lot of references there. My point, sir, is this is all trying to get under the skin of so what around 48, SA48 and 47. What is sensitive in 48 that somehow is triggered in association with SA47 being sensitive? And what's clear from this evidence base is it points towards the land to the far east of SA48 being the visually sensitive component that detailed annex deals with. Because otherwise, and it goes on to explain that, but clearly it wouldn't allocate development in those visually sensitive areas. Now that's the far eastern part of SA48. It's also the extremely far end of northeastern end of SA47, which is nowhere near the appeal scheme. And this is a point to underline why I see step 4B as being fundamentally different to the PPG. It's evident that this is talking about the far eastern part being sensitive, and therefore it's only the far northeastern part of 47 in combination that it's concerned with triggering this wider impact. I'm sorry I've delved into detail there, but it's important just to try and get under the skin of what those detailed assessments of SA48 and 47 are really trying to get at.
To be fair to you, I think we agree on the fact that that's only helpful to an extent because we're not talking about a combined removal or development across those 2 sub-areas. So let's look at what...
Well, it's more than that. It points us towards directly what that step 4B is concerned with. Yeah. And the only conclusion that comes from that is what I've said in evidence, that it is the bit it's concerned with, a part of SA48 and 47 only in combination with 48, is the farthest away part of SA47 from the proposed scheme.
Yeah, and it does say that, to be fair, in the step 4B for SA48, doesn't it? Because it distinguishes between west and eastern, yeah.
Yeah, it's just that going to RS2 really confirms, no doubt, where it draws a line as to where that sensitivity changes, that's all.
Let's go back to SA47 and the step 4B assessment, and then just look at the in isolation paragraph. So that's the third one.
Yes.
So it says the sub-area is directly adjoined to SA48 on its northern boundary. Built form already exists on this boundary, and so the removal of SA47 is unlikely to significantly reduce the neighbouring sub-area's contribution to purpose 3, given the existing urbanising influences, and then it talks about the A1 boundary. So that references significant reduction. Can we just go to what you say in your proof? So can we go to 3.3.21?
Yes.
So you say, you set this out at 3.3.20, and at 3.3.21 you say, this position confirms that the presence of built form on the northern boundary would lead to SA47's removal from the green belt being unlikely to reduce the neighbouring sub-area's contribution to purpose 3.
Yes, it says significantly reduce.
Yes. Are you, well, can I just deal with that point? It says significantly reduce. You say it says it would be unlikely to reduce. There's obviously a difference between that, isn't there? So it would still have a reductive effect. It just wouldn't have a significantly reductive effect. But that scale is important when we're looking at the extent to which it would reduce the contribution of those purposes.
I'm happy that it would not significantly reduce.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
With the very important caveat, of course, that this is only about the northern part of SA47. That's
Yes.
what this is talking about.
But 3.3.21 then, what you are essentially saying is you're happy for the word significantly to be inserted before being unlikely to be reduced, just to properly reflect what it says.
I am, yeah.
And then can we just go to 3.3.23, so a couple of paragraphs down, because this is where you say the stage 2 GBA therefore concludes that SA47 would not affect SA48's encroachment into the countryside due to the existing urban features, but then explains in combination, etc., that it would significantly reduce. So can I just deal with this? Because 3.3.23, you're saying, well, it's internally inconsistent because it says SA47 wouldn't affect SA48's encroachment, but then it goes on to say in combination there would be a significant effect. So at 3.3.23, actually that first part of the paragraph where you say stage 2 GBA therefore concludes that SA47 would not affect SA48's encroachment to the countryside. That's not quite right, is it? Because the GBA stage 2 assessment says it wouldn't significantly reduce.
That's correct.
So it would affect. So when you say here it concludes it wouldn't affect, that doesn't reflect what GBA stage 2 actually says.
No, it should say, I should say significantly reduce. Yes,
Yeah.
I accept that. Although I highlight that this is all not really what the PPG is requires us to do.
Yes, so if we just look at it in the context of SA48, for example, if we go back to CD 4.6, we know that SA48, for example, in respect of purpose 3, scores, bear with me, I think it's a 4.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. So that's a strong contribution to purpose 3, isn't it?
Well, it's borderline, yeah.
Under the assessment methodology, I think 4 or 5 are strong contributions, so we're taking that as a strong contribution to purpose 3.
It means 4 is relatively strongly. There's
Yeah.
as I said, there's a debate as to what where you sit the intermediate stages.
Yeah, but where we've gone about so far, comparing the 5-point scale with the 3-point under the PPG, we've taken 4 or 5 out of 5 as being a strong contribution, haven't we? That's what you say in your assessment.
I think you can interpret it that way. Yeah.
So if we've got a 4 out of 5, so strong contribution on purpose 3,
Yes.
and there is going to be a reduction, not necessarily a significant reduction, i.e. we might not have 4 to 0 as a result of removal of SA47 or development on SA47, but we are going to have a reduction, then one can anticipate that or expect that might go down from 4 to something else, 3, 2, I don't know what it might be. But it's going to be reduced to some extent, isn't it? What you're not suggesting is development on SA47 is not going to have any effect on the extent to which SA48 contributes towards the purposes.
That's the case with the appeal scheme, which is what the PPG requires us to do. Yeah.
Well, no,
but
let me rephrase that question. I think I didn't phrase it properly then. So where the GBA Stage 2 assessment says that removal of SA47 wouldn't significantly reduce the contributions of SA48,
yes,
there will necessarily be some level of reduction. It's just not a significant reduction. Yes?
In the exercise that evidence base is carrying out, I think that's a reasonable conclusion. But even, and as I said, that's a fundamentally different process than what the PPG requires. And actually, what the study then goes on to do is to not do that by placing development in SA48 away from the sensitive part, which is why I went to the part of the GBA2 with the area that they identified for release separately.
I do understand that, Mr. Williams. The point I'm trying to get across at the moment is you say the GBA Stage 2 is internally inconsistent. That's simply the point I'm addressing at the moment. I understand your caveats in respect of, yes, but there's a difference between GBA Stage 2 and what we do under the MPPF. I understand that caveat, but in your proof you say quite expressly the other problem with the GBA Stage 2 is that it's internally inconsistent in the conclusions it reaches.
That's not quite true. I've identified it doesn't explain itself if SA48 is what tips the balance. And what I've tried to take you through is picking different parts of GBA, GBA2, GBA Annex, back to GBA2, to start to build a picture for what that assessment actually considers to be sensitive and how that interrelates to SA47. So the conclusion I've come to through that process is that I think what GBA2 actually means is the far eastern boundary of SA48 has got visual sensitivity. And if that, and SA47 in itself doesn't significantly reduce SA48, but in combination with the development of its eastern boundary, it would. And that's led the assessment to identify that SA47 has a wider contribution. Bizarrely, SA48 doesn't, even though SA48 is where it identifies really that sensitivity. So I think there are some inconsistencies, but I suppose the point I was really making is it's hard to find the explanation that's led to the conclusion that via step 4B, the SA47 has an important wider role.
Well, can you go to 3.3.24 of your proof? Because I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that quite reflects what you say in your proof. So 3.3.24, you've set out here step 4B for SA47. And then what you talk about is the extent to which they're consistent. You say there's a direct contradiction of its previous paragraph, and therefore appears to have been made in error unless perhaps the consideration of cumulative release has reversed judgments. If the latter case is not explained, but then you say so I understand the point that you make now about, well, some of it perhaps could have been greater, could have been explained in more detail, there could have been greater explanation. But what you actually say here then is, on reading the report and consideration of the application of its judgments, it seems more likely there's an error in the text which has been missed. So what you are saying quite expressly at 3.3.24 is not that actually I'd quite like some more explanation. You are expressly saying that there is an error in the conclusion because of the inconsistency in SA47 assessment. That's why I'm asking these questions, because you say there's an error, and I'm putting to you that there is not an error. They're internally they are consistent conclusions. That's the point.
I'm perfectly happy to accept that there's not an error.
Right.
But what I point out in 3.3.24 is that I don't say it's just an error. I say perhaps a consideration of cumulative release with SA48 has reversed the judgments.
Yeah.
And I've just explained the inconsistencies. So just taking the conclusion, okay, SA48 does not, if released, does not have a wider impact on the greenbelt. Okay, that's what their assessment says. But SA47 does only have a wider impact on the green belt because of the potential change on SA48.
Yes.
And the way the assessment gets around that is to identify potential areas for development of SA48 that's not on its eastern edge of the parcel. Okay, so it doesn't explain that. What I've just said is an interpretation. It doesn't explain that. It doesn't explain that SA47 has an important role because of its relationship with SA48, which won't happen because we're not actually suggesting growth there. It doesn't explain any of that. So that's why, in my paragraph 3.3.24, I'm confused. And I might have lurched towards the conclusion that there's an error because of that confusion and because of that inconsistency. But I'm perfectly happy to accept that it is a product of inconsistency, but I still think there are errors in the conclusion because of what I've just explained.
Well, I think we've got to my point here. So if we look at, let's go back to 4.6, which is the last, let's just look at the last conclusion in SA47 assessment. And that's the bit that says, overall, due to the openness of this area of the greenbelt, the release of the sub-area is likely to alter the performance of the wider greenbelt around Boreham Wood, noting the A1 would prevent further sprawl to the east. So, firstly, this conclusion relates to, quite clearly, the release of sub-area 47 in isolation, doesn't it? Because it says the release of the sub-area, not areas. So we're not talking there about 47 and 48. We're specifically talking about the release of 47.
I'll just about accept. I mean, it's not crystal clear in my view, but yes, I'll accept that.
Yeah. Well, if it was both, it would say the sub-areas, but
well,
it just talks about singular area.
Yeah, possibly, but given all the inconsistencies I've just explained, I wouldn't necessarily draw such a firm conclusion. But I'm happy to accept the methodology says that.
And in terms of the internal consistency, my point is this, which is that conclusion is not inconsistent with the above two paragraphs for the reasons that we've gone through. It's just you as a professional, as a matter of professional judgment, disagree with the conclusions in step 4b. I mean, that's the crux of this, isn't it? It's not that there is internal inconsistency and errors in the conclusion in terms of these three paragraphs sat next to each other don't make any sense whatsoever. They do make sense together, they are consistent. It's just you disagree with the overall judgment.
No, I don't think that's right. No. And for example, when you take the third paragraph, it's unlikely to significantly reduce the neighbouring sub-areas, purpose to 3, given the existing urban influences. The A1 boundary is an additional bar, and it maintains the gap between settlements. If you forget the next paragraph, and you make the conclusion it's likely to alter the performance of the wider green belt around Boreham Wood, that doesn't automatically follow.
Well, they're not inconsistent. Well, that third paragraph says it's unlikely to significantly reduce the neighbouring sub-area's contribution to purpose 3. That's a narrow point, and it's a high threshold of unlikely to significantly reduce. The wording used in the final paragraph is, overall, due to the openness, the release of the sub-area is likely to alter the performance of the wider green belt. They are consistent. It's quite clear that third paragraph says unlikely to significantly reduce in terms of SA48. That doesn't mean that a conclusion which says the release is likely to alter the performance of the wider green belt is inconsistent. So there's different terminology used, that's my point. So I understand your professional judgment, you've explained that, but in terms of what the GBA Stage 2 assessment says, they are consistent, you just disagree with it.
I disagree with them, and I don't think they're entirely consistent.
Okay.
But I also, my main reason for going here is to highlight that this process is totally different to the process required by the PPG. That's really the important point.
Okay, let's move on to openness, if we might. So let's assume that we're into very special circumstances territory. We've got to plug openness into the balance. You deal with this at 5.2.11 of your proof.
I do.
And you say that you judge the overall impact of openness of the greenbelt to be moderate and permanent, and you've considered spatial and visual impacts, and you took us through some of those in evidence in chief. Spatial openness, can we start with that? So this 5.2.6.
Yes.
You say the appeal scheme will have high impact on the spatial openness of the appeal site itself and also sub-area 47.
Yes.
That's important, isn't it? So what you're doing there is you're looking at the appeal site itself firstly, and then you also conclude the same, so high degree of impact on openness, spatial openness of sub-area 47 as a whole, so the whole sub-area.
In spatial terms, yes.
Yeah, in spatial terms. That's as a result of the increase in built form, especially given it's an undeveloped site.
Correct.
And then I think at inset 8, just below here, you've set out the extent to which there will be buildings and hard surfaces on the appeal site, and that comprises 77% of the appeal site, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
That's over, well, some approximately 11.86 hectares worth of built form.
Correct.
And then we know from various documents that the height of the buildings will be up to 27.55 metres, and that's factored in, I assume, into your conclusion?
It is, yeah.
Okay, and then let's look at visual openness then. So 5.2.10.
Yes.
Here you say, as a result of the limited visibility, you consider the visual openness to be, the effect, sorry, on visual openness to be low.
Correct.
And then that's in part based on your conclusion at 5.2.8, which is that the LVIA confirms that there are no long-term visual effects higher than minor adverse, with which you agree at 5.2.9.
Yes.
Can we just pick up that point, 5.2.8? I obviously took you to the LVIA earlier. We know that there are visual effects which are higher than minor adverse because there are some up to moderate adverse.
Long term?
Yes. Where have you taken that into account? Because you say here, the LVIA confirms there are no long-term visual effects higher than minor adverse. Actually, there are. Have you taken into account the fact that there are higher than minor adverse visual effects?
Well, that's an overview across all of the visual effects.
Well, you say the LVI confirms there are no long-term visual effects higher than minor adverse. So there are some, which we went to in the LVIA. So to what extent has that factored into this conclusion?
Well, I'm taking that as an overall conclusion of the LVIA. And we can go to the specific viewpoints if you like.
No, we don't need to go back to them, but I've got your answer on that. Okay, and then let's look at greenbelt purposes, and you've dealt with this at 5.3. Can we start with this? Obviously, the site itself would go from current contributions to no contribution at all. That's pretty self-evident.
Yes.
And that's the approach that Mr. Faulkner takes in his proof of evidence, isn't it? He looks at the site itself. You look at site and sub-area, yes, and the effect to which there'd be a contribution on greenbelt purposes of the sub-area.
Correct.
Mr. Faulkner looks at the site.
Yes.
And obviously it follows that if you develop on an undeveloped greenbelt site, you're going to abolish whatever contribution it makes to greenbelt.
Yes.
So whatever scores we've got will go to zero.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And I've explained why, in my professional experience, that's the wrong methodology for assessing how that changed in the greenbelt experience, yes.
And then let's look at what you've done then. So let's look at the effect on performance of sub-area 47 as a whole. So purpose A, you conclude that the contribution it provides would reduce from 3 to 2.
Yes.
And then purpose C, can we just pick that up?
Yes.
That obviously currently contributes moderately, so score of 3.
Yes.
And that would be completely abolished, so you say score of 5. Now I know you say, I think you said in your evidence in chief that that would be reduced from moderate to low. Actually, if we take 1 or 2 as being low, it would be reduced from moderate to nothing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, my assessment was total purpose change,
yeah,
but it would on, I mean, and as I said in chief, that is a quirk of the methodology, it's a quirk of the ARP methodology that draws a correlation on purpose C to the percentage of built form. So just because if you keep the appeal scheme in SA 47, the percentage of built form takes you above that level.
Yes.
Yeah.
So just looking at development and the extent to which it affects the contribution of SA 47 as a whole, in respect of the wider sub-area, so 47, you accept that the development will affect purpose A to an extent and purpose C wholly.
Yes, because the way the methodology is set up is that you get 0 points where a parcel contains more than 20% built form. I mean, But what I also say is that the wider parcel, excluding the appeals scheme, would still perform at that higher level. So it's a quirk of the methodology that's relying on safeguarding the countryside encroachment purely on a parcel basis of the percentage of built form.
Thank you, Mr Williams. I don't have any further questions for you, so thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr Sheikh. Thank you for completing your cross-examination. Mr Ronan, do you have questions for Mr Williams?
Excuse me, I do. As I indicated yesterday, except it's not the purpose of Rule 6 party to just simply duplicate the council's case and re-ask all of those questions. So you may or may not be pleased to hear that I won't be wading into the detail of the Greenbelt assessment again for the next hour or so. I've got about 15 minutes, I think, largely for your purposes, Inspector, going to be looking at openness, and I want to just pick up on a couple of points on approach that emerged from Chief, but as I say, not duplicating what we've already heard.
Okay, and did you say 15 minutes?
I think so. Yes, I think Mr Williams is very concise in his answers, so I don't anticipate.
Okay, so we'll carry on with Mr Williams. You'll have to carry on. Thank you. Well, when you're ready, Mr Ronan, please begin.
Thank you, sir. In terms of documents, I don't anticipate any new documents, I think. Possibly we'll need to go to Appendix 1 to, Appendix 2 to Mr Goldsmith's proof, which is a document prepared on behalf of Sky Studios about operating a film studio. Possibly also the proposed master plan, building plan, CD 1.12.
Sorry, Appendix 2.
Yes.
That's in the main proof, though, isn't it?
Yes, that's one of the ones that's in the proof itself. It's not a separate document. I don't have a page number, I'm afraid, but I can, because I've printed them out separately.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. Okay then, so well, I'll begin if, unless you're still hunting around for documents. I'm grateful. Good afternoon, Mr Williams.
Good afternoon.
In examination in chief, my learned friend Mr Tucker sought your views on the approach to paragraph 155A. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
He asked you a question about, in considering the question in 155A, which is all etched onto our brains at this point, he asked you to what extent maths is important. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And everyone has a note of your evidence and the detailed answer you gave, but in general terms you effectively said it's important, it's not the only factor, it's a starting point. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I think I said that it sends a very clear signal or something similar to that.
Yes.
Because it does, it's not just one step, it does scream out very loudly whether the qualitative assessment is likely to lead to a different conclusion. And I think that's quite an important point that I emphasised.
Yes, indeed, in fairness to you, you did, and Mr Sheikh, my little friend Mr Sheikh, asked you a very similar point. I can just go back to my note on it. Yeah, you agreed. He said, Mr Sheikh said maths is not the only factor. You said agreed. It's, again, emphasising it's an important factor. Is that an accurate note of your evidence?
Yes, with the caveat of what I've just explained.
Of course. Can we just have a look at your proof, please, of how what you've said today correlates with what you said in your proof?
Yeah.
If you bring that up, paragraph 4.3.3 is the passage I'm interested in. Just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Thank you. Here, this is under the heading, essentially 155A, would the development fundamentally undermine the purposes taken together of the remaining greenbelt across the area of the plan? And at 4.3.3 you say a logical approach would suggest that this, i.e. the size, is the only factor that needs to be considered. Just so the inspector understands your evidence now, you're not urging upon the Secretary of State, are you, her to adopt the logical approach you suggest there at 4.3.3?
Well, I'm not, and I don't do that. That's my point. I go on to qualitatively assess it. What I'm merely saying here is that when you've got a 0.2% change to the green belt, what circumstances, what logical circumstances would lead to a 0.2% change affect the whole of the plan area in a meaningful way? And then I go on to explain some circumstances that might trigger that. So I'm not, taken in isolation, that might suggest, well, you only follow a logical approach and just look at the numbers. That's not what I'm saying, that's not what I do.
That's helpful. It's just to clarify what you say, because as you say, when you read that sentence, you read the words you say. You say a logical approach would suggest this, and I think you've said very clearly that's not the approach you are urging upon the Secretary of State.
Well, you only have to read the following paragraph to understand that.
I'm grateful. Let's go on to 4.3.10, please. That's, I think, over leaf. Sorry, Mr. Williams, you're there?
Yes, I am.
4.3.10, subparagraph 2. Just to put this in context, you're talking about stage 2 Greenbelt assessment here, aren't you?
I am.
Final sentence on subparagraph 2, when you're looking at the questions asked by 4B of the Greenbelt assessment, you say, viewed through a quantitative lens, the answer is obvious. And again, just to reiterate, you're not suggesting to the Secretary of State that a quantitative lens is the only lens through which she should be considering paragraph 155A.
Well, my answer is the same to the previous one. I'm not saying that. I've never said that, and I've not actually done that. And you have to read my evidence as a whole to understand the approach I'm taking.
Yeah. That's helpful. I'm sure the inspector has taken note of that. Can we look, please, at the what you have done for the purposes of this inquiry? I think it's common ground between everyone that the Greenbelt assessment, both stages 1 and 2, were produced for a different purpose than answering the question posed by paragraphs 155A.
Yes.
And if I've understood your evidence correctly, you say that you disagree with the methodology, or not disagree, rather you say it's inconsistent with the methodology suggested by the new amendments to the PPG in respect of answering the 155A question.
It's a fundamentally different methodology.
It's fundamentally different. You haven't, I think well, it's in your proof, but you confirmed to my learned friend, you haven't undertaken, have you, your own independent assessment for the purposes of paragraph 155A?
I've not sought to carry out a new Greenbelt assessment, no. But what I do is analyse the existing Greenbelt assessment and then consider the appeal scheme in that context.
Yes, you have the expertise, I'm sure, to have done that assessment.
It takes months and months of work. The authority's got a grant of £70,000 to do that work.
I'm not talking about an assessment. No, appreciate.
I'm not going to redo a Greenbelt assessment, and it would add confusion. That's why I've not done it. I've used the evidence base and viewed that through the lens of what the PPG is asking us to do.
I'm just talking about the site, though. You haven't done a site-specific assessment of whether the release of this site would fundamentally undermine or not the purposes taken together of the remaining Greenbelt.
Well, I have. I've considered the performance of the sub-area 47, and then I've considered how the appeal scheme relates to that.
If we didn't have the stage 2 assessment, would you have been able to develop a methodology to answer the question posed by 155A?
If there wasn't any, well, there would not be a context where a Greenbelt authority does not have a Greenbelt assessment. So it's it's a rather abstract or theoretical question, but if I accept the premise, if there was no evidence base, I would have needed to do more assessment on purposes, but the standard approach to dealing with this question, and bearing in mind that this is my third grey belt inquiry so far this year, and I'm on to about assessment 30 something, the standard approach that I'm advocating in seminars is you must start with the evidence base and then assess the differences, both with the methodology and, as I've given emphasis to what the actual proposal and the actual proposed change is. So I wouldn't, because there is a Greenbelt assessment, I would not go away and do a separate Greenbelt assessment. I viewed it through the lens of the Greenbelt assessment, identifying the differences. No, I appreciate what you have done, but just I think the answer was you could do it, but you wouldn't do it where there is an existing assessment. Is that a fair summary of what you just said? Because it's in place, you wouldn't do a new one. You'd compare the scheme with that. In any of those inquiries, or appeals rather, that you've just referenced, did you have to consider the question of answering the 155A question other than through the existing evidence base? And I can add a rider to that, which is it seems to me that it's going to be a question that your industry is going to have to grapple with going forward as to how methodologically does one engage with 155A. Yeah, I think that's fair. The inquiries I've done so far, both of which were permitted, were pre-PPG. Okay. So is it no? Essentially, the answer to that question, you haven't had to do that yet. Well, the answer was, have I grappled with 155A in the context of Greenbelt assessment? And the answer to that is yes. In both of those inquiries, but they were both pre-PPG. And you understand, of course, the mere fact that you're instructed by the appellants does not mean that you're not independent of them. Does not mean I'm not independent of them. You understand, in other words, that you're independent of the appellants. Oh, yes. And there's no suggestion by you whatsoever that you couldn't undertake an independent assessment. It's simply that you've got the existing evidence base and that's what you've engaged with. Sorry, I think there's a conflation there of the word independent. So I am dependent of my client. I'm very, very clear in that regard. I've explained why you wouldn't carry out an independent Greenbelt assessment. If you're linking the word independent between the two, they're very different. I've explained why I wouldn't do an independent Greenbelt assessment because one exists, and whilst it's a different methodology and it's applied at a different scale, I viewed it through the lens of the PPG and what's actually proposed in this appeal scheme. Yep. No, I understand that. That's very helpful, Mr. Williams. I'll leave it to submissions as to the extent to which it's useful, what you say. I won't ask you now about that. But in terms of openness, that's really the only substantive point that I wanted to add to the council's case. You've already been taken to the PPG. Perhaps we can just bring that up again now. It's helpfully set out in your rebuttal. Just let me know when you're there. Yes, I'm there. Thank you. Paragraph 13, I'm afraid there's no page numbers. I think it's the second to last page of your rebuttal. Paragraph, it's the long paragraph reference at the bottom. Do you see that? Subtitle, title is Considering Potential Impact of Greenbelt on the Openness of the Greenbelt. Sorry, what was the paragraph number? Sorry, it's 13. It's right at the bottom. Yes. Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry. Beg your pardon. Yes, I have that. Yeah. Grateful. Yeah. I don't think there's any dispute as to the meaning of openness. PPG tells us that it has a spatial and visual aspect. Let's start, please, with spatial. Again, not sure there's actually much in dispute here. You accept, don't you, that more than 3/4 of the site will be covered by built form? Yes. You say it's a high impact. I mean, on any view, it's a substantial impact, isn't it? The effect of openness by that built form. Yes, spatial openness is a pure two-dimensional plan analysis of the change, yeah.
Let's proceed from the starting point that you're right about the public perception of change to the openness being limited. The fact that it's not necessarily being perceived to a large extent doesn't in any way change the factual position, does it, that more than three-quarters of the site spatial openness will be lost?
Correct, and that's what the spatial test of openness relates to.
Yes. Well, doesn't that lead to the conclusion, or isn't it open to the Secretary of State to conclude that the mere fact that perception might be low doesn't justify an overall conclusion that the impact is merely moderate?
There's a judgment to be made there. I accept that. Yes. It's not. For example, in LVIA terms, subject to a relatively strict formula of assessment.
That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Let's talk about duration, please. Duration and remediability, because that is the second of the bullet points in the PPG. You've already answered this, but there's no suggestion, is there, that the development is temporary?
No.
And there's no dispute between us, is there, that the historic field layout will be lost?
No.
And that trees and hedgerows within the site will be lost, but of course subject to your point about there'll be replacement in the form of mitigation.
Yes, no, I agree with that.
So it's expressly identified as a factor by the Secretary of State in the guidance. Mr. Dingle considers permanence in his proof. I don't see anywhere in your proof, Mr. Williams, where you take into account the permanence of the scheme in your judgment.
Well, the degree of permanence in respect to the PPG is usually used as a reduction to the overall conclusions. If it's temporary, you have to start. For example, the classic is a Samuel Smith case.
Yes.
And the degree of temporariness of that scheme and the remediation of that scheme acted in that case to reduce the effects. And the whole debate on that case was the degree to which that was visible, and that was one of a number of cases that led to this PPG guidance. So it's a reductive influence if it's temporary. The permanence is in effect saying that the conclusions on openness don't change over time.
Well, what does the PPG say? It says the duration of the development and its remediability are relevant matters in making an assessment on the impact on openness, and appreciate the answer you gave, and I don't for a moment dispute the expertise you have in this area, but what is the answer to the question as to whether you have taken into account the impact of duration and remediability in your judgment?
Well, I've taken it into account because
where do we see that?
Is that where an effect is temporary, I'll be writing about how that's remediated and how that might reduce the effects that I've assessed otherwise. But I also point out it feels like you're cherry picking somewhat from the PPG, because what the PPG says, by way of example, you have to regard judgments on the circumstances of the case. By way of example, there might be a number of matters that may need to be taken into account. These include but are not limited to.
Yes.
And so I do consider duration, and my approach to considering duration...
But where, Mr. Williams?
Well, if I can explain, I consider duration in the way that I've just explained. If this was a temporary scheme, I would be writing about, well, what is proposed in terms of remediation, and how would that reduce over time the spatial effects the scheme creates. I haven't had to write that. I have not reduced my assessment because this is a permanent scheme.
Yes, and the fact that it's permanent might lead to a conclusion that the impact on openness is greater.
No, the spatial openness and visual openness doesn't change because it doesn't diminish over time. The whole point of being temporary is that it would and could diminish over time.
Remediability
change the assessment you've made on openness. That's the point I'm making.
Yes, let's go back to PPG. It's not, is it, just visual and spatial that are the only factors relevant identified by the PPG?
I'm not saying that is the only impact. No.
Well, you just suggested that it's only spatial and visual openness that matters.
No, I haven't said that, and my evidence doesn't assess that. My evidence assesses openness through spatial and visual consequences, and it assesses the impact on purposes.
Those are two.
I've not reduced those conclusions on the basis of it being permanent. That's the approach I've taken.
Those are two matters expressly identified, as you say, included as being relevant. The PPG doesn't say they are determinative, does it?
No, it doesn't. I've just explained that it says that there's a number of aspects that might need to be taken into account, and those include what we've just been talking about. Yes.
Fine. Well, that's helpful. The inspector will have a note of your evidence on that. We'll leave it to submissions. You say I'm cherry picking, but I've considered spatial and visual. I've considered remediability. Let's consider the third. So all of the cherries have been taken from the tree, please. The degree of activity likely to be generated, such as traffic generation.
Yes.
Paragraph 5.2.12 of your proof, you consider the backlot. Perhaps just give you a chance to bring that part of your proof up.
Yes.
The backlot is, I think I'm right in saying, essentially a large area of hard standing which could be put to a variety of different uses.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Sorry, yes, of course. The backlot, it's I'd say the reason I contextualise it because it's an unusual term, backlot. As I understand it, the backlot is a very large area, something like 20,000 square feet. Be corrected, it might be meters. Essentially hard standing, and it's effectively a space which can be used for many different purposes, filming, set construction, and the like. Is that essentially how?
Yes, it's a flexible space.
Flexible space, yes.
It's probably best illustrated by the site visit.
Yes, indeed. No, forgive me, I'm just contextualising it, just making sure I understand it more than you. You say at 5.12.2 that the introduction of the backlot by the appeal scheme is a harm which is not different in principle. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's right, isn't it, that the planning permission which permits the current backlot is a temporary permission?
Yes.
So all things being equal, if the appeal is dismissed, the backlot use will not continue.
Correct. Well, I'm not a planning consultant. It's better for those questions to be posed
absolutely.
to the expert.
I think, to be fair to you, the qualification you might put be, there could be a further application for planning permission for a backlot. That's fine, but that's as things stand, it's a temporary permission.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. There's a difference, isn't there, Mr. Williams, between a temporary, I think it's 3 years, might be 5, I'll be corrected, 3-year permission allowing a flexible space to be used, and a permanent introduction of activity across a 20,000 square metre space.
There's a difference between, sorry?
A temporary introduction of that use and a permanent introduction of that use. In terms of harms and assessing openness, one of them by definition is temporary and will fall away. The other will be there potentially forever. In terms of judging openness, those are different considerations, aren't they?
Yes, and I've assessed the latter.
Yes, you say it's not different because it's already there.
No, I'm saying I'm assessing the scheme in the context of what's currently in place, and whether that's there or not doesn't change what I'm assessing.
Let's go back to the PPG. PPG expressly says one of the factors which might be relevant on a judgment on openness is the degree of activity likely to be generated. I think you've agreed to me that if the backlot is there permanently, that's actually a different consideration than if it's simply there for 3 years. Is that a fair summary of your evidence? You agree it's a different...
Well, before I answer that question, I will answer that question. What I'm saying at 5.2.15, this is not where I'm dealing with permanence. I'm simply saying that the basic activities within the backlot would not differ between what's there at present. The activities.
Yes.
just
the
as a way
activities
of,
themselves will be
just
the
a way
same.
of understanding what those activities are. So if the appeal scheme, if the appeal scheme's backlot activities were temporary and there would, let's say, there would be some planned remediation over time, then that might affect my assessment of that scheme. But that's not what's proposed, so that's why I haven't assessed it.
No, I mean, that's the point, really, and I can leave it to submissions, but you don't take into account, do you, the effect of this space being permanently used as a backlot. You simply consider it through the lens as it currently can be used for 3 years, therefore doesn't need to be taken any further than that.
No, I'm not saying that. I've said I'm assessing the scheme in its all permanence. I'm not reducing that assessment by considering any short-term, mid or long-term remediation, because that's not what's proposed, so I haven't assessed that.
We'll leave that for the inspector to make a decision on when considering your evidence. A few more points on activity, there's not much left to cover. Traffic, PPG again, paragraph 13, the degree of activity likely to be generated, such as traffic generation. So traffic generation is simply one example of one point that might be relevant. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
In terms of other activity, other than traffic and use of the backlot, you don't, do you, consider any other activity in your judgments on openness?
Not specifically, no.
No. Can we just have a look, please, at some of the activity that might reasonably follow the appeal scheme? Let's go to the tenant statement. Sorry, not the tenant statement, the other statement from Sky. It's Appendix 2 to Mr. Goldsmith. Mr. Goldsmith's proof, rather.
Yes, I have that.
I don't know if you're able to do this because you might be working electronically. You may have two screens, though. If you're able to, it would be helpful if you had the master plan open as well.
I've got a hard copy of that.
Oh, yes, there are some floating around, yes. Do you have a copy of that, sir?
Do you want us to look at the building plans or the roof plans?
The buildings plans, please.
Okay.
I'm not sure much turns on it, though.
No, I think it's drawing 600.
Are you're there as well, Mr. Williams? I just really want you to have them side by side at this stage,
yes,
if that's at all possible.
Yeah.
That's really helpful, thank you. The statement from Sky, paragraph 10, do you have that open, please?
Yes, I do.
This says unit base / base camp. It's a term, we're told, that describes a support base for a film shoot. On a large feature, it could consist of between 10 and 15, sometimes more, trailers of around 35 to 55 feet, accommodating various things. Go forward a few sentences, you see that as well as support cars, minibuses, and a wide variety of delivery vehicles. A film unit base could easily exceed 40 separate vehicles, large and small, etc., etc. Not asking about traffic per se, but when we look at this master plan, I don't see anywhere in there effectively allocated for these vehicles, for this base camp to be housed. Is that your understanding as well? And it you may not have asked that question, so if the answer
Well,
is
my understanding of this point is by having toured around the existing facilities. So I do understand what these activities are through that lens, and I anticipate that it would be a simple reflection of that type of activity, and that will be clear from the site visit tomorrow.
Yeah, no, well, I'm probably not explaining the point very well, but when we look at the plan, we don't see anywhere in there that says base camp. So presumably these open spaces between the buildings, that is where the base camp will have to be accommodated. That seems to me to be a reasonable conclusion from the plan, at least.
I'm not sure that is. I mean, I think I
Well, you may not know, but
I think I would defer that
fine.
to Mr. Goldsmith.
No,
My interpretation of those base units is you'll see it on site, you'll get an understanding, and
it's entirely fair. You're not here as a planner or designer, so you don't know. I entirely accept that. Let's just assume, though, that they might be in those spaces. And indeed, if we go back in the Sky statement, there's no page numbers, but it's paragraph 7. It's about 2 pages back from the passage we were just looking at, unit base / base camp. And there's a picture there. It doesn't have a figure number, I'm afraid, but it's above a piece of text that says paragraph 7, typical departments are.
Sorry, I've got para 7. Did you say the image above?
Yes, there's no title for the image. It just says image shows view of main site from northeast elevation.
Yeah.
Do you have that, sir?
Yes, I do, yeah.
It's a really simple point, Mr. Williams. When I look at this, in between the buildings, I see various, don't know what they are really, various pieces of equipment, vehicles, possibly part of a base camp. Do you see that material between the buildings?
Yes, and that reflects my understanding from what I've seen on site.
And in your assessment on any aspect of openness, do you account for the degree of activity introduced by the base camp?
Well, I assess the activities that I've seen in the Sky Studios, which is predominantly activity on the backlot and activity on the corridors between the sets, the stages. I've assessed that as part of the scheme. That's what I understand of the scheme, having...
We don't see in your proof, do we, any express consideration of this type of activity on openness?
No, but this is all internal activity. I mean, it's something that it's something that's far more evident just on the site visit from me trying to describe it. It's there, it exists. There are trailers between stages, reasonably low level of activities, but the backlot activities can change depending on what's going on. So that's all part of what this facility is. That's how I understand it.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate to...
Sorry, I hesitate to interrupt, and I do so not to object.
No.
Helpful. There are 2 different things here, one of which is micros. Yeah, good answer, in front of it. No, that's not mine.
Oh. Can hear you. No, that's...
drawing attention to things which relate to the LDO, Sky Studios, for example, the temporary marquees, and what's being referred to as the base camp. So it's maybe a point Mr. Goldsmith can explain. I didn't want to...
Okay. So... And what we're seeing in this image is an artist's impression, effectively, isn't it?
I don't know about that, sir. I was slightly unsure, but I don't. It says image shows view of main site. I don't know if that's the main site of the existing scheme.
I'm trying to compare that. I think it is a visualisation of both sites together, so the existing site and the proposed. I think, looking at that, I may be wrong.
No, it's not. I'm not. This isn't a huge point because this is ultimately a matter of...
It's a photograph. Okay.
It looks very much like a
hard to tell these days. Okay, that's a photograph. Fine. Thank you for that clarification, because otherwise I may have misinterpreted it. Thank you.
Yeah. Just before that interlude, Mr. Williams, I think you say you don't expressly deal with the impact of the activity introduced by the base camp in your judgment on openness. That's right to record, isn't it?
I don't
It's not expressly
I
recorded.
don't expressly. I've measured and assessed impact based on what I know of what happens at the moment.
Yeah.
That's my assessment, yeah.
That's helpful.
Which includes, I've had the tour and seen and spent time seeing how the site actually functions.
Yes.
So it's based on that.
No, I appreciate that, and I will leave it to submissions as to how helpful that is for the Secretary of State when she has to reach a judgment. Is there anything else? There's nothing else from me, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ronan. Are there any other questions for Mr. Williams from anyone else? I don't have any. So, Mr. Tucker, would you like to re-examine your witness, and shall we do that and then adjourn for lunch?
By all means, sir. I think I've only got 2 or 3 points to ask, so it won't take long. And through the magic of cinema, my microphone's back on. Mr. Williams, no questions from the last session of cross-examination, just from Mr. Shake's cross-examination, and just a couple of points. Firstly, you were taken to the various viewpoints. The inspector will go to them. The public right-of-way to the north that you said is not accessible to and from the A1.
Yes.
One of the factors in GLVIA is the extent to which there is evidence of the extent of usage of public rights-of-way. Do you have any comments to make about the usage of the road to nowhere, as it were?
I do, and I say it's not used. And you have to clamber over gates to even get on it, because there's a diagonal right-of-way through the yard that you can't actually follow. And you can't carry on to the A1 because it's blocked off and there's scrub.
Thank you. Next, the PPG, which is your appendices to your rebuttal, paragraph 4. Not written by, sorry, paragraph 8, apologies.
Yes, I have that.
There is an interesting grammatical approach that's taken, but we have to do what we can with this. Firstly, is this intended to be consistent with what's set out in paragraph 155A of MPPF?
Yes, it's intended to be consistent with it, but add clarity on how, in this case, you could consider the impact.
Just turn to 155A, but don't put away paragraph 8. What therefore do you understand it to be aiming to be consistent with?
Well, it aims to be consistent with not fundamentally undermining the purposes taken together, the remaining green belt across the area of the plan.
Okay, so let's think about that. So a development, whether it would fundamentally undermine the purposes of the rest of the green belt.
Yes.
Okay, let's have a look at what the sentence you were taken to actually says. It says, in reaching this judgment, is that a reference back to the previous paragraph?
It is.
Is that intended to reflect what's in 155A?
It is.
Okay. Authorities should consider, so this is this something that's a difference of approach, or is this something that's intended to be helpful in answering that first question?
It's an assistance for the authorities.
So decision makers should consider whether or the extent to which. So what do you take from those words?
Well, it's assessing whether there's any effect, and when you say the extent to which, the extent of that effect. So a judgment on what effect there might be in the context of the meaningful test.
So if there is an effect in relation to that, and one considers the extent of that, is that intended to then feed back into the preceding sentence?
Yes.
Okay, let's have a look at the rest of it. So you've got to consider whether or the extent to which release of the development of the land would affect the ability of something, which is defined as all the remaining green belt across the plan area. So whether it would affect the ability of something from serving all 5 purposes in a meaningful way.
Yes.
Explain to me how you have understood that sentence. What is it that it's asking you to do in terms of assessing whether there is an effect or whether or not the extent to which there is an impact?
Yeah, it's very clearly telling you to assess the impact, in this case, of the proposed development, and to understand the extent to which that would affect total greenbelt in the plan area, total purposes in a meaningful way. So it's making a qualitative judgment of what that effect might be that then feeds back into whether that fundamentally undermines the remaining greenbelt as a whole.
So let's just try to understand that in the real world, as it were. Let's assume one has a development which has a catastrophic effect upon the remainder of the greenbelt across the area, even though it's on a parcel of land which doesn't have strong purposes.
Yes.
You said a very tall building in Anston Malone and Friend, for example.
Yes.
So a catastrophic effect. In those circumstances, how would you apply that sentence?
Well, you have to measure whether that catastrophic effect on a small part of land that resonates across the plan area goes beyond the meaningful effect and therefore would undermine the purposes of the plan. So there's a threshold involved to then feed back into whether that fundamentally undermines the plan. So that in that situation.
So that's the catastrophic end of the scale. Let's go to the other end of the scale where there is some adverse effect, but it's at the lower end of the scale. How would that inform that sentence, and then how would you feed it into the assessment required by 155A?
Yes, so if it's a less than catastrophic effect, if it's a less than meaningful effect, and which I describe as serious or important, then that feeds back in, and it wouldn't fundamentally undermine the purposes taken together across the whole of the Greenbelt area.
And whereabouts does this case fall in that scale?
Well, substantially below that.
Thank you. Next, I think maybe finally, you were taken, finally you were taken to the methodology of Greenbelt Assessment number 2, core document 4.5, and in particular stage 4B, which is actually entitled Wider Greenbelt.
Yes.
Okay, can you just turn, please, if you would, to paragraph 27? Sorry, page 27, I'm so sorry, in core document 4.5, sir.
Yes, that's PDF 27.
Yeah. So wider impact assessment, and my learned friend rightly pointed out the words wider greenbelt appears in the first sentence.
It does.
Then it says, where relevant, the impact of the cumulative loss of adjacent sub-areas was also considered. The qualitative assessments considered the following. Now, is that the only things that the qualitative assessment considered, or is that what it's telling you the qualitative assessments actually considered?
It tells you what it actually considers.
Do you find anywhere within that a suggestion that there's an assessment of the whole of the rest of the green belt to the borough?
No.
So, reading that section in full, what, if anything, do you invite the inspector to conclude was actually done in terms of the wider green belt? What was meant by that? Reading section 3.7 in full.
Yeah, reading it full, I come back to only the third bullet where it talks about the integrity of the surrounding green belt. And when you look at the actual assessment, it gives you guidance as to how that's interpreted. Bearing in mind this is a methodology of the author that goes on to assess it. So it's clear from looking at what they end up assessing, what they intended with the methodology. And in this context, they are assessing the surrounding greenbelt being immediately around Boreham Wood.
And tell me this, you've looked at the whole of 4.6, the annex to this document. Is there any part of it that assesses the green belt as a whole and the effect of any individual parcel upon the green belt as a whole?
Nowhere. And so the first step that I described is understanding the quantitative change. That's not there at all.
So if the words don't say that and it's not being done, what do you infer about whether the methodology suggests that you could use this as a proxy for the green belt as a whole?
Well, you can't. It doesn't. It's a different assessment with a different methodology with a different outcome.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you, sir. Unless you have any questions that arise.
No further questions or any questions. Thank you. That then concludes Mr. Williams' evidence. So thank you, Mr. Williams, for your time today. So we'll take a break shortly for lunch and then come back and hear the evidence of Mr. Goldsmith. Before we do adjourn, just wanted to check, because I know, Mr. Sheikh, you were keen on seeing a copy of that legal note, or a note on the legal agreement and where we're at with that. want to see that before we...
Yes, not much turns on it, sir. It's just, I mean, for Carl's on the table point, the UU doesn't require that the BNG is on the Rovent Park estate. It aspires to put it there, and then there's a cascade mechanism. The condition requires it, and obviously the condition needs to be amended to reflect the UU. So it's really just to confirm that my understanding of the UU is the correct mechanism. If that's the case, and that's all the BNG note says, I'm quite content just to work with the UU. That's simply the reason I wanted to see it. Number 20, yes. At present, I think that requires, there's problems otherwise with the enforceability of condition 20, but at present, I think that requires the BNG to be on Rovent Park Estate, where that's not actually what the UU seeks, so there's a slight inconsistency. My understanding is that's going to be updated.
That was the only point you had on
that. Was the only point I had from it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm grateful for that. I've no idea why it is that Firma Solicitors hasn't responded as yet, but we'll do what we can over the lunch adjournment anyway.
Okay.
My learned friend's absolutely right. We raised with the council this morning. There's a problem with condition 20 in its wording in any event, and it's hoped that we can spend some time with the authority and have a chat about that. The most obvious problem being it doesn't actually have a final trigger. So it requires a management plan to be provided prior to occupation and agreed, but then it doesn't actually require anything to be done with it, which is all very exciting. The unilateral undertaking requires provision on a proxy site, off-site, and then failing that, after a period of time, an identification of another site, failing which there's a payment of a sum of money, but that leaves hanging the notion of, well, what happens if the council can't spend that money? That's remediated by the need for an enforcement section in the condition. It's amazing how sometimes the most obvious things get missed, and that trigger in the condition is something that needs to be tightened up, and that's a matter that we want to discuss with the authority. We've got a draft form of wording which is currently doing the rounds internally at this side, which I hope to share with my learned friends as soon as we possibly can.
So I'm grateful. I'm grateful for that indication from a learned friend. In essence, if that is the case, and I can work off the UU, I'm quite relaxed about seeing the BNG note.
Okay, there's no urgency to see it. Yeah. No. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
But you, sir, should be aware that we recognise there's a shortcoming in the condition which needs to be remediated.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on that from anyone? That point, that note. Any other procedural points before we adjourn? Anything else, Mr. Sheikh?
Nothing from me, sir. I think we've got a pretty good chance of getting Mr. Goldsmith done this afternoon.
Yeah.
Just indicate my cross-examination time estimate was an hour and a half. I don't think I'll be longer than an hour maximum, if not less.
Okay. And Mr. Ronan, you will obviously follow Mr. Sheikh, but is your estimate of an hour still?
Yes, sir. I think.
I know you may have more to cover.
Yeah, no. I have, in the spirit of trying to use the inquiry time as efficiently as possible, spoken to Mr. Sheikh to make sure that we're not going to be duplicating things. Yes, I think about an hour is probably right.
Okay.
But yes, I agree that we probably could get Mr. Goldsmith done today.
And Mr. Tucker, you're saying 45 minutes, I think, for
It'll be half an hour, sir.
Okay.
There's a law of diminishing returns by this stage of the inquiry.
Yes, understood. Okay, well, let's see if we can manage that. Mr. Morris, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. I think we're all enormously grateful for the applicant providing a far more efficient access to the documents. But I think residents should be able to rely on a formal record from the planning authority, which is now 7 days behind. Now, I think I'm not suggesting any sort of timescale, but in the long term, isn't that where the document should be, rather than in a third-party site? And when I say third-party, Google, I mean not you. I'm very grateful for you providing them, but surely the document should be on the planning authority's site in due course, and they're now 7 days behind. Can residents be assured that they will be there in a completeness and retained way, etc., etc., etc.?
We ask the council to respond on that. Mr. Faulkner? Yeah, Mr. Faulkner's nodding that we can. So yes, there is sometimes with inquiries this kind of slight mismatch between what's available on one site and what's available on the council site. But I agree that, yeah, we should have everything there, because the Google Drive site may not be there forever, whereas the council's records should be there for a very long time.
Yes, so that's no problem, as those to my side behind me have intimated. I think for the purpose of the inquiry, this current system is actually quite an effective one because it means everything is updated as quickly as possible
Yes.
and everyone can access it, and of course it's by access from the council's website. It's the equivalent of having a dedicated inquiry website page that the
Program
council...
officer type thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I know, and obviously I've made my comments about the usability of different systems, and I'm grateful that we have a system that hopefully everyone's been able to access.
I won't comment on that. So.
But I appreciate that the council, the council's records need to be consistent with what we've been submitted. So thank you, Mr. Morris, for raising that point. Any other procedural points from anybody else?
Not for our part, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Right, shall we adjourn for 45 minutes and come back at 1:45? Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
we move on to Mr Goldsmith's evidence from anyone?
Not from our part, sir.
Anything for council?
Thank you, sir.
Or
No,
Ross?
sir, thank you.
Mr Morris, you have your hand raised.
I'm sorry to be a pedant on this, but I went looking for yesterday's and day before video recordings and they seem to have disappeared now. I don't know whether that's by accident or design, but if there's no good reason to make them disappear, could they come back?
I think this was the issue I identified yesterday, that it's when the link is updated on the council web's page for the appeal, it takes you to the current day, not the previous days, and I'm assuming that the previous days are still available, Mr.
I can't find them at all, and
No.
I've searched by a number of methods.
Okay. I was hoping that it would still be there.
Yeah, so I think they are still on there somewhere. They're not on the. If you're right, sir, that if you click the link, it takes you to today's. I think we're trying to update the website so that if you have previous days, yeah. So that's ongoing, but I don't think they've been taken down.
I have specifically searched the Hertsmere webcast library, and they're not there at all.
Okay. Well, hopefully they haven't been removed completely. But can we confirm this afternoon? Because I don't want us all leave today and then, we don't reconvene until next week. So I think before we adjourn today, can we?
We'll do that. I'll ask those behind me to find out this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morris. If there's no other procedural points, then Mr. Tucker, would you like to introduce your witness and tell us of any documents you'd like us to have to hand?
Thank you, sir. So you should have the MPPF, Mr Goldsmith's proofs of evidence, his rebuttal and his main proof of evidence. I may turn to the plans, and it may be that I will turn to the updates, the committee report, sir, which I'll give you the reference for. Apologies. It's core document 3.2, second sheet. If you recall, we looked at that the day before yesterday. And sorry, and the statement to common ground as well, sir.
Statement to common ground.
11.1.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Goldsmith, you look like you're ready to go, so are we happy to make a start? Yep. Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
Mr Goldsmith, from page 3 of your main proof of evidence, are you Neil Goldsmith?
I am.
Thank you. Are you a town planner, a graduate of the Victoria University, Manchester, a Bachelor of Arts? Do you hold a Bachelor of Arts in Planning and a Bachelor of Planning? Are you a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute?
That's correct.
You tell us that you joined your current firm, which was then Nathaniel Litchfield and Partners, back in March of 1990, after several years' experience in the public sector, mainly with Westminster City Council. You tell us that you were an associate within 3 years and a director within 9. Is that right?
That's correct.
You tell us you're currently a senior director within the London offices of Litchfield, as well as being on the Litchfield's board of directors. Is that right?
That's correct.
Tell us a little bit more of Litchfield in 1.4. You then tell us 1.5 about your experience of working in this particular borough, and also at least one of the parties to this appeal. How familiar are you with this borough and planning matters in this borough?
Very familiar, sir. I was involved with for LNG in the original application on the site, which is the Centre of Sporting Excellence, I think back in about 2014. So I've been involved on this site alone for the last 11 years, and then also obviously involved in Sky Studios South, and now with this appeal scheme as well.
Thank you. You tell us in relation to this particular appeal scheme that you're asked to advise on the project in early 2022, and that you were responsible for the preparation of the planning statements, and I think it's fair to say you were the agent there afterwards. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. If you then turn to paragraphs 1.7 and 1.8, could you read those out, please, and then tell me whether you stand by those, both in relation to your main proof and your rebuttal.
The evidence which I have prepared and provide in this proof of evidence is true and has been prepared in accordance with the guidance of my professional institution, the Royal Town Planning Institute. I understand my duty to the inquiry to help the inspector on matters within my expertise, and that this duty overrides any obligation to the person from whom I've received instructions or by whom I am paid. I confirm that the evidence in this note identifies all facts that I regard as being relevant to the opinion that I have expressed, and that the inquiry's attention has been drawn to any matter which would affect the validity of that opinion.
Thank you. Do you stand by that in relation to your main proof and your rebuttal?
I do.
Thank you. As a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute, you're entitled to rely upon the views of others within their areas of professional expertise in forming your overall judgment. In forming your overall judgment, do you rely upon the views of the other 3 witnesses for the appellant in relation to their areas of expertise and those who provided reports or attended the round table session in providing their evidence?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. A couple of things at the very outset. First of all, if I may, a suggestion was made, I think yesterday, about the possibility of the appeal scheme not being an extension to the existing Sky Studios South. Can you take up, and I don't really mind which plan you look at, but any one of the master plans that shows the layout?
Yes.
Right. First question. We are told by the courts, and certainly we'll draw attention to the Scottish Widows case if we need to in closing, that when looking at any planning determination, a decision maker is entitled to look at the probable consequences of the grant of permission.
That's correct.
In terms of the probable consequences of the grant of permission in this case, were the appeal to be allowed, what's the probable use to be made of this site as an independent film studios, independent of Sky Studios South?
It wouldn't be used independently. In the planning statement that's been referred to earlier in the inquiry, made clear at a number of times, a significant number of times actually, that this has been designed as an extension to Sky Studios South. We've got, as you can see on the plans, we've got internal bridges between the two. And most importantly, there's been quite a lot of debate already about, or discussion about the backlot. So, the issue is we would have a single backlot for both sites, effectively. The importance of the backlot to Sky Studio South has been set out in my evidence and others' evidence, and they couldn't operate the south side without the backlot. So it is a single comprehensive scheme that's been developed that way.
And just help me with this. To what extent would you have a comment of Sky Studios South being keen on a commercial rival having a backlot and a studio of this layout immediately on its doorstep without Sky Studios South having a backlot, given what's been said in the tenant statement about the importance of the backlot?
Well, clearly it just wouldn't work for Sky.
Thank you. Second point. I don't know if Mary Poppins 3 may be made at this particular studios if consent is granted, but come and fly a kite with me. In relation to this particular kite flying exercise, whereabouts in any of the evidence have you seen it suggested that in fact that this would not operate as an extension to the existing site? Is it in any of the planning proofs of evidence before the inspector?
Not that I've seen, no.
Before yesterday, was it any part, so far as you understood it, of the Rule 6 parties case?
No.
Any suggestion by any party that there should be a condition or an obligation to ensure it operates as an extension?
No.
Given what you said about this, and also Mr Davis's evidence about not putting a multi-storey car park as your entrance way to a studios, given all of that, to what extent would such a condition be necessary?
It would not be necessary to have a condition like that on the Sky North permission.
Thank you. Put away the kite momentarily. Decision tree next. We now know from both Mr Dingle and Mr Faulkner that they both invite dismissal of the appeal based upon the reason for refusal set out by the authority, albeit for slightly different reasoning in relation to both the inappropriateness as they see it of the development by reason of paragraph 155 and also the factors that weigh into very special circumstances. But both say there's no other freestanding based upon which they would invite dismissal of the appeal.
That's correct.
Let me just go with the decision tree then. If the inspector considers, notwithstanding the evidence of the Rule 6 party, third parties and the council, that the appeal scheme comprises grey belt and also it doesn't fall foul of any of the paragraphs in paragraph 155 of MPPF and therefore is not inappropriate development in the green belt, what's the outcome of this appeal?
The appeal should be upheld.
Thank you. And is that your position before the inspector?
It is, and I've set that out in my evidence.
In the event that the inspector does consider that this is inappropriate development in the green belt, whether by reason of a failure against 155A and or 155B, do we then turn to very special circumstances?
We do.
Thank you. In the event that the inspector considers that the benefits of the scheme clearly outweigh the harm that arises, including greenbelt harm and also definitional greenbelt harm and any other harm, the inspector reaches those conclusions, what should be the outcome as you understand the position of all three planning witnesses before the inquiry?
Again, the appeal should be upheld.
Thank you. Let's look then at 155, please. Paragraph 155 of MPPF, I should say.
That, yeah.
Now, we know that the only two sub-paragraphs of this paragraph which are said to be engaged for consideration are A and B.
That's correct.
We therefore also know that we don't need to talk about golden rules and it's common ground that the development would be in a sustainable location. Is that the inference you should draw from that conclusion?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. We also know that looking at A, there is common ground that the site would in fact use grey belt and there's no footnote 7 concerns. So the first issue is whether or not there would be a fundamental undermining of the purposes taken together of the remaining green belt across the area of the plan. In reaching your judgment on that issue, do you rely upon the evidence of Mr. Williams, or do you provide your own view, or do you provide additional points to Mr. Williams?
I rely upon the evidence of Mr. Williams.
Thank you. And when looking at the PPG, is that something that should assist the approach to 155A, or does it add an extra test?
It helps the approach.
Thank you. Secondly, the words of the MPPF says there is a demonstrable unmet need for the type of development, and then gives us a footnote which tells us how you judge that in the context of gypsy and traveller and also housing sites. Do you see that?
I do.
It was suggested earlier in the inquiry that that should equate to a test of essentiality. The word essential, I think it was accepted on a word search of MPPF, is used 18 times by the Secretary of State. Do you read the words of 155B as bringing in a test of essentiality?
No.
Where the Secretary of State means essential, does she use essential in MPPF?
She does on numerous times within the document.
Thank you. In terms of unmet need, how do you invite the Secretary of State to approach unmet need on the information before the inquiry today?
I have addressed it.
No, how do you invite the Secretary of State to approach
to
it?
accept that there is a demonstrable unmet need for the proposals.
Thank you. Now, we heard through the econometric evidence the encouragement for the maximisation of opportunities within Hertsmere within the film and television industry. To what extent is that of any relevance when considering unmet need, if at all?
It is relevant. I think generally in terms of how it's, I deal with need in my proof evidence, and obviously Michael Davis dealt with need as well in his proof. I think the important thing is it's not a narrow definition of need. I think that the important point here is that there is no additional guidance within the PPG on how need is established. And I think that's for good reason, because I think outside the housing sphere, I think that there is no single way that it should be decided whether or not there's an unmet need or not. I think the evidence put forward by Mr. Gunn-Jones in particular, and he talked about the need, it's really a top-down approach from the government. We looked
Can I just check, Mr. Goldsmith? Is Mr. Goldsmith audible at the back? Yeah.
It's all right. It's all right.
Is that better? It's the first time in a long time that I've known Mr. Goldsmith. You're softly spoken.
Thank you.
You were telling us the starting point is a top-down approach.
Yeah, I think what we mustn't do here is have a narrow definition of need. There's a top-down approach that needs to be followed in this instance, and it may be different for other proposals, but it's extremely important here in that It's been set out by Mr Gunn-Jones that at the national level, the government level, looking to enable growth within the country. And one of those ways to enable growth is in this sector. Creative industries are one of the 8 sectors that are seen as growth driving to create wealth, to create inward investment, which is something that the film industry is very good at, and to create jobs, among other things. So I think it's wrong to look at, for instance, just a quantitative analysis of need. I mean, Mr Tucker and I, for many years, did many retail inquiries when, 20 years ago probably, when need was an issue. And there was 2 aspects of that. There was quantitative and qualitative need. So it is wrong just to look at something in quantitative terms, albeit we have put evidence into the inquiry about the quantitative need for additional studio space within the West London cluster and nationally as well. So I think it is important. Going on from that, we've got the regional and local need as well. It's been, Hertsmere in particular has been consistent with its support for the film industry, from the current local plan through development management and then the emerging local plan as it's going forward at the moment. So I think there are many facets of the need case here, which I don't think have always been taken into account by the Rule 6 party.
Thank you. So we've got national level in terms of encouraging development in this sector. We've got local encouragement of development and taking account of opportunities in the sector that we heard yesterday. We've also got the tenant statement at Appendix 1 of your evidence expressing the view of Sky, obviously part of Universal Comcast, one of the world's leading film and television operators. And we also heard about the extent to which there is grade A film studios floor space available within the West London cluster, as it's been referred to.
Yep.
If we bring all those together, what's your assessment as a professional planner as to whether or not 155B is or isn't met?
Yes, I'd just like to touch actually on the operational need. Is something that's set out in Sky's case for expansion. It is clear that they need additional space for this facility. It's been hugely successful over the last 2.5 years. They need the extra space. They need a permanent backlot. So there's all levels of need, which, as I said before, it's really important that all these factors are taken into account, and I think there is a clear demonstration here of the need in accord with 155B.
Thank you. Legal submissions will be for the lawyers. You'll be disappointed to hear, Mr Goldsmith. To what extent does the Secretary of State in 155B call for an assessment of alternative sites if there is if there is a demonstrable unmet need?
There is no reference in there.
Thank you. In relation to this, there was an interchange prior to the dissemination of the application, where in the update report that we looked at 2 days ago, and you're welcome to look at it again, it's the second part of core document 3.2 if you wish to do so, where the council were asked to consider the issue of alternative sites. I think in the context of very special circumstances, because 155B wouldn't have been before the council at that stage. To what extent do you commend or disagree with the approach that's been taken by the council in that update report?
That's correct. There was an objection from the Rule 6 party, in fact 2 or 3 objections from the Rule 6 party at the application stage, which L&G and Sky solicitors, Simmons and Simmons, responded to, and that's appended to my proof, which deals with the alternative sites approach. The council then, in advance of committee, took their own legal advice on that, which is in the document that Mr Tucker referred to, and confirmed that they were happy with the approach undertaken by the applicants at that time, that effectively the alternative sites did not need to be considered because there was a locational imperative for it to be on this site.
Thank you. And then final question to ask in relation to 155B. We know the council accept within the statement of common ground that there is a need for the development within the terms of 155B. What weight do you invite the Secretary of State to give to the view of the council that there is a need for this form of development, mindful that the council's view was informed by their evidence base of the emerging local plan?
I think a lot of weight. They're obviously very familiar with the film industry, the benefits of the film industry within the borough. As I said earlier, it's something that's been consistently supported by Hertsmere for many years. So I would give a lot of weight to the fact that the council accept a need for the development.
Thank you. So in circumstances, if the inspector recommends the Secretary of State and the Secretary of State agrees that 155A and B are addressed, in those circumstances, does the decision maker need to go on to consider very special circumstances and anything else?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you. Now we know at an earlier stage of consideration of this area within the plan-led system that there was a Regulation 18 version of the plan, I think called document 6.1, which proposed in effect an extension to this to the existing Sky Studios south side as a draft allocation, which was then taken out in a further iteration of the Regulation 18 plan.
That's correct.
And we've been told that there were 18,000 objections to that Regulation 18 plan, largely as a result of controversy over greenbelt issues. Was this site the principal contentious issue for those 18,000 objections, as you understand it, Mr. Goldsmith?
No, my understanding was there were quite a significant number of housing sites in the Greenbelt that were proposed as part of that first Reg 18 plan, and I think that was the main focus for the objections. Obviously, I think there were objections to the media quarter as well, but that was not the main focus as I understand it.
Thank you. In any event, would you turn please to paragraph 146 of MPPF, please?
Okay.
In terms of the next iteration, which will obviously be a Reg 19 version of the plan, it was agreed by Mr. Faulkner on day one that paragraph 146 of MPPF would now be engaged in terms of assessing how objectively assessed needs would be assessed. And we know the council accept that there is a need for this form of development, and we know that the 146 says that one should be doing that in the Greenbelt if there isn't a non-Greenbelt site to accommodate it, unless there would be a fundamental undermining of the purposes of the remainder of the Greenbelt.
That's correct.
Let's just work that through. Have you seen any site identified which could accommodate the extension to Sky Studios by anyone?
No.
Thank you. To what extent would the council have to take account of 146, this change of national policy in the next iteration of its plan?
They would need to.
Is there, has there been a representation to the Reg 18 plan which has removed the site as an allocation for the site, for the plan?
There has been, yes,
Yeah.
on behalf of L&G.
Thank you. What weight can be ascribed to the draft plan?
Well, very limited weight.
Thank you. So is this something that the council will have to grapple with in terms of the next stage of its plan in any event?
Yes, it will.
Thank you. Very special circumstances. Now we know from the council's evidence that they allege that there are a limited number of reasons for refusal as set out, forgive me, breach of policy as set out in the reason for refusal that are said to be breached.
That's correct.
There is a debate between the Rule 6 party as to whether, and the appellants as to whether or not SADM 12 is breached. That's the one that relates to trees.
That's correct.
What's your position on SADM 12 in the light of Mr. Williams' evidence? Again, you don't need to turn it off unless you've got a burning desire to do so.
SADM 12 is obviously the protection of tree policy within the plan. It's a, oh, put up actually just quickly. It's,
So I should say to it, it's core document 4.2. And it's page 33.
yeah, it says, we touched on it certainly earlier in the inquiry. It's a rather strangely worded policy, and it was put to Mr. Faulkner when he was given evidence, in that it does talk about refusing development where there's loss or likely loss of any healthy high quality trees. Now we accept in this instance that there are some high quality trees and some hedgerows being lost as part of this development within the interior of the site. Most of the perimeter trees and hedges are retained. But as part of that, and the next paragraph within the policy does refer to replacement planting. I deal with it in my proof in section 9. I don't think we need to go there, but there is mitigation there in terms of what's proposed as part of the planning application, including 120 trees that are being replanted, I think over a kilometre of hedgerows. So in all, I actually don't see a particular conflict with this policy, albeit that it's worded in a way that you could say that any loss of any tree, any healthy tree or high quality tree would make a conflict with what we're doing here.
Let's assume for the purpose of my next series of questions that there is a technical breach of that policy if there is the loss of any high quality tree, yes, which is the proposition that was put forward, although we have the answer of both other planners to say you've got to approach this with a sensible eye, mindful of mitigation.
Yep.
So, but assume technical breach in relation to that. Of the other policies that are said to be breached by the council, I just want to turn, if you would please, to core strategy policy CS12, which you'll have in core document 4.1, and it's page 59 of the PDF. Sorry, CS13, I do apologise. Amazing how you can touch a mouse and it just flicks through to a different policy. So page 60 of the PDF. CS13.
Okay.
If there is compliance with paragraph 155 of MPPF, would the development be not inappropriate development in a greenbelt? Would it be appropriate development in the greenbelt?
It will be.
Would it conflict with the policy?
No.
If very special circumstances are demonstrated, would there be a conflict with this policy?
No.
If those two conclusions were reached, would this policy tell against the proposal?
If it was breached?
Sorry, forgive me. Sorry. If those two propositions were right, so if very special circumstances were demonstrated and or it was appropriate development, would this policy be breached? Was the question I should have asked. God alone knows where my mouth was going in that one. So we know that there are other policies which are supportive of the film and television industry. For example, CS11, page 54 of this document. What's your overall judgment if either VSC are demonstrated or this is not inappropriate development in the Greenbelt? Would there be compliance with the development plan taken overall or not?
There would be.
Thank you. And is that the case even if there is a technical breach of SADM12?
Yes, I made clear in my proof that when the developments or the development plans considered as a whole, that the proposals are compliant with the development plan.
Could you turn to your rebuttal proof, please? And you have within your rebuttal proof of evidence a helpful table which sets out the position of the respective planners at page 1, paragraph 1.4 on the weight to be afforded to the respective benefits.
That's correct.
We also have in the Statement of Common Ground the weighting that is given to the various elements which are contained in the Officers' Report to Committee. Your weightings, are those consistent with or different from the weightings given in the Officers' Report to Committee?
I've added in a couple in there, but where they're consistent between the two, they are consistent with what's in the committee report. Thank you.
Now, we know that there is a differential weighting that's been given to some of these benefits by Mr Dingle and Mr Faulkner. We also know that Mr Faulkner has told the inquiry that he thinks it's a finely balanced judgment in relation to very special circumstances judgment. What's your view? Because you conclude that there are very special circumstances. What's your view? Is it a finely balanced one or not a finely balanced one?
No, I don't think it is finely balanced at all. I think there's a compelling, very special circumstances case in this instance, more so than most Greenbelt applications that I've dealt with, and I actually say in my proof that I think the economic benefits are so significant, well, they're actually very substantial in terms of weighting, which is also accepted by Mr. Faulkner, that I think on their own they would warrant, they would outweigh the harm to the Greenbelt. So I think in that one situation, irrespective of the other ones, which also weigh heavily in its favour, I think the proposals are acceptable when considered against the VSE tests.
We heard yesterday from Mr. Gunn-Jones that the net value added to the UK economy would be around £400 million per annum.
That's correct.
Let's just think about that on a 10-year basis, and let's think about that using American billions, not UK billions. That's about £4.4 billion GVA added to the UK economy.
Yes.
We also heard from Mr. Gunn-Jones the position that was expressed by the Chancellor in the budget statement yesterday, and I think the intention is that will be added as a core document since it's referred to in his evidence. How do you put that level of investment to the gross value added of the UK economy in the context of the economic position the UK finds itself in?
I think it's just a really significant figure. I think the Chancellor's looking at sort of 500 million saving, and we're looking at 400 million here, and that's per annum as well. So it's just a significant figure, huge benefits of the scheme that, which is why I think there's this top-down approach to creative industries and to enable growth within the country.
So, appreciate you'd written your proof of evidence before the Chancellor's statement. Following yesterday's position as described to the inquiry by Mr. Gunn-Jones, has the weighting of the benefits, or has the importance or otherwise of the benefits increased or decreased?
I think it's increased.
Thank you very much. Would you wait there, Mr. Goldsmith?
Just to get that last point correct, you're saying increase the economic benefits?
Yes.
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 Not any of the other benefits, just to be clear.
Ones, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tucker. So we'll turn now to cross-examination, starting with Mr. Shake for the council. And
thanks, sir.
I think we'll see how we get on. If there's a point, maybe after an hour or so, where we want to break, or whenever you feel, we'll try and take a break at some point during cross-examination.
Thank you, sir.
But
See how it gets on.
Any other documents we need?
Just three, sir. So the SBDs at CD 5.1 and 5.3. And then, so if you have a copy of ID4, which is the UU, that'd be helpful.
These were 5.1
and 5.3.
Okay. Getting anything else?
And the UU.
And the UU. Okay, yeah. Fine. Thank you. Well, if you're ready to begin, please do.
Thanks, sir. Getting quite a lot of feedback, so I'm just going to... Yeah. There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Goldsmith.
Good afternoon.
Can we start with this? If you're wrong about meeting 155A of the MPPF and the development is inappropriate, we agree you have to show very special circumstances. That is a matter of planning judgment.
That's correct.
Very special circumstances is a high threshold, isn't it? The benefits have to clearly outweigh the harms, both to the Greenbelt and other harms.
They do.
You have reached your conclusion that very special circumstances are made out on the basis of the weight that you've attributed to the benefits and harms in your proof.
That's correct.
So each weight that you've given to each benefit and harm is important, isn't it? Because that forms the basis of your conclusion that very special circumstances is made out.
Yes, I mean there are various benefits here as set out in my proof. As I said, they don't all need to be. I don't think they all need to be there to actually outweigh the harm to the Greenbelt. But there are a number of benefits there which have different, varying weights attached to them.
Yes, well, I'm not sure you've said that in your proof, as I'm not sure that you've done an alternative assessment where you say if you're wrong, for example, about the weight that should be attributed to one of the benefits or the harms, for example, that your conclusion is still very special circumstances. If you have, can you take me to that part?
I haven't, but what I have said is that the economic benefits alone in my view, outweigh the harm.
Yeah, and that's still based though on your weight to the harms, isn't it? So your harms have to be right if that conclusion is right.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, well let's start with your rebuttal then and the table that you've helpfully set out. Just want to deal with the parts that we agree on. So we agree very substantial weight to economic benefits, don't we?
We do.
We agree substantial to socio-economic benefits.
We do.
We agree significant to improve connection for pedestrians and cyclists. And then we've heard from Mr. Faulkner that he has included need and benefits of co-location in his economic benefits section. In other words, you've subdivided his category, but he's taken it into account as part of that benefit.
He has.
Yes. Just before we proceed, can you just help me with your scale? I don't think I've seen a scale anywhere of the weights that you use. I can see in your evidence that you have very substantial, substantial and significant. There's nothing lower than that, so I'm not entirely sure how your scale is set out, but I'm going to hazard a guess that it's very substantial, substantial, significant, and then moderate, limited, / low. Yeah,
That's correct, yes.
So we'll work with that. And then in terms of the benefits which we disagree on sustainability and we disagree on the weight to give to BNG.
That's correct.
So let's deal with the first of those if we might. That's sustainability, which you address at 8.58 of your proof.
So sorry to interrupt, but just got to note to say that one of my clients watching online and finding it difficult to hear is not sure if there's anything you can do about that other than speaking up a bit.
Well, it may be the microphone position rather than Mr. Goldsmith's voice itself, and there's terrible feedback. Seems to be
I'll
worse
try and
than
get a
mine.
bit nearer.
Yeah.
If that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Rowan, for pointing it out. Sorry, Mr. Straight, do you want to go back to...
Thanks, sir. I won't repeat entirety of what we've just gone through, but let's just pick up on the points that we disagree on, which is sustainability and BNG, and I just want to pick up your approach to sustainability, which is 8.58 of your proof.
Yes.
PDF page 70. So if we go to 8.64, I want to pick up this point about the fabric first approach. So you say there's a fabric first approach, and then in 8.64 you say key principles that have influenced the design include a fabric first approach bettering part L of the building regs by at least 10% as required by the council's offsetting draft SBD. And then when designs are finalised, it's expected that the development will achieve a further reduction in improvement against part L to the required 30%. So can we just pick this point up? We don't necessarily need to go to it, but the carbon offsetting draft SPD, well in fact let's go to it. So it's CD 5.3. And then can we go to paragraph 3.6, which is on PDF page 9, internal 9 as well.
Sorry, what number?
Paragraph 3.6.
3.6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if we just scroll up slightly, we can just see basically section 3 is titled Hertsmere's Approach to Carbon Reduction. So that's what this paragraph sits in. We've got a hierarchical approach to net zero carbon at the inset above 3.5. And then 3.6 says a fabric first approach will be taken in line with the energy hierarchy outlined above. Development should aim to achieve carbon reductions in line with the hierarchy and to achieve, and we've got 2 bullet points here. Firstly, at least 10 to 15% reduction in carbon emissions over and above part L of the building regs, to be achieved through improvements to building fabric and the design and layout of the development, and around 30 to 40% reduction on part L achieved through renewable energy, etc., etc. So just dealing with this in comparison to what you set out 8.64, the point relatively simply is that the scheme accords with the requirements of the draft SPD, don't they?
Well, I mean, when we talk about 10%, we say at least 10%. Obviously, it will depend upon the final development of the scheme. I would also say that it's a draft SPD.
Yes.
so it's not adopted policy.
Yes.
But we are at least meeting those requirements, and there is a good chance we'll go above those requirements.
Yes, but in terms of what you said at 8.64, for instance, at least 10% as required by the draft SBD. The draft SBD requires at least 10 to 15%, in fact. So you are essentially meeting the requirements, except it's a draft SBD, but you're meeting the requirements of the draft SBD, not really going beyond them. At least you're not. There's nothing to secure going beyond.
I think in this case the calculation was based on at least 10%. It will change obviously when we get to the construction stage, but yes, I mean it's meeting that at least the requirement within the SPD. But I would stress it is a draft SPD also.
That's helpful. Then 8.66, just look at the sustainable transport point. So we've got 3 bullet points here which indicate that the appeal scheme will deliver a number of sustainable transport measures. The first one's a contribution towards Boreham Wood Town Centre transport study. The second is 2 electric shuttle buses to serve the studios. And then the third is the contribution to increase the frequency of existing route 398 bus and additional funding of 325,000 towards bus service improvements in Boreham Wood. So in terms of sustainable transport benefits, really the only more general public-wide benefit is that third bullet, isn't it? So the second is obviously electric shuttle buses to serve the studios.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, with the first one's this contribution towards the transport study. And then in terms of the real benefit that you're putting forward for members of the public in terms of sustainable transport, that's the increase in frequency of the 398 bus and the additional funding.
Yeah, in terms of the contribution, financial contribution, the upgrades to the bus services, that is the largest and the most significant benefit there. Obviously there could be a benefit from us, from Sky and LNG contributing to the transport study, but that's slightly more difficult to actually evaluate at this stage. But yeah, the main sustainable benefit is the bus services there.
Yeah, and then if we just go back to the rebuttal, I just want to look again at the table. We've also agreed improved connection for pedestrians and cyclists. It's treated as a separate benefit. I suppose it could sit under the sustainability point because you're dealing with sustainable transport to some extent there, but it's treated as a separate one. But that should be taken into account, shouldn't it? That it perhaps could be treated together, but it's a separate benefit under this table that's been agreed.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is slightly different. It's this standalone scheme that was agreed with the authority during determination of the application. I think it is, as I say there, it's a significant one. I think it should be standalone. Yeah, I mean a couple of these could be put together, but I think it's important enough to have its own section.
Yes. I mean, in practice, the point I'm making is there are a few of these benefits that could be put together, could be separated, could be further subdivided perhaps. It doesn't necessarily take us anywhere, it's just a formatting point. And it's just a formatting point for the inspector to know that some of these could be lumped together, divided. But
yeah, they could be defined in a slightly different way, clearly, and some could be put together. I mean, I think the way I've dealt with it here is the appropriate way.
That's helpful. Let's deal with BNG then.
Could I just add one other thing on the sustainability, which I think is important? Sorry about that. But I think it's not just I've done a summary here in my proof of the sustainability benefits. If you look at the council's committee report in there, there are a number of other significant benefits there, such as BREEAM Excellent. It's all in the energy strategy. It was submitted as part of the planning application. There's over 15,000 square metres of PVs on the roofs, and this will be an extension to a facility which is seen as probably the most sustainable film studio in the world at the moment. So to actually mark that not at least significant seems rather strange to me.
Let's go on to BNG. So can you go back to your rebuttal and just want to deal with the difference between the weight that you've afforded? So we heard Mr. Faulkner on day one. He says limited to moderate weight. You say significant. That's what's between us on BNG.
That's correct.
CD 5.1, don't necessarily need to go there, but it's the Biodiversity Net Gain SPD.
Yes,
That is an adopted SPD, isn't it?
it is adopted,
Insofar
that
as you
one, yes.
adopted SPD.
Yes, I think January 24, I think.
Yeah, and that requires the scheme to provide a minimum of 10% BNG, doesn't it?
It does.
Now, I'm not going to suggest to you that just because it's a policy requirement doesn't mean it's not a benefit. I think we can agree that. Irrespective of whether it's a policy requirement, it's still a benefit.
That's correct.
However, the policy requirement sets a helpful context, doesn't it, for the expectation of a minimum BNG, and schemes could provide much more than the 10%.
Yes, where you provide more than 10%.
Yeah. Well, you provide more. Schemes could provide much more. Schemes could provide 100%, 200% BNG. That is possible, i.e. this is a minimum level that's expected, but schemes, quite simply, could and do provide much more.
They can do. I mean, we're nearly 30% above what we need to provide as part of a BNG calculation. What I would say on this is that the SPD was in place at the time the application went to committee, and officers at that time thought that the BNG was a significant benefit. That was in full knowledge of the fact that the SPD had been adopted before then. So I'm only taking a view of the officers at the planning committee. I think it's not. If we're at 10%, it may be different, but we are nearly 13%. So that is an important consideration.
Yeah. What I'm suggesting there is that percentage level is relevant to weight, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes.
So in the context of what this scheme offers, which is 12-13%, it is pretty much, I accept it's just above, but it's pretty much at the lowest end of acceptable BNG level.
I wouldn't say 30% more than you have to, or nearly 30% more. Is that I think that's quite a significant. In my experience of BNG recently, sort of 12 or 13% is quite a good increase on the minimum required. Yes, you're right. There are applications where you may go to 20%. I think 100% or 200% is unusual.
Well, there are
but there's still a benefit over and above the minimum, and it also needs to be remembered that we submitted the application before the mandatory BNG requirements came in.
Yes, but well, help me with this. If this scheme was presenting 20% BNG, what weight would you give that?
Well, clearly slightly more than 13, but then it would probably go higher than significant.
And then what would you give 30%?
Well, slightly more again.
Yeah, what on your scale? You've got a scale, so help me with that. You've given significant to 13%.
Well,
where are we going up on your scale?
It's difficult to say, isn't it, until we know exactly how that will be provided. But yeah, somewhere, I haven't really thought about it, but somewhere you will get to going from significant to substantial.
Yeah.
Where that exactly would be, I don't know.
So what would you give 10% then? If 10% is the minimum you have to say, that you have to meet, you're saying you've given significant because you're doing 13%, which is 30% more than you have to. What would you give 10%, the minimum requirement?
I might take it down to moderate, but I think right. it's significant in the context of what we're proposing as part of the scheme.
So you'd give moderate weight to 10%, and then you suggest significant to 13%. Well, would you give it moderate?
I'm not actually sure. I mean, I'm not sure the difference between 10 and 13 would make that difference. It's not something I thought about. I mean,
yeah, well, can you have a think about it? I don't mind what your answer is. It would be helpful to have an answer.
I think in the context of the fact that it wasn't mandatory when we submitted it, I think actually I would still give it significant at 10%. Perhaps anything less than 10%, I would go down to moderate.
So on the basis it wasn't mandatory to give it significant, so are you saying because it's policy requirement or mandatory that affects the weight to give it a benefit?
Well, we didn't need to, apart from when the SPD came in, which is guidance, obviously. Yeah. We didn't have to provide. I mean, there's a policy in the plan which is referred to in the committee report about which doesn't actually give a percentage for BNG. So anything over and above, or actually increasing the level of BNG, will be a benefit.
Yes, but I'm asking you to help me with the weight, and I'm slightly
Well,
confused.
I'm saying,
Wait,
I think 10% or above.
Wait, let me finish the question, because I'm slightly confused by your last answer, because you said the weight you attribute it is now dependent on whether it's a mandatory requirement or not. Whether that's through policy, statute, doesn't really matter. If there is a requirement to achieve a certain benefit, I think we agree that that doesn't affect the fact it's a benefit.
Yes, a benefit, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So irrespective of whether SPD was in effect, whether this is a scheme caught by the Environment Act that requires 10%, irrespective of that, we're agreed that it's a benefit, and we know that there's a contextual baseline through the SPD and through the Act of 10%. And so if that's the minimum threshold that gives us a helpful contextual baseline, my question is, if you're hitting that minimum contextual baseline of 10%, whether there's policy in place or not,
I think it's still significant.
you'd give significant to
Yes.
any BNG, basically.
Well, 10% or above, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Goldsmith, what I would say with the obviously hard for me to tell with the volume, but I think every time you sit back, you do lose a bit of volume.
Okay.
I know sometimes just in the, in the giving your answers, you naturally people move around, but
Okay.
I think if you can just be sitting forward,
Okay.
that probably will help. Thank you.
Mr. Goldsmith, we heard questions about, I can't remember who we heard it from, but I think it was the inspector's questions to the ecologist about where the off-site provision actually is. So do you remember their questions about if it's in the same borough, for example, how that affects credits and the amount that you're going to
Yes.
provide off-site? Has the distance from the site of where this is proposed been taken into account in your evidence for the attribution of significant weight to BNG off-site?
Yes, I mean, as people will have seen, it's fairly close to the application side.
Okay. Have you got the UU in front of you? It's ID 4.
I have.
Can you go to the BNG section, which is Schedule 1, please?
Okay.
I assume you've seen the UU
I have.
before, yeah. Right, so let's just have a look at what the UU actually secures. So what we see is that under paragraph 1.1, subject to 1.2 below, the owner covenants with the council to use reasonable endeavours to secure the Bentley Heath BNG receptor site. That's the Rotherham Park estate site,
That's correct.
isn't it? Yeah. Within 4 months of commencement of development. Yeah. And then 1.2, we've got where despite having used reasonable endeavours to secure that, there's been an inability to secure it. There's another 4 months. And then there's a cascade mechanism under 1.2 that requires the owner to look at, firstly, an alternative BNG site within the borough, secondly, within the county, third, within neighbouring counties, fourth, within the south east, and then fifth, somewhere in England. Yeah, so
Yes.
that's what the UU...
Yes.
So in terms of what is actually secured under the UU and the updated condition, because the condition is going to be updated to reflect what the UU secures, although there's a...
Subject to implementation of the biodiversity gain management plan. That's what I said, not that it would reflect the UU.
Sorry, sir. I thought this was a point we clarified before I started cross-examining Mr. Goldsmith, because my understanding was that the UU was correct, and insofar as there was inconsistency because Condition 20 sought to secure Rotherham Park Estate as the BNG receptor site, that was going to be amended just to reflect this cascade mechanism.
I said, and in fact I explained this outside of inquiry and inside the inquiry, there is a defect in the condition in the way it's currently drafted because it doesn't have an enforcement element in relation to it, notwithstanding it's agreed, and it needs rewriting so that it contains that enforcement element in relation to it.
Yes, so I don't have a problem with that. That's not what I'm... sorry, I'm not attempting to misconstrue my own friend's words here. My understanding was, because there is an inconsistency insofar as what the condition actually secures and the UU secures, my understanding is that as an agreed UU, This is what the appellant actually secures in terms of off-site BNG. And so if, insofar as the condition is not quite reflective of this, it's going to be updated to reflect that. If I misunderstood that, that's my mistake.
That may well have been a misunderstanding, but I suppose there is still that point about the geographical differences between Condition 20 and the UU, that if Condition 20 says Roxham Park only, and makes no reference to a cascade of sites, then there is a tension between the obligation and the condition, which I don't know that is being looked at, Mr. Tucker.
I mean, I don't know if it's a fact you can only have 2 microphones available. Yeah. The current condition at the moment requires essentially a biodiversity net gain management plan. It specifies a geographical location. That shouldn't be in there. There are a variety of different elements within it which are useful to ensure they're specified for a biodiversity net gain management plan, which I think would be useful to have within it. And then the implementation of how that's to be delivered is then there needs to be an enforcement provision. In terms of how that condition is then discharged, subject to those elements, that will be at large for the authority to ensure that it takes place. So whether that would be consistent or inconsistent with the UU is a different question, because it would be open to the authority to enforce it in a manner which was different from the UU if that was thought to be appropriate in all the circumstances. What would be wrong would be that the council would be bound by the terms of the UU, because they would have a discretion to decide whether or not to enforce it. So, for example, they could choose a management plan which took account of, I don't know, a particular requirement, notwithstanding my clients had used reasonable endeavours within 4 months. They could say, no, I'm sorry, that's not good enough. It should be within 12 months. They could do something different in the management plan and could still enforce it, which is why I absolutely did not say that it would reflect the terms of the UU. This is a parallel regime of control. This is belt and braces. And if that wasn't clear, I'm sure that was entirely my fault for not making it clear. The condition essentially is king in this instance.
So if it helps, I don't disagree with anything my learned friend said. It's helpful that the clarity has been provided that the geographical reference in the condition is going to be removed. That is essentially the extent to which I raise this as a, yeah.
For the purposes of your questions, I think that's probably all you need to know.
It is. The rest of it, I will have a look at in due course, but
sure.
That's essentially all I was bothered about for the purpose of my question.
Apologise to my learned friend.
It's best to be certain than not. So, okay, on that basis, shall we carry on?
Yeah, thank you. So, Mr. Goldsmith, you'll have heard that exchange. Essentially, my query is, insofar as what the UU seeks, and I think the consistent condition once a reference to geographical location has been removed, the mechanism secured under the UU is essentially, first of all, we'll try our best within 4 months to get it at the intended Rotham Park estate site. Insofar as that's not possible, we'll then use this cascade mechanism, and we'll try our best to get it in the borough. If not, we'll try our best to get it in the county, if not neighbouring counties, etc., etc. My point is relatively simply that although you say part of your significant weight is the proximity of the BNG site to the appeal site, there is a possibility, isn't there, under how the UU has been drafted, that actually the BNG site could not just not be in the borough, but could be not in the county. It could be somewhere else eventually. Indeed, there could be no BNG site, and there could just be a contribution at the end of all of this, which is what the UU says. So how have you taken that into account in the weighting, where you say part of the attribution of significant weight is the proximity of the BNG site? Have you taken that into account?
I've assumed in the the weight that I've afforded to BNG here that it takes account of the agreement that's been agreed, well, heads of terms have been agreed with Bruton Park, effectively. Obviously, it would be helpful if there was an alternative site, and we've got that time scale to find another site with possibly with the council's help as well. Then it'd be helpful in Hertsmere as well. My understanding on BNG, and I'm not an expert on this, is if you go beyond boroughs, the cost is greater.
Yes, I think to be fair, that's what your ecologist said on day one.
So if the cost is greater, then you're obviously the benefit's more because you're paying more into it. So I don't think that would matter. That mechanism makes up for the fact that you may be going further away from the site.
Yeah, although I think your own ecologist described it as a punitive mechanism where if you go further, there is essentially an increase because you're further away from the site, as opposed to an additional benefit. But I can deal with that in closings. But my point is, my question to you is, if, for instance, the BNG ends up somewhere else in the country as opposed to the borough, or indeed you can't find, for whatever reason, an alternative site and you end up with a contribution instead under the UU, then how does that affect your weight? Surely the uncertainty must bring your weight down ever so slightly if you've said significant is based on we have secured the BNG site at Roving Park.
But if we've got the mechanism where the money, the amount that's paid is more, then that would address, that's done on the very reason that you're trying to get sites as close as you can to the application or the appeal site.
Yeah.
So I don't think that would change my scoring on that basis.
Right, I'm not sure I follow that. If under the UU you end up with a site somewhere else in the country, in the north somewhere.
But my understanding is that the contribution is more.
Well, the contribution might be more, but you've said proximity to site is a relevant factor. And the contribution being more, as your own ecologist explained, was a punitive point to try to keep the BNG receptor site within close proximity to the appeal site. Otherwise, you can start developing loads of land and then you can go and deal with it by BNG contributions up north somewhere else, entirely different part of the country. That's the punitive element of it. So I understand your response, but you said part of the significant weight you've attributed was proximity of BNG site to the appeal site. So if that's not secured under the UU and there is uncertainty as to whether it will definitely be at that site, that must bring your weight down, mustn't it?
No, I don't think it does.
Right.
Because of the mechanism we're talking about, because the contribution is greater.
Okay, I'll deal with that in closing.
Okay.
Okay, can you go back to your proof then? So let's have a look at 8.19. I just want to deal with the harms. So your rebuttal proof in the table doesn't set out the harms, it sets out the benefits, doesn't it? So I'm looking at 8.19 for the harms in terms of the weight in which you've attributed to those harms.
Yes, which are taken from Mr. Williams.
Taken from, sorry?
From Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now these harms and weights are the ones that you have taken into account in applying very special circumstances, I assume?
That's correct.
Yeah. We know from 8.19 that you attribute moderate weight to landscape and visual impact, and that's a matter of agreement.
That's correct.
Yeah, and then you set out the basis on which you've reached that, so moderate and significant adverse impact on the site itself, the minor to moderate adverse impact on the LCA, etc. And that's on the basis of both the conclusions of the LVIA, well, it's on the basis of the conclusions of the LVIA and the updated addendum, which I've explored with Mr. Williams, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. And then at 8.19, you say, as identified above, the harms comprise, first bullet point, medium harm to the greenbelt in terms of the appeal scheme's impact on openness, and then you put here Mr. Williams' conclusions, high spatial impact and low visual impact on openness, and then you afforded substantial weight.
Yes.
You haven't referenced harm to the greenbelt as a result of it being inappropriate development in the greenbelt, what we're referring to as definitional harm. Why haven't you referenced that?
That should be in there. I accept that.
Right, that should be in there.
Yeah.
Right, why is it not in there? Have you not taken it into account?
I have taken it into account, but
how do I know
it's just
that?
not, well, because I'm saying I have taken it into account. Now, I've spoken about definitional harm, so I have, and I've based it on the evidence given by Mr. Williams.
Well, all right, but 8.19 says these are the harms I've taken into account, basically. You set out your greenbelt harm, and then you set out your landscape and visual. You keep saying I've referred to Mr. Williams' conclusions. I understand that, but we also have to go beyond what Mr. Williams deals with in terms of harm to openness, for instance, because we're also looking at definitional harm.
Yes, we are.
Yes, so
Yeah.
that should be taken into
Yeah,
account.
it should be, yes.
Right.
And I accept that.
And then if we look again at 8.19, you haven't referenced harm to the purposes of the Greenbelt. Any reason why that's not referenced?
Again, I should have put it in there, yes. To be.
Right. Should be in there.
I accept the analysis and the conclusions from Mr. Williams in that respect.
Yeah. The only reason I ask this is because I've read your evidence. I understand that the basis on which you get to your very special circumstances conclusion is the weighting and the benefits that you have dealt with in your proof, and the harms and the weight that you give to those harms in the proof. And where harms are missing, the inferences, they're just not been taken into account.
That's not correct. They have been taken into account.
Is there anywhere in your evidence that I'm missing where you have expressly referenced those and taken them into account? So I understand what you say now, but in terms of me looking at your evidence that you presented this inquiry.
Well, only that I've taken my lead from Mr. Williams, who obviously has taken those factors into account. So that's my starting point for the harms. And I accept the conclusions that Mr. Williams came up with in his proof of evidence and his analysis.
Yeah, but Mr. Williams isn't a planner and doesn't deal with definitional harm, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Right, and I don't see any reference to definitional harm. In fact, I only see reference to you saying we don't take definitional harm into account if it's appropriate development in the Greenbelt. It's not inappropriate, but I don't see anywhere you plugging in a definitional harm as part of your balance.
But the fact that I say in there that if it's not inappropriate, then you don't need to take it into account, would infer that I know that I do need to do it as part of the comparison between the harms and the benefits.
Okay. 12.15 onwards is your assessment of Mr. Williams's, well, it's an indication of Mr. Williams's evidence. And as you say, that's the basis on which you've reached your weight to harm to openness. That you
Yes,
then
I've
set out.
summarised the position.
Yes, you've summarised
yes,
his. Yeah.
Yes.
Insofar as the inspector considers, for example, that Mr. Williams' evidence has downplayed the impact on visual openness, let's take that as an example, you'd agree, wouldn't you, that you would need to afford the harm to openness more weight?
If he had underplayed it.
Yes, if the inspector comes to a conclusion that Mr. Williams' conclusion on visual openness,
Yes.
effect on visual openness, is actually higher than he says, for example,
Yes.
then you'd need to shift
It
the
would
harm to the...
Yeah, it would slightly shift it. It wouldn't make any difference to the overall conclusions and between the harms and the benefits, but yes, it would shift it slightly.
Thank you, Mr. Goldsmith. Thanks, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Ronan, you obviously have questions for Mr. Goldsmith. Shall we take a short break before we deliver those?
Yes, I think, speaking for myself, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think we'll do that. We've been going for just over an hour and 10, so let's do it. Are you still anticipating a sort of an hour or so?
Yeah, I don't think more than an hour, actually, because my learned friends covered some of the key points that I was going to cover, so fairly confident that it'll be within an hour, or probably less, actually.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take a break, but obviously in the meantime, if we could just double check the links for the recordings, if there's an opportunity to do that during the break. Otherwise, unless there's any other procedural points at this point. Anything else, Mr. Sheikh?
No, I'm told the videos are there, but I'm just trying to make them
More accessible. Okay, good to know they haven't disappeared. Thank you. Anything else from anyone before we adjourn? Mr. Tucker.
So I have one, which you recall, sir, that the document that was put in by Mr. Morris this morning, which I think ID 9 from recollection, or has been added 8. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I did intimate that I'd take instructions from Mrs. Balboa to ask whether or not a note was needed. I think a note probably would be needed, sir. I'll try and find out during the break, or at least by the close of play this afternoon, how long that will take to put forward, but I'd anticipate hopefully over the weekend and provided by Monday, but I'll take instructions on that.
Okay, thank you. Well, if you can update us and then we can, in any wash up at the end of today, we'll sort of cover any implications of that.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else from anyone before we adjourn? No? Okay, thank you. We'll come back at 3:10. Thank you,
sir.
Now, yes. So it's
True.
and the inquiry is resumed. I think we now have the recordings of previous, there's a link now on the appeal website to the previous recordings. I haven't checked to see if that works, but looks like we're moving in the right direction, and the recordings are still there, hopefully. Yeah.
I perhaps answer there. I buried 3 sub-menus down, and Mr. Faulkner has said he will probably try and rescue them from that electronic black hole.
It helps. This one works. If it helps, they are all available. The way to find them is on the council's YouTube page playlist section, and there's an entire playlist for this inquiry. So they are still all there. And relatively, when you know where to look, they're relatively easy once you know, but it's not that obvious. So I think there are going to be separate links.
If you click on the link.
Just to say, we are updating that to make it more user-friendly, to actually explain how to get to those particular recordings.
Oh yeah, so a link has been added now, which takes you to the playlist. So
it does now give you the 3 days.
Yeah,
that's fine. Okay, thank you. So I think that's all in terms of any procedural points at this stage. Obviously, I assume the council are working behind the scenes on uploading any documents to the planning portal. Great, thank you. Okay, so are we happy to carry on with cross-examination? And Mr. Ronan, Mr. Goldsmith, are you ready to move on? Mr. Ronan, do we have a need for any other documents?
I don't think we do, sir. If I'm wrong about that, I'll obviously let you know, but I think everything that I would want to go to has already been referred to.
Okay, fine. So if we're ready, please make a start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Goldsmith.
Good afternoon.
Let's do some planning 101, and I say that with some trepidation, noting that you've been doing this job since 1990. So you've got a lot of experience, I assume, with the Town and Country Planning Act 1990. First proposition. The planning system, we can agree, is concerned with the regulation of the development and use of land. That's fundamental, isn't it? Sorry, it's concerned. The planning system is concerned with the regulation of the development and use of land.
Yes.
It's not concerned about the promotion or the protection of purely private interests.
It's not about protecting private interests, no.
No. When a decision maker, and obviously in this context it's the Secretary of State, when a decision maker is considering an application for planning permission, they need to assess, don't they, the scheme proposed by the applicant against the provisions of the development plan, insofar as they're material.
They do.
The planning considerations which might be material to any particular application turn, don't they, on the terms of the development which the applicant proposes. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Just at this point, is it controversial between us that in planning terms an extended site versus a standalone site entail materially different planning considerations?
I think they do in this context, yes. I think that
that's helpful
on the basis that it's been developed as an expansion or extension to the Sky Studio South.
Yes.
So I think it's an important part of the proposal, yes.
A standalone site would entail, I think, different material considerations, different planning considerations, in your professional opinion.
I'm not sure if the planning considerations will be that different for a standalone one. I mean, it's been designed as an extended facility, but the planning considerations generally are going to be very similar. In any planning context, we're in an appeal. The burden is on the applicant, isn't it, to produce evidence to show why the development they propose is justified in planning terms? Yes.
Well, put it more neutrally, if you like, you need to satisfy the inspector, don't you, that your scheme is justified in planning terms?
In planning terms, yes.
Yes. Doesn't make any difference, does it, to the inspector's task overall that you've agreed certain matters with the local planning authority, does it?
If I've what, sorry?
Sorry, it doesn't make any difference to the inspector or the Secretary of State's decision that you may have agreed certain matters with the local planning authority, i.e., even if the local planning authority offered no evidence, you would still have to satisfy the decision maker that your scheme was acceptable in planning terms. You may have even been involved in such a scheme, I suspect.
Well, we still need to go through the issues, but obviously the fact that we have agreed a lot of information. There's a lot of common ground between us and the council, as obviously the planning authority and us as the applicant is an important consideration here.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I'm not disputing that at all. But let's say we're in a world where there is no evidence from the local planning authority on a particular issue. You don't win by default on that issue, do you? You would still need to satisfy the decision maker that your case is acceptable.
Yes, you would, but obviously the fact that we've narrowed, that's the whole point of a statement of common grounds.
Yeah.
If we've narrowed the issues down, then that helps the Inspector and the Secretary of State.
As to the scope of the development for which planning permission is sought in this appeal, it's set out in various places, most fundamentally in the application form. I don't think we need to go there because it's in your proof actually, and we've all got that open. Okay. It's paragraph 2.4, page 5, please. Just let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Thank you. Are you there, sir? Of course. This is a familiar passage, Mr. Goldsmith, not least because the inspector's read it out every morning this week and the inquiry has recommenced. This is the description of development for which planning permission is sought, isn't it?
That's correct.
And this is in the application form. Don't need to bring it up, but it's under the heading, please describe details of the proposed development or works, including any change of use. Is that right? We can go there if you want to.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah. Let's just have a look at those words together, Mr. Goldsmith. Development of a film and television studio, production studio, use class G, etc., etc., etc. No reasonable reader would read those words, would they, as understanding the proposition to be an extension of an existing site, would they?
If you just read the description of development, probably not. If you read all the documents that were submitted with the application, it would become very clear.
Yeah, no, I think we can agree the words say what they say. In evidence in chief, you were asked by my learned friend Mr. Tucker about a condition restricting the use of the proposed development as an extension, and you said no, that wouldn't be justified. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You'll be aware, won't you, that one of the tests for the imposition of a condition is that it's necessary in planning terms?
Yes.
So is it your case that you don't need a condition because in planning terms the planning permission would already be limited to an extension?
It wouldn't be limited to an extension without some form of condition, no. But I mean, the point is, and it's an important one here in terms of layout and its relationship with the existing Sky Studio site. It can't operate as it is as a standalone facility. Therefore, it's not necessary to actually then put a condition in there that says it in some way it needs to be connected. It's connected through the way it's designed.
Can I just make sure I understand that, because I don't want to misrepresent your views in closing submissions. So are you suggesting that, and I also don't want to get into questions of law, obviously, are you suggesting that on its own terms the words don't restrict the use to use only as an extension, but functionally that's where the restriction comes from? Is that how I understand you?
It's
was that is it yes?
Well, I'm just going to explain it. The application is for is additional film studio space. We don't refer to it as an extension, apart from all the documents that supported it. But the important thing here is it can only function as an extension to Sky Studios. It's got bridges that go across the drain in the middle. It's got a single backlot. It's all a point about the synergies that we were talking about between the two sides is an important part of the scheme.
Do you remember yesterday when Mr. Davis said he wasn't aware of any reason why this site couldn't operate functionally as a separate site?
I thought he said there were concerns because you wouldn't put...
He said there were concerns, but he wasn't aware there was any functional limitation on it operating.
Well, I don't think that's really...
You might disagree with Mr. Davis.
Yeah, I mean, I do disagree with that. I think it's clear how it's been designed as an extension.
Part of the proposition, as I understand it, or the intention of your clients at least, is that this portion of land could be let out to a separate production for a particular period of time. So in other words, you'd have SSE being used for some purpose, and then you might have some other production taking
that's how film production works. I mean, essentially, it's obviously a Sky Comcast facility. There may be some other production teams that use it.
But that other production team could quite happily use the appeal site for their purposes, and the SSE site could be used for different purposes.
You wouldn't be using the whole site. The whole site would still be managed and run by Sky Studios.
Well, that's as far as we're told the intention of the parties. I agree.
Well, that's what would happen. Yes.
That's what we're told. Is it your understanding that it would be a breach of planning control for the appeal site to be used as an independent freestanding site?
Assuming we get permission.
Yes, of course.
I
think it would almost certainly be a breach of planning control.
Sorry, can you repeat it?
Yeah, of course. Let's assume you get permission. That's a very important part of that question. If you get permission on the scheme which you're putting before the Secretary of State, and then subsequently legal in general, let's say as an example, say we want to sell this northern site to a different operator. As a planner, in your professional opinion, would it be a breach of planning control for an independent operator to then use that site as an independent site from SSE?
Not based on the suggested conditions at the moment, but the point is it's a joint Sky LNG application, and Sky will be developing out the site. Therefore, it would never happen, but it wouldn't function. The whole point is it will not function as an independent film studio. So no one would want it. It's been developed and designed as an extension.
Yes, I understand that that's the appellant's position, Mr. Goldsmith. But isn't the implication of that if it's not a breach of planning control for it to be used as an independent site by an independent operator, the proposition you're putting before the Secretary of State is in planning terms for permitting development as a standalone site?
No, it's not a standalone site. It's clear from the layout and all the documents that have been submitted with the application.
Let's say the Secretary of State agrees with the analysis I've just suggested to you, and that in planning terms what's being sought here is permission for a standalone site, albeit your clients want to use it as an extension. Where does that leave the appellant's case?
We're talking about a situation that's just not going to happen.
Well, you don't know what the Secretary of State's going to decide, Mr. Goldsmith.
People extend facilities all the time, and there are no controls on over who occupies it. But because it's simply developed and designed as an extension to existing facility.
Yes, I understand that point. But what's the answer to that question? Where does it leave your case? Is it still your professional planning judgment that if the Secretary of State decides that actually, in terms what's sought here is wide enough to permit this to be used as a standalone site, do you say that the appellant's case justifies that?
Well, as I said, I think the planning issues are the same, but I think it's an irrelevant issue simply because of the way no one would want it. It's not a standalone studio scheme.
Do we
it's
say
so hypothetical that is
the answer no?
It will never happen. But if he's looking at strict planning terms, then as I said in answer to your first question, the planning issues are generally going to be the same.
So is it your case then that the appellant's case or your understanding, forgive me, that the appellant's case presented as it has been justifies in planning terms a standalone site?
It's not a standalone site.
Does your case justify that proposition?
Well, it would justify additional, obviously on the basis of the need arguments and everything else that we put forward as part of this application, film studio space on that site, yes. But it would need to be redesigned. So you'd have to come back for another application.
Inspector's going to have to take a view on this, and we'll leave it to submissions because we could go on all day about it. But one of our Planning 101 points to note, of course, is that this is EIA development, isn't it?
It is.
And it's common ground, I suspect, that the Secretary of State cannot grant planning permission unless an EIA has been carried out in respect of the development you propose.
Yes.
I'm grateful. Let's go back to this idea of extension versus standalone and the suggestion that this simply would never be used as a standalone site. One of the reasons you said to my learned friend Mr. Tucker that it wouldn't be used as a standalone site was because SSE wouldn't have access to the backlot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was SSE designed with a backlot?
Originally, no, it wasn't. No.
No.
But that's the reason why it's been so important. And that Sky got the temporary permission for the backlot on the southern part of the application site.
The owner of the site, as I understand it, both the appeal site and indeed SSE is Legal and General.
That's correct.
So Sky actually has no control, as far as I understand it, as to how Legal and General might ultimately decide the appeal site should be used.
Well, there'll be an agreement between Sky and L&G as part of joint applicants on the application.
There is, or there will be?
I think there is, but I think there is.
Let's have a look at the draft local plan, because that's a document that you rely upon. It is CD6 or something. Give me one moment. Called up the draft local plan. CD 6.8.
Okay.
It's page 128, PDF 128. If I'd like to go to, please, just let me know when you're there.
Sorry, what number?
128.
I haven't got
So
128 pages.
This PDF.
Oh, it might be in the wrong. This is the Hertsmere Local Plan Regulation 18 stage 2021. Oh, I've made the wrong note. Forgive me. I've put 6.8. It's 6.1. So sorry.
So 6.1.
Yep.
Okay.
The set-aside version. Yep.
Precisely, yes. At 128. I'm just going to double check that I am in the right document.
Okay.
Bear with me, Mr. Goldsmith. Just want to ensure Mr. Dingle tells me it's right, and I do want to just double check. Yeah, should be the draft. Exactly. Media Quarter Boreham Wood?
Yes.
Yes, grateful. So, you're suggesting, I think, it just is impractical for an independent operator to operate this site. Can we just have a look in planning terms what this draft set-aside local plan contemplated as to future development of this area? This is a document you rely upon to support your case, I think.
Well, we refer to it, yes.
Yes, well, you say it sets out need.
Well, what we said was, at the time this document was produced, the council considered that they should allocate the current appeal site and the site to the north for film studio development. So yeah, we think that's relevant. Well, I think that's relevant to the proposals.
Yes, yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not trying to be controversial here. I'm saying you rely on this document. It's in support of your case. Do you see the map there? It goes D, A, B, C. Do you see that top left of the corner?
Yes.
Label A, that's the existing SSC site, I think.
Yes.
B is the appeal site.
That's correct.
C is some other portion of land. This policy, Mr. Goldsmith, is a draft allocation or a special policy area.
Yep.
under the box it tells us, to further enhance the area's standing as a national centre for film and television production. It will create a cluster, and it will comprise the following sites. Firstly, A, SSE, B, the appeal site, C, land south of Rowley Lane.
Yes.
If we go down a little bit further, it says that in order to achieve the development, site B will provide up to 27,500 square metres of accommodation for sound stages, and site C will provide up to 56,000 square metres of space for new film studios. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
So in planning terms, the local planning authority seems to think it's entirely acceptable for different independent sites to operate next to each other. Do you agree with that analysis?
Well, I'm not sure actually it says that. I mean, it identifies a site for media use or film, TV and film production use that could accommodate up to 27,500 square metres of accommodation.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge point.
It's not, whether that would be seen as it by the council as independent or an extension to our site, I don't know.
Well, it doesn't say it will, B and C will comprise an extension, as far as I can tell.
No, it doesn't.
No. So, and I appreciate this has been set aside. It's not the council's necessarily their local vision, but certainly at this point it suggests, doesn't it, that in planning terms, the local authority had no issue with contiguous sites independently operating.
Well, there's two things on that. One is that obviously, as you say, that site's been removed from the latest version of the Reg 18 plan. What we don't know, this is simply at the Reg 18 stage, what may, if it had been carried on and they'd gone through to the Reg 19 rather than started again, what the policy would have said at the next stage. And it's the relevance to my proof is more that is in relation to Hertsmere acknowledging the need for additional media and film studio floor space in this location. It doesn't have any impact on the proposals in front of the Inspector and the Secretary of State.
No, fine. Well, the Inspector
in terms of an independent, I mean, it does in terms of how the council dealt with this a few years ago, but not in terms of how it may develop through an application, because no one knows.
No, that's fair enough, Scott. I'm not seeking to make a huge point out of it. I'm just seeking your view as a planner on what the planning authority might have been doing here. I won't ask you any more about the description because it's largely a point of law. Let's talk about need, please. You deal with this in your proof, I think in section 7.
Yes.
Let's just turn to that when you're there, please. 7.9. You may or may not be pleased to hear that I don't intend actually to cover a huge amount of ground with you because, as I understand it, you essentially rely on Mr. Davis's analysis of market need to support your conclusion, and you also rely on Sky's tenant statement. So,
well, and Mr. Gunn James made comments on it in terms of the national direction as well.
Yes, I appreciate. I've read your proof entirely, but I'm just that's where I'm coming from. This at the start. You will, and in fairness, you refer to various reports which you say which show there's an opportunity for growth, and that growth shows need. And I'm not going to go through them all now because the Inspector has them. He can read them. He's going to take a view. And don't think it's going to be helpful for me to trawl through all of those now, unless you disagree and you would like to go through them. Let's just talk about Mr. Davis for a moment. Mr. Davis not a planner, obviously. He accepted yesterday that his evidence didn't engage with the need for a standalone site. If the Secretary of State agrees with the analysis that we've been discussing earlier, i.e. agrees with my analysis, Mr. Davis's evidence doesn't show any need for the scheme as sought, does it?
If it was standalone?
Yeah.
Well, yes, it does, because it established a need for additional floor space.
Fine, well, we have what Mr. Davis... Sorry.
He wasn't looking at the locational side of it so much. He was looking at the general need for additional floor space, film studio floor space in the West London cluster. That applies to the northern site either way. So his evidence is clearly still relevant.
Well, I think you were here for Mr Davis' evidence. I'm not going to relitigate with you what he said. The inspector's got a note of what he said. The inspector's got his proof, and which details very clearly what Mr Davis was and wasn't considering. But just to put it to you, Mr Goldsmith, I mean, you've had the chance to say it. Your need case, insofar as you rely on Mr Davis, falls apart in the world where the Secretary of State agrees with me.
No, it doesn't.
Fine.
It doesn't at all. It's as I said in examination in chief, it's a top-down approach from the government in terms of supporting just this type of development. And Mr Davis referred to Knight Frank. Knight Frank report wasn't done for anything to do with this proposal. It was to do with the Marlowe scheme. The quantitative need set out there is still relevant. A lot of the other points we've been talking about the support from the local plan, the support from South West Herts study, are all still relevant.
Yeah, and I say
there is a general approach to a clear need at all levels for additional film studio floor space.
As I say, we disagree on the reports, but I won't take up the inquiry time on that because it's probably just better left to closing. The other aspect you rely upon, of course, is the tenant statement, and you say in your proof 7.58. Let's go there. Essentially, your overall conclusion in light of everything you've referred to, including the tenant statement, is there's a critical need. The tenant statement, as I understand it, is speaking fairly and squarely to the need for an extension to the existing site. Is that a fair analysis?
Yes, that's a fair analysis, yes. It's a case for expansion, I think is what it's called.
Tenant statement, as I read it, doesn't make any case, and I'm sorry to ask you this because there isn't anyone here, the author of that document isn't here. Yeah. As far as I'm aware, they're certainly not giving evidence. That document doesn't make any case, as I read it, for a planning justification or a need justification for a standalone site north of SSE.
And you wouldn't expect that from Sky, who are looking at it for additional floor space for their film studios, which is hugely successful. It's a first phase.
That's helpful, just to make sure I understand, not misreading that document. VSC, my learned friend Mr Shakes actually covered quite a lot of what I was going to cover, so I think we're now all on the same page insofar as Greenbelt harm comprises 3 distinct harms in the VSC world. I'm not sure this was covered with Mr Shake, but you accept in the VSC world that all 3 of those harms under national policy must be given substantial weight.
Yes, to harm to the Greenbelt, yes.
Yeah, that's what the MPPF says.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not sure this was, and forgive me if it was, unpacked entirely between you and Mr Shake. Landscape harm, you identified landscape harm based on the evidence of Mr Williams, and you, in your proof, and we can go there, or in your rebuttal proof rather, your table, one of 2 very helpful tables that you produce in your evidence, you say in that table that harm to trees is a component of the landscape harm.
Sorry, which table are we in?
It's the table where Mr Goldsmith sets out his view of the relative weights of the different harms and benefits.
Yes, sorry.
Is that in the rebuttal?
Yes, sorry, yes, that's the rebuttal.
Because I thought there's only one table in the rebuttal, which is...
the other table, well, I didn't schedule it. There's another table in Mr Goldsmith's main brief, which is very helpful, but forgive me, tables are very helpful, I find. Are you there, sir, in that?
No, because I don't know where you're taking me to, sorry.
It's the table in the rebuttal that says, gives Mr Goldsmith a summary of the weights.
Of the benefits?
Yeah.
Table 1.1.
Oh, so no, forgive me, I am taking you to the wrong one. It's the VSC table. Sorry, sir, I'm being completely thick. It's 69, page 69, of the main proof.
Of the main proof, okay.
This is the other very helpful table.
I think it's table 8.1, I think.
Correct, yes.
Okay. It's not a table we've seen yet in the inquiry.
No, I don't think we have. As I say, it's a very helpful table. Mr Goldsmith, are you there?
Yes, under other harms, yeah.
Let's just see where we are now with this table. So harm to the greenbelt, the inspector can note that's 3 different harms, all of which you accept are substantial in the VSC world.
Harm to the greenbelt, yes.
Yep, harm to greenbelt. Landscape harm, this was the point I was getting at before I was being thick. You say that landscape harm, brackets including loss of trees. Am I to read you that you only consider this in the VSC balance as a component of landscape harm as opposed to a distinct harm in and of itself?
Well, I've considered it in a policy. I've considered it a landscape harm, but I've also considered it in the policy context because of the mitigation that's been proposed as part of the scheme.
Yes, I'm just trying to understand if this is 2 separate harms or one.
Well, I've considered it as part of the landscape harm, but obviously you take into account the mitigation to that as well, which I think is the same way that the council considered it in their commission report.
Is that the answer you're looking for?
It's not
I think the question was, is this harm regardless? Is it just the harm in the VSC world, or is it a harm?
No, we're in the VSC.
Is that the point you're trying to make?
In the VSC world, we have harm to landscape. Correct? We have harm to landscape.
Yes.
We have harm to in the form of loss of trees. Is that, in your view, is that a distinct harm over and above the harm to the landscape?
Yes, I've got it there as other harm, but what I put it in with in terms of the weight was the landscape harm.
Does that assist you, Inspector?
So I think I understand you say that the impact on trees is part of the landscape.
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, I accept there's some harm from the loss of trees.
It's a separate harm. That's the point I'm getting at. Yeah, that's really helpful. No, that's really helpful, Mr. Costa. That's the point I was about to say to you. It's fair to say, isn't it, that there's a landscape harm. Certainly, loss of trees might be a component of why there's a landscape harm. But we can say, in planning terms, the loss of trees in and of themselves is perfectly capable of being a distinct harm, either because of conflict of policy or simply because
it needs to be considered in the context.
Loss of trees is harmful.
The mitigation that's proposed.
No, and I'm not seeking to undermine your evidence on mitigation. That's very helpful. Thank you. So we can record actually that you would consider you don't rule out that being a separate harm.
Well, I've clearly considered it as a harm. Yes.
Yeah. Benefits. Again, I'm not going to, may or may not be pleased to hear, spend a huge amount of time on this. Can we start with need at 8.27, please? Sorry, not 8.27. We're in your VSC section. This is 8.23.
Yes.
So one of the benefits that you weigh into the VSC balance is the meeting the identified need for new purpose-built film and television studio. We're in the VSC world potentially by one of 2 routes. One is paragraph 155A. We're not exploring that view, obviously, because that's not what you give evidence on. But the other is 155B.
That's correct.
If the Secretary of State agrees with my clients that there is not a demonstrable unmet need to the type of for the type of development proposed, this logically comes out of the balance, doesn't it?
Yes. If you didn't meet B, then you would still be inappropriate development in that world. Yes. Obviously not our case, but.
Yes, that's an answer to a slightly different question. So if we don't meet B, we're in VSC world, in which VSC has to be demonstrated.
Yes.
If you don't meet B, that's because there's not a demonstrable unmet need for the type of development proposed. That's right, isn't it?
Well, in the world, if you don't meet B, you don't meet B. Yes.
Yeah. And if you can't satisfy the Secretary of State, there's a demonstrable unmet need for the type of development proposed. Meeting an identified need for this type of development logically comes out of the VSC balance because you haven't convinced the Secretary of State on that point.
Yes, it would. You would need to, if that was. Well, obviously, it's not our case.
No, it's not. I'm not saying it's your
yes, yes, you would need.
It's a hypothetical.
You would need to consider other very special circumstances as part of the scheme because the decision maker hasn't accepted the need.
On the answer, so you're saying it would come out of the you wouldn't include need in the very special circumstances balance, or?
Well, I think you wouldn't. It depends on the basis of which the decision maker actually said it didn't meet B, I suppose. I mean, from my point of view, obviously need is a key aspect here. There may be other elements of need, and it does sway into the economic benefits and job creation and things like that. So I think if you argued it, you'd still take it into account. It's rather hypothetical in terms of on the basis of which the decision maker turned it down, to be honest.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, it is a hypothetical question because we're in the world.
But it's not an easy one because it depends upon the reason why the decision maker didn't think that you met Part B.
Well, I mean,
if it meant there was no need at all,
then if there's no need at all, then you cannot credibly say, can you, that meeting a need is a part of your VSC balance?
But yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one way, and you might
fail. There would still be the points about the job creation, all the other bits.
Sure. No, I'm not, and I haven't suggested otherwise.
Growth and things like that, which would still be important.
Indeed, I haven't suggested otherwise at this juncture. I'm just talking about need. So that's, as you say, one way in which you might fail B. There's Secretary of State concludes there just isn't a need, so therefore that comes out. The other way you might fail B is that it's not a demonstrable unmet need in the sense that you haven't proven it. It's not a trial, but in effect you haven't come up to proof. Essentially, the same point follows, doesn't it, Mr. Goldsmith? If you haven't proven a need, there isn't a need as far as the Secretary of State is concerned.
I can't see the difference there. I mean,
no, there isn't a difference.
Well, no, there's not a difference in terms of. All it says is that a demonstrable need, you just need to demonstrate that at some levels there's a need for the development. There's no higher bar than that there.
No.
It's
Sarah, I think you have the point.
Sorry. Mr. Goldsmith, how do you finish there, Mr. Goldsmith? Anything else?
Well, he seems.
Mr.
Ronan, he seems to be adding a level there, a higher bar than is actually the case as part of B. I mean, B simply says meeting an unmet or demonstrable unmet need. That could take, as I said in my examination in chief, that could take many forms. So I don't really quite see what the.
That's okay. No, I just thought you may have had an extra point to make, and that Mr. Ronan was moving on, but that's fine if we want to.
So I think it's probably obvious the submission I'll make in closing is about what happens in the VSC balance if the appellants lose on 155B. Socioeconomic. Sorry, it's me trailing away. I was saying it's obvious, I suspect, what the submission will be as to the role of this benefit in the VSC balance if they lose on 155B. No, it's and I felt I'm sorry. I have. You probably tell I've got recovering some kind of cold, and it's I keep trailing away to try and protect my throat.
And I don't normally interject so much in cross-examination, but I think there's I'm just wanting to be absolutely clear on the points being.
No, indeed, it's important. The cross-examinations are here to assist you. Socio-economic benefits. The difference between you and Mr. Dingle on this. There's only really one point that I think I need to put to you, Mr. Goldsmith, and it's about the Heritage Centre. Are you aware of any planning policy reason why a contribution to the provision of a Heritage Centre is required?
There's nothing in planning policy that requires a heritage centre. It was something that was discussed and actually requested of us by Hertsmere during the determination period, and it relates to the community space within the scheme.
Requested by Hertsmere,
but I don't. There is no planning policy within the development plan that refers to it.
That's helpful. Requested by Hertsmere, then. Is it your professional judgment that this contribution, a request, is necessary to make development acceptable in planning terms?
It's obviously something that can be discussed next week, but I'm not sure it does, to be honest.
Okay, that's very helpful. if the inspector concludes it's not Reg 122 compliant, it would be fair, wouldn't it, to reduce the weight afforded to socio-economic benefits?
No, not in my view. I don't think it's enough, given everything else that Sky are proposing and are doing as part of Sky South, and we'll do Sky North. I don't think it changes from that one element, changes from or downgrades it from substantial. No, I don't.
That's helpful, and that's now for the inspector to grapple with. Benefits of co-location. This is just another short point, really going back to the point I keep making. This benefit only works, doesn't it, if the scheme in planning terms is strictly for an expansion of the existing site?
Yes, it's about co-location, and it responds to one of the inspector's, obviously, issues that he raised at the CMC.
Yes, so if the Secretary of State agrees with my analysis of the description of development, you'd accept, wouldn't you, that benefits of co-location are no longer a benefit of the scheme?
In a hypothetical world that it was occupied by someone else, then yes, but that will not happen.
Sustainability in B&G covered by Mr. Shake in some detail, and essentially, sir, I think were the points that I would have made, so I'm not going to abuse the platform and try and get Mr. Goldsmith to concede when he hasn't conceded already. Can we just finish by the development plan, Mr. Goldsmith? There's a difference between you, I think there's a difference at least between you and Mr. Dingle on certain development plan policies. You, in your proof, again, helpfully set out in table form, and I've misrepresented your evidence, this is the third helpful table, paragraph 9.3 of your proof.
Yes.
This is you giving a view on the compliance or otherwise of various parts of the development plan, is that right?
Yes, it responds, I think, to some of the, or I think all of the policies that were set out by the Rule 6 party in their statement of case.
That's helpful. Might be able to cut this short just by this question, actually. In a number of places in the table, you say that the proposals are consistent with the aims of that policy. Yes. When you say the proposals are consistent with the aims, is that you saying there's a breach, you accept there's not compliance, but nonetheless, as you say, the proposals are consistent?
Well, yes, I mean, the example of that, the best example of that is obviously the tree policy, SADM 12.
And your evidence is very clear on that about other considerations outweighing a conflict, but that's helpful, because then if I can take you as saying that whenever you've used the words the proposals are consistent with the aims, and what you're saying is yes.
But I do, just see if I can add to that, I do agree with Mr. Dingle and Mr. Faulkner on that none, even if there are any conflicts there, none of those on their own warrant refusal of the application, and we are only looking at the VSC reason refusal put forward by the council.
That's very helpful. In that case, then we don't need to trawl through all of the policies on which there's a disagreement between us. There is a dispute, I think, between us on SADM 26. Could we go there, please? That's in the Site Allocations and Development Management Policies Plan, CD 4.2. And it's page 50, when you're there, please.
50?
Yes.
Yes, on there.
Thank you. And you'll also need your proof open as well.
Okay.
At para 9.4. Are you there, sir, as well?
I am, yes. Oh, sorry.
Proof 9.5, and also helpful to have open the SADM 26 policy. Yes, correct. No, we're looking at the paragraph itself of 9.4, where it begins in bold policy. No, not at all. You say, Mr. Goldsmith, about halfway down, in my view, it is my view that in overall terms this policy is not wholly relevant to the appeal proposals, owing to the fact that it largely relates to smaller developments within the Greenbelt, including replacement dwellings, extensions and alterations. And I'll put the point fairly and squarely. I'm struggling to read SADM 26 in that way. So could you explain, please, why you take that view?
Well, I think what this policy addresses is the development in the Greenbelt, such as replacement buildings and extension alteration buildings that are not inappropriate in the context of the MPPF. So if you're talking about a replacement building, for instance, under the scale of development will be controlled, not be materially larger than the one it replaces, is not relevant to what we're proposing here. It's a different part of the MPPF on Greenbelt.
Let's just see what the policy says, because I'm afraid I'm still not understanding your analysis. It says the council will assess all applications, see that, all applications for development in the Greenbelt as defined in the policies map in accordance with core strategy policy CS13 and to ensure they comply with the following principles. Where do we see in those words the suggestion that this policy is limited to extensions or alterations or replacements?
Well, it's the wording of policies such as replacement building. It's clearly related to what's in the MPPF about smaller developments such as replacement buildings or limited development in the Greenbelt that are not inappropriate. So it's dealing with a totally different situation than our position here, where we're looking at a scheme which is either 155 compliant or requires very special circumstances.
I can't actually, where are these words, such as?
You can see from the wording of the policy.
No, but you said the word such as. Where is that? I can't see it.
Well, no, I said such as in terms of replacement buildings, extension of alterations to buildings, not being disproportionate to original building. It's the point in the MPPF that deals with smaller schemes that are not seen as inappropriate.
Are we both looking at the same policy, SADM 26?
Further down the policy where it says the scale of development will be controlled. So
yes.
the middle part of the policy, I think. Is that?
Yes, but there's nothing objectionable, is there, about development plan policy saying at the start what it's doing and then providing some further detail below?
But what I'm saying is it's not wholly relevant to these proposals.
Well,
it's clearly aimed at certain types of development that are set out in the MPPF, which we are not saying we are.
Just focusing on the opening words, are you able to give a view on why those words support the interpretation you offer to the Secretary of State?
Well, if you read the policy, it's clear to me that it's not wholly relevant to what we're proposing.
Okay, you don't want to give a view, that's fine. Is it your view that this policy is complied with?
I think this policy deals with other types of proposals. And
that wasn't the question,
though. The point is
though.
that we are dealing with our scheme under very special circumstances, and both Mr Dingle and Mr Faulkner have accepted that if we pass those tests, then permission will be granted.
But you say it's not wholly relevant, so you seem to accept it does apply. Is it your evidence to the inspector? What's he supposed to record now? Do you say there is a conflict with this policy or not?
I don't think it's wholly relevant, is the point, to our proposals. I mean,
So I think there might need to be a yes-no answer on that one, Mr Goldsmith. Does it comply or not?
Well, if you've got to comply with all the principles in there, then you wouldn't strictly comply.
Thank you.
But it's not relevant to what we're proposing. A lot of those criteria there are not relevant to what we're proposing.
Alternative sites. I'm not going to ask you about the legal question of when alternatives must and must not, must and may be taken into account. But as I understand your evidence, you don't suggest that it's impossible for an extension to be across two sites. It's just that in terms of your client's aims, in terms of what you say the market wants, it's just simply not practical from their perspective.
Yes, it's not just Sky. I mean, it's the experience of Sky where they've tried to operate a split site just doesn't work.
Yeah.
And what they should be doing is a grade A type facility, which we talked about yesterday with Mr. Davis, and the only way of doing that is to do it on the same site.
No, fine. But you're not suggesting, if I read your evidence correctly, you're not suggesting that it's actually impossible. It can be done. It's just not the preference.
No, it's not viable to do it and attract the type of productions that Sky want in the scheme.
Well, there's an interesting debate.
They've said in the case for expansion why it doesn't work, and also it refers to 10 productions who have not gone to Sky because of those problems.
There is a debate which we don't need to get into about whether viability and need feed into this for present purposes. Just thinking logistically, thinking practically, you're not suggesting, I think, that it's impossible for a film to be produced across 2 different sites.
Well, it clearly can do, but what you wouldn't, and they've tried it at Panettone, but it does not work.
It doesn't work in terms of operational preferences and things like that.
But that's important if you're trying to provide a facility, which is the type of facility that the government, as I said, from the top down, is trying to support and encourage in the UK to create jobs and create inward investment. There's no point in doing a second-rate facility.
Thank you. You say in your proof that there's a locational imperative for the development to be located at this particular site. As I understand that term, that might apply to something, say, motorway service station. That has to be on the motorway. Do you...
Well, yes, a motorway service station would have to be on the motorway, yes.
Agree with that. But there's not a locational imperative in planning terms, is there, for the development to be located in this site if it is possible to have a split site?
Well, our case is obviously that a split site doesn't work.
No, I appreciate that.
No one's going to invest this sort of money in a facility that, as I said, is second rate.
But there's no, just go back to the question, in planning terms, there's no locational imperative, is there?
No, but what you'll end up with no scheme.
Fine, well, I'm going to record your answer as no to being no locational imperative, but subject to the caveat that you say it's not viable and there'll be no scheme, which is...
Well, the locational imperative point is the fact that it's been developed as an extension to Sky. So in Sky, in terms of the proposals that we're putting forward here, there is a locational imperative that it needs to be next door. I'm not looking at it hypothetically. It's what our case is, part of our case, that it needs to be there. And any other, as I've said a number of times in the proof, if it doesn't happen, it won't go anywhere else in the UK. That investment is lost to the UK.
Thank you. I'm just checking my notes, so I think that's everything, but I do want to make sure I've given Mr. Goldsmith a chance to respond to everything I'll say in closings. I think that's it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ronan. Are there any other questions for Mr. Goldsmith? I have a couple, but are there any questions? These kind of arise out of cross-examination, but I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. So, and they relate to 2 of your tables that we've been taken to. One was the table after paragraph 9.5 in your proof, where you've obviously gone through a whole number of policies, including, and then you say they're based on the Rule 6 party statement of case. You probably heard me ask Mr. Dingle yesterday about a number of those policies that are referenced in the statement of case, whether or not the Rule 6 party still was arguing a case of conflict, and the answer I got from Mr. Dingle was that they weren't on a number of those policies. So you heard that, and obviously, so some of that table is no
some
longer...
of that, is obviously done before we realised what...
Yeah, so some of that can be kind of effectively put to one side.
Ignored, yes. I mean, it goes back to the point, sir, about the fact that Mr. Dingle accepted quite rightly that a lot of these policies are irrelevant if we meet and they wouldn't constitute grounds for refusal if we meet either 155 or VSC case.
Mr. Ronan, you obviously heard that as well, and that's what I've just said there isn't controversial or...
No, not at all, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then the other point was the other table in your proof, which was the one that I've now lost it, but it's the one that shows the harms as well as the benefits. And just wanted to be absolutely clear on this point, just to sort of help me in my report writing. So the landscape harm, we obviously said is something to consider in the very special circumstances balance, but is it also something to consider even if there is even if we go down the route of saying that the proposal is not in appropriate development and therefore you don't have to do a very special circumstances balance, is it still in an overall planning balance, would it still be important to weigh that landscape harm against the benefits of the scheme? Does the landscape harm exist regardless of the conclusions on Greenbelt?
Well, I think the harm would need to be taken into account, but obviously what we're no longer is inappropriate development, so it's not harmful, which is the point. I think that
yeah, just I suppose I can see obviously there wouldn't in a compliance with national policy, development plan policy on Greenbelt, there would be no Greenbelt harm anymore.
Yes.
But I'm just trying to understand whether or not there would still be other harms, and obviously landscape harm has been talked about, or certainly there's been weight given to landscape harm, which I understand to be a sort of separate to the Greenbelt. It certainly seemed to, the evidence before me seems to indicate that, and certainly your table does, and the table of others finds others. So I suppose just trying to, in terms of my report to the Secretary of State, would I still in a general planning balance, which would be necessary regardless of my findings on the Greenbelt, would it still be necessary to identify landscape harm as part of that balance, and obviously give that weight and then weigh up any benefits and then come to an overall recommendation on that basis?
I think it would be up to you to consider the landscape harm, sir. Yes, but I mean, my view is that's not a factor that would obviously stop the development.
I appreciate that's your position.
Yes.
I think I'm not saying that I'm elevating landscape to a standalone main issue. It's just that often in planning you do have other harms which come up often. Like it may not be a main issue, but there's still another harm or another matter to consider. So I just want to understand, because I think the discussion between you and Mr. Ronan about that, in terms of, I think was mainly in the terms of very special circumstances balance. But I'm just trying to work out. So I think you say landscape harm should be considered in a general plan balance regardless of the Greenbelt findings.
Yes, I mean the points such as the potential loss of the trees, I think would need to be taken into account. But then the point is mitigating, and also the design of the scheme is sufficient, obviously, if there is any harm there, to outweigh that.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's helpful. Just obviously, not a question that's been put. I have not put that question to the other planning witnesses, but obviously it kind of came through the cross-examination this afternoon. Okay. But I'm sure if the other two barristers wish to take notes, I'm sure they have done. But thank you for that. That's all I had in terms of my questions. So, Mr. Tucker, do you have questions in re-examination?
I do, sir, if I may. So it shouldn't take too long. Let me take you right back to the start of cross-examination, and you were asked questions in relation to biodiversity net gain and the draft SPD. The draft SPD is dated September 2022. We find ourselves in March of 2025. So what's that, 2 and a bit years later? Yeah, nearly 2.5 years later. Any idea when that might get adopted as an SPD, or is it just hanging around as a draft?
Sorry, the carbon...
So the core document 5.3, I said BNG, I'm so sorry, the carbon offsetting SPD is September 2022. We're now 2.5 years after the adoption, the issue of the draft SPD. Have you got any intimation from any of the documentation before the inquiry as to whether that's likely to ever be adopted?
No, no indication.
Is there any reason you're aware of it, why it's sitting there as a draft for 2.5 years?
No.
Is that common for SPDs?
No, it's not.
My learned friend put to you, well, you broadly speaking, in accordance with the draft SPD, what weight do you give to the policy contained within the draft SPD as a draft that's not proceeded to adoption?
Very little.
does it diminish the weight to be afforded to that aspect of the consideration that it accords with a draft SPD that seems to be stalled?
In terms of the benefit?
In terms of the weights that you give to that benefit?
No, I mean, the fact that it's not adopted, it makes no difference to actually the actual benefit itself. But obviously it's a planning consideration that it hasn't been adopted as SPD.
Thank you. BNG, next. My learned friend said to you that he was not suggesting that because there is accordance with policy in relation to the BNG SPD, that means that that element of it was not a benefit. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you know any other reason why Mr. Faulkner diminished the weight to be afforded to that aspect?
No, nothing's changed since the committee report was drafted.
Okay. And my learned friend put a series of questions to you, but I want to put a slightly different question to you in the light of those points. The unilateral undertaking identifies 65.46 habitat units being required. So as a matter of mathematics, 30% of that is 15.5 habitat units.
Yes.
So percentages sometimes, if they're against small numbers of habitat units, mean only small numbers of habitat units. So that's an over provision of 15.5 habitat units that have been provided. What do you say about that extent over and above the requirements of the SPD policy?
As I said, I mean, we are proposing over the minimum 10%, and that's why I give the weight I do.
And the total is 65.46, not diminished because the other element of that is in accordance with policy. What weight do you give to 65.46 habitat units?
Again, significant weight.
Thank you. And then at the end of cross-examination, my learned friend put to you, well, whereabouts do you say in your proof of evidence that there's definitional harm? Could you do me a favour, please? Could you turn to core document 10.1, please, which is the appellant's statement of case?
Okay.
This sets out the statement of case addressed by the, which is upon which your proof of evidence is founded, presumably.
Yes.
Look at page 20, if you will, please.
Okay.
We've got a section in 5.7, 5.8 and 5.9. 5.9 starts notwithstanding the definitional harm. Could you just remind yourself of those three paragraphs, 5.7, 5.8 and 5.9? To what extent is definitional harm drawn to the attention of the Secretary of State?
Yes, it is in that paragraph. As I said, I have taken into account that it was an omission from the proof.
See if you're doing yourself a disservice, Mr. Goldsmith. Can you go to your paragraph 12.13, please? .13.
Okay.
And this is under issue 1. 12.12 talks about for reasons set out above, the development meets the framework's criterion 155 and is not inappropriate development. Accordingly, there's no reason to demonstrate VSC ... In addition, there is no definitional harm by reason of inappropriateness to be weighed in the planning balance. So, if you are not in the realm of being not inappropriate or being inappropriate development, rather, what do I infer from your 12.13? Should I be weighing definitional harm into the planning balance?
On the VSE world?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that what you're telling me by 12.13? On a fair reading? To an informed reader? If I don't have to do it for appropriate development, do I have to do it for inappropriate development? Yes. Read fairly, is that telling me about definitional harm?
No, I've dealt with it.
Thank you, Mr. Goldsmith. Next, if I may, Mr. Ronan's cross-examination. Mr. Davis, coming from an industry perspective, in re-examination told me it is 100% not likely that this will be a separate studio. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If the probability of the outcome of a planning permission is a material consideration, and again we can make reference to legal principles in closing submissions, what do you draw from that in terms of the scheme which is before the Secretary of State and the basis upon which the Secretary of State should determine the application?
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
If Mr. Davis is right that it's 100% not likely to be a separate studio, from my note of his re-examination, what do you say the Secretary of State should do in terms of looking at this scheme as this scheme is designed and as this scheme has been promoted? Should it be assessed as a standalone scheme or as an extension?
No, it shouldn't. It should be assessed on the basis that we developed and designed the scheme through the application and the appeal.
I'm very fond of Mary Poppins, as you'll probably realise by now, and I enjoy kite flying. Let's see the extent to which this is a point which is kite flying or which it arises from any part of the Rule 6 party's evidence. Do you have to hand, please, the statement of common ground with the Rule 6 party, which is core document 11.2? And the first page I want to turn you to is page 5. Where I've got a signature from yours. It doesn't look like your signature because I can read it. But above it, we've got Mr. Dingle's signature. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Can you turn to paragraph 3.2 of this document, please? Within the agreed element of this document. Could you just read out 3.2?
The proposal is to erect a 71,777 square metre development of film studios and ancillary buildings as an extension to the existing studios to the south.
What do you take from that in the statement of common ground signed by Mr. Dingle as to Mr. Dingle's understanding of what was proposed?
Well, he's accepted it on the basis that we proposed it.
Have you seen anything within Mr. Dingle's written evidence or listened to his oral evidence or indeed the statement of case which suggests that Mr. Dingle invites consideration of the application as a standalone unit?
No.
Thank you. And you said to my learned friend, does your case justify a standalone unit? And you said, well, some of the need case does, but it would need to be redesigned. Absent redesigning the scheme, which I'm not inviting you to do in re-examination, are you inviting the Secretary of State to approach this scheme as designed as a standalone unit?
Yes, I think that's what's consistent with what I said in answering my...
What's consistent?
Well, in fact, it should be considered on the basis of what's the application drawings.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, you were taken to the Emerging Local Plan and Policy E6. Do you recall that?
I do.
Let's have a look at that, please. And when you get to it, it's page 128. So core document 6.1, page 128. We know that Mr. Dingle had raised an issue of precedence, but you weren't asked any questions about that, so I'm not going to ask you about that. But I do want to understand to what extent either Sky or L&G, as you understand it, control land which goes to the north of what's identified there as Site D, but we know it affectionately as the appeal site. Is there any control over Site C?
No, none at all.
Is there any proposal before the Inspector and the Secretary of State to develop Site C?
No.
Thank you very much. And what's the up-to-date position of the Council on Site C? Is it being promoted by anyone?
Well, not as far as I'm aware, no.
Thank you. And my learned friend, next point, asked you a question about logic and the issue of paragraph 155 of 155B and the interaction between a need case that fails at 155B
Yes.
and whether that means that need can be forgotten about at the next stage. Now, you told me, and I'm going to summarise it in examination in chief, that the need case that's put forward is a multifactorial.
Yes.
I think you said top down, and then you
Yes.
gave a series of different elements and drew attention to it. Let's assume, for the sake of this question, as my learned friend invites you to assume, that the need case fails. So, for example, the locational requirement, the locational imperative, sorry, as you said in answer to my learned friend, to be here, is considered to be a relevant factor, but isn't considered to amount to need. Let's just take that as
Yes.
one example. So it's not considered to be a need for the purpose of 155B. Does it then fall away in terms of the locational imperative of a developer wanting to bring an investment of this nature to the United Kingdom as an FDI, foreign direct investment?
No, it doesn't. And I think I said that in the answering, that it depends upon how the Secretary of State dismissed it, but obviously the top-down approach of the government would still be relevant.
So one might have an instance of there's no need at all found, in which case
Yes.
it doesn't get weighed into the next section, which is what you told my learned friend.
Yeah.
Or one might have that the case it doesn't amount to a need, but nonetheless those elements survive, but not as a need.
Yeah, there are factors that could be taken into account, which I think is what I said.
Thank you very much. And then SADM 26, which is core document 4.2. I thought this was roundly put to bed, but let's have a look at it. SADM 26, it's woken up again. Let us ask ourselves how we approach SADM 26 in the event that core strategy policy 13 is complied with, either because one is proposing not inappropriate development or there's very special circumstances proven. So there's compliance with CS 13 for the purpose of my question. In those circumstances, what do you understand to be the position of the other parties to this appeal as to whether or not any conflict with any of the parts of SADM 26 would warrant dismissal of the appeal?
It wouldn't. I think I said that as well.
So is there any other freestanding part of this that becomes relevant in circumstances where either very special circumstances have been demonstrated or this is not inappropriate development in the Greenbelt?
No, that's accepted by both parties.
So applying what every planner should have in their armoury, a so what filter, where if anywhere does this point go?
I don't think it's relevant to anyone's case, to be honest.
And then finally, just a question arising from the inspector's question, and I think I got your answer, but I just want to be clear. Let's assume this wasn't a site in the Greenbelt.
Yes.
So you can get to that either through its appropriate development in the Greenbelt or assume that the world has changed and this isn't in the Greenbelt. In those circumstances, would harm to the landscape and loss of trees be a material consideration that the decision maker would have to grapple with when weighing the planning balance?
Yes.
Would those factors be factors that would have to be assessed when looking at policy?
Yes.
So in circumstances where the inspector is satisfied in reporting to the Secretary of State that there isn't Greenbelt harm, would the inspector still have to grapple with your view that there is Mr. Williams' view that there's landscape harm and loss of trees?
You still have to grapple with it, yes.
And still report upon those points?
Yes.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. That's the case.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. So yes, that does bring the final witnesses' evidence to a close. Thank you, Mr. Goldsmith, for your time this afternoon. Okay, so we'll do a few sort of wash-up kind of points before we finish today. Possibly the first thing I want to just cover is, obviously, I've been listening to the evidence as the week has gone along and been reflecting on my main issues, and I'm not about to suddenly tell you they've changed completely, but I probably think the first main issue will, and this may help you in your closing submissions, need to be slightly nuanced, and it's partly the wording doesn't quite feel right in terms of the nature of this case. So I think it's not a major change, but I think the first main issue should explicitly refer to paragraph 155 of the MPBF. And I do that because, as it's currently worded, one might assume that you only deal with 155B when you come to the third main issue. And I think in the way that I can envisage my report being written, it would make sense to deal with everything in 155A and B as the first overall main issue. And then once that's concluded, move on to the next issues. Mindful that, as has been mentioned, my report will probably need to set out a decision tree of what the Secretary of State may or may not agree with me on, depending on my findings. So I think, yes, I think basically the first main issue would probably be revised as whether the proposal would be inappropriate development in the Green Belt, having regard to paragraph 155 of the MPPF and any relevant development plan policies. So I think that's the only kind of change, I think. And if I raise that now, then at least for closing submissions, you have that in mind. So unless anyone has any comment on that, that's what I sort of propose.
So I think I'm bound to agree with that from our perspective.
Okay, any comments, Mr. Jake?
No comments from me, agreed, sir.
Mr. Ronan, happy
Agreed,
with that?
thank you.
Thank you. And then obviously, I think the second main issue stays the same. The third main issue is obviously covering other considerations, and I don't see any reason to change that. And then obviously the final main issue is essentially the planning balance, but obviously very special circumstances form a key part of that, depending on conclusions on earlier main issues. So I don't propose changing any of the other main issues. It's just really emphasising, and just to give you some assistance with your closings, that the first main issue is really the totality of the 155 debate that we've been having on A and B, at least. I'm assuming C and D will not feature in your closings other than a very short one line. Thank you. Just I thought that would be helpful just to clarify that. Otherwise, yes, all that remains in terms of the sitting time that we have is to do conditions and obligations and then to hear closing submissions. Obviously, there are a few bits and bobs to kind of just tidy up along the way. So in terms of outstanding documents and so on, I think we are still waiting on a couple of notes from the solicitor on the BNG legal agreement and any changes to the UU. I don't know if there's any update on that, Mr. Tucker.
So I'm told that the BNG note is being emailed even as I speak. So that should be with the case officer imminently and with my loan of friends. So finally this document, quite why it takes so long is a different issue, who knows. In terms of the difference between the track change version of 14 and 15 in terms of the versions of the UU, I'm told that's in hand. I've not seen it yet, sir. But obviously I've been focused in releasing the examination. I don't think it's arrived yet. We'll chase that as soon as you adjourn, sir, and as soon as it arrives, we'll make sure it goes to the case officer.
Fine. I think given particularly as we've finished hearing evidence, I think it's not, you know, I don't want to sort of suggest that they take their foot off the pedal or even apply it, start applying it. But yeah, I think we don't need it now, but obviously we do need it for next week. So if we can have it for you know, tomorrow or the start of Monday, then I think that would be helpful.
So that will be conveyed to the solicitors that you have demanded it for tomorrow morning on pain of death. That will be how it gets filtered through me in any event.
Okay, that's your interpretation then. That's fine, Mr. Tucker. Thank you. So anything else on those two notes?
Nothing on those two notes, sir.
Thank you. And then I think there's a reply to ID 8 from Mrs. Balboa on the highways points. Is that any updates on when that might be provided?
So we had a discussion about that in the mid-afternoon break. The suggestion was that Mrs. Balboa could do that by first thing Monday morning. So to get that to all parties as soon as it's completed, but frankly at the very latest by first thing Monday morning.
Okay.
Which would then give a couple of days for my loan and friends to take account of it in their closing submissions. Yeah, okay. And when we resume the inquiry, then we can pick up any points that anyone might have on that response note. Okay, thank you. And then in terms of, yes, and conditions, any updates to conditions, I think, again, I assume that's still ongoing. You mentioned about condition 20 being reworked, and that's sort of flying around between the parties. I think, again, I should say, I think
the suggestion was made earlier that we could have everything on one day rather than split across 2 days. I think there's logic in that for various reasons. It's only one Teams meeting, and it's only makes more best use of probably everyone's time. So I'm unless anyone objects, I'm happy to have conditions and obligations at the start of Wednesday, the 2nd of April, and then once that's finished, the roundtable's finished, we go on to hear closing submissions. I think we can get through all of that in one day. So unless anyone has a contrary view, are we happy with that approach, Mr. Sheikh?
So I don't have a strong contrary view, but I haven't had a look in detail at the conditions. I don't know if anything might arise in the conditions session that we would then need to address in closings. I assume it won't because they're largely agreed. So I don't have a particular, but I just raised that point in case.
Yeah, that's a fair point because yes, we may have something come up. I mean, I think it was only mentioned by possibly Mr. Tucker or somebody else about possibly having it on the same day, but I'm fairly comfortable if we want to do it on Tuesday, conditions and obligations on Tuesday and then closings on Wednesday. I certainly got loud and clear yesterday you don't want closings any earlier than Wednesday, so it's just whether...
Yeah, I think your observation, sir, of not having closing submissions for a scheme of this scale on the 1st of April is an extraordinarily sensible course of action for a whole host of reasons. So my anticipation is that I think Mr. Goldsmith's going on the site visit with you tomorrow.
Right.
Is that will provide an opportunity for Mr. Goldsmith, Mr. Faulkner to have a conversation tomorrow afternoon, and obviously Mr. Dingle also, to work through some of the conditions that need a discussion. I know we're still waiting for feedback from the flood experts in relation to the surface water drainage conditions, so that will be worked up. That will allow that dialogue to take place. My hope would be that we could have a revised list of conditions with you, sir, either agreed or largely agreed with identification of issues between parties by close of play on Monday. That would allow you, sir, to have sight of those on Tuesday.
Okay.
I'm not saying, sir, that I would invite necessarily a note from yourself, but at least provide you with the opportunity to read them in good time for Wednesday morning. And if the worst comes to the worst and there are points that we need to pick up in closing submissions, given that certainly as between the council and the appellant, conditions are largely agreed, I don't think there are substantial disagreements from Mr. Dingle, but he can no doubt advise you, sir. That's why I thought on the same day might actually work, because you're not going to hear the parties going hammer and tongs on 20 different conditions.
Okay.
And as I say, the unilateral undertaking in its current form is agreed with the authority.
And that's what we'll be discussing next week. That ID4 document is the that's not going to change again. It's not.
No.
Okay.
No.
Mr. Sheikh, any response? Sorry.
So I'm in your hands, really. I don't mind. It makes no difference to me whether we do it on the same day or 2 different days. Just raising a point about still compliance in respect of the, I can't remember what it's called, but the Heritage Centre.
Yes.
Obviously, Mr. Faulkner's views are set out in the SIL compliance statement, which I think is one of the CDs now, 15 point something.
Yeah.
That sets out the basis on which he says that the Heritage Centre is SIL compliant. My understanding is the Rule 6 party disagrees with that, so that might be one point of discussion that we need to go into in a bit more detail. And I'm not entirely sure. I think I now understand what Mr. Goldsmith's position is. I wasn't aware of it prior.
I can help, Mr. Sheikh. My specific instructions are that we are not arguing against it, essentially taking a neutral view and leaving it to the Inspector, sir, and the Secretary of State. Okay, great. So I'm not instructed to argue against it, if that makes sense.
I understand. So there won't be a big debate, certainly from the appellant side, on the round table.
So it might be Mr. Faulkner explaining why, and then if Mr. Dingle agrees, he can explain. Disagrees, he can explain why he disagrees, and then it's in your hands, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Any comments from the Rule 6 party, Mr. Rowan? So first of all, on the proposition of doing everything on Wednesday rather than splitting across 2 days, any comments?
No, administratively, no, that's absolutely fine, and personally, that's fine in terms of doing the closings ahead of them. My only thought is the Reg 122 point. We need, it's part of our case at least, that the Heritage Centre is not Reg 122 compliant, and that affects weight. Don't want to go back into evidence. I think Mr. Goldsmith thought it probably wasn't, but then said there's going to be a further discussion. So it may be something the parties sort out outside the room. I mean, if the council think it is Reg 122 compliant, I'm going to need to address this in my closing. So if that position is going to change, that might cause some issue for closings. But
sorry, I guess just to jump in, If there are things we need to address in our closings in respect of, I mean, I can't speak to the B&G condition until I've seen the updated draft version of it. But if we need to address anything in respect of that condition and all still compliance of Heritage Centre, I would like to address that in my closing. So it would be helpful to know, at least have some notice of what the Rule 6 party's position is in respect of that, if I'm then to respond to it directly after the Section 106 session in closings.
Yeah, okay. Fine. And I'm also conscious that in terms of a Teams, I assume we obviously, Council can facilitate a Teams meeting for the closing day or closing day or two. Obviously giving enough notice to any members of the public, any interested parties who want to join. We need to be clear as to what, when we're meeting and publish that meeting link. So
just one query.
Yes.
Are we envisaging that being live streamed as well?
I think it depends on the council's technology on that front.
We can facilitate. I'm not definite that.
No,
I did ask that question
because I think yes, obviously a Teams meeting is publicly accessible, but it depends on whether or not you can record that Teams meeting whilst it's up and running. It's maybe a technical query to put to your...
we can check that. I'm sure we can live stream and keep a recording, or at the very least record.
Yeah, I think
on YouTube.
Yes, I'm sure people would want to be able to listen to the closing submissions. Even if they don't listen to it live, they may want to. And
There's facility on Teams where you can downstream to YouTube.
I think that has, I've come across that before, but it's just whether or not the council is able to do that. So yes, that doesn't really take us to final much further forward. I think, shall we keep the programme as is for now, and then maybe, in other words, make provision for a Tuesday sitting for conditions and obligations, but if in the meantime it can be clarified that the parties aren't going to have lots of arguments about conditions and obligations, that we drop it, or should we just play it safe and sit on Tuesday for hopefully no more than a couple of hours, and then come back on the Wednesday for closings only?
So I'm quite content to take the approach whereby once we have the updated draft conditions or agreed, whatever they are, and once I understand what the Rule 6 party's position is in respect of the Heritage Centre, depending on that, perhaps on Monday, if we don't need to have the condition session in 106 on the Tuesday and we're quite content to do it on the Wednesday before closings, we can just update you.
Yeah, okay.
Might I suggest a deadline? In other words, that if the parties or any one of the parties notifies your case officer before 4 p.m. on Monday that we need the Tuesday, that we'll be sitting on the Wednesday.
I think, yes, maybe can we go slightly earlier than 4 p.m, maybe midday or something?
Yeah, midday then, so yes.
Just gives a bit more time for any notification. Obviously, the bottom line, obviously, closings will definitely be on the Wednesday, so anyone interested in closings will know that Wednesday is the day to come along. It's just whether or not, in terms of conditions and obligations, we need a 24-hour clearance period, effectively, to air all that discussion and then come back for closings or not.
Well, that might work, saying if it's going to be 12 o'clock on Monday, because then we might have the conditions at 12 o'clock the following day, and then there's 24 hours notice. There's no reason why the condition session has to be 9:30 on Tuesday morning. It could be Tuesday afternoon at a convenient point, mid-afternoon or whatever. So by midday on Monday then, parties to advise on their positions on conditions and 106 matters, and then a decision will be made as to whether or not we have a session on Tuesday, probably the afternoon, and then otherwise we deal with it on Wednesday with closings following. That's all okay. So I think in the meantime I could just ask the council to sort of just make provision for certainly a Teams meeting should be set up for the Wednesday morning, and I think we can probably start at 9:30 unless there's any objections to starting that early. We can start 9. Set both of now, but I think maybe set up an afternoon session maybe on the Tuesday, so we can say maybe 2 o'clock on the Tuesday, or depends on the permissions and links of who whether or not you can share the link with anyone and anyone can join, or whether there has to be a access only. It depends on the system, but I'm sure that's something that you could look into in the next day or two. So
So yes, we'll sit 9:30 on Wednesday and hear closings, definitely hear closings then, possibly round table on conditions and obligations. Otherwise, we'll reserve 2 o'clock on Tuesday for round table if needed. Does that sound like a plan?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Happy with that? Okay, great, thank you. Anything else? Right, I think then probably that all that remains is probably the arrangements for tomorrow and the site visits, I suspect.
Yes, sir. I'm told that the earliest to accommodate the production teams that are on site at the moment, that it would be possible would be 9:30, sir.
The
I
earliest,
think there's a preference for 10, but the earliest will be 9:30, but we're in your hands.
For going on to the studio site?
We're going to the studio site, yes, sir.
Okay. I was only going to suggest we didn't start any earlier than 9:30. But I mean 10 o'clock is fine. I mean it's only if we do the studio site first, maybe if then that's done, and then we can rather than giving them a time and then us having to rush to meet it. So let's start with the studio's visit at 10. If everyone's happy with that. I'm not sure obviously who's coming from each pub. We can discuss that in a minute. We do the studio site at 10 a.m. and this is a minor issue, and I don't think the weather's going to be that bad tomorrow, but it looks like the weather is improving as the morning goes on. So 10 o'clock, by the time we've finished in the studios, it should be dry for the site visit, but don't quote me on that. So how long do you think we need for the studio tour? Have you got any indication, Mr. Tucker?
Based on my experience, sir, and there will be the opportunity to go inside some of the buildings, so we think that's quite important for you to see inside some of the buildings. I think a couple of hours on the studio site itself, and then possibly an hour or so in relation to the appeal site itself. And there's a logic in doing it the way round that you've just suggested, sir, because that will then facilitate parking on the visitor car parking space, and then walking around to the appeal site afterwards.
Okay. Okay, so then the appeal site would follow that. In terms of looking at any additional viewpoints, obviously I mentioned on the first day that I had seen public viewpoints and been into the field that comprises the walking field area. I'm happy to go and look at those again if parties want me to, and if I don't know if anyone has a view on whether or not that needs to be accompanied or not. I don't know if you...
We definitely don't think it does need to be accompanied, sir, and we're happy for you to form a view if, having heard the evidence, you think it is necessary for you to go and look at anything yourself on an unaccompanied basis, frankly.
Okay.
They're publicly accessible views.
Okay. Mr. Shake, first of all, anything?
We agree.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ronan.
I think I'm being told that we're content with you just doing it accompanied. There's no need for you to go back to the public viewpoints. Is that right? Yes, yeah. Thank you. Is that the question? If that was the question?
That's great. No, but whether or not I need to go back to any viewpoints and whether or not that needs to be accompanied. I've obviously been to the various viewpoints that I've been.
So you want to go to the viewpoints? Oh, so sorry, I was totally wrong.
We would like to go back, yes. So we would like to go back. I'll be joined tomorrow by Julia Dunsford.
Right.
And we would like to accompany you to the points in orange on the map table by Litchfield's, the Rule 6 note.
Sorry, just bear with me.
Is there a document reference or something for that?
I don't believe there is.
So these are the points 1, 2, 4 and 6.
That's correct, sir, yes.
Okay. I mean, 4 and 6 we could... I mean, is there any logic in doing some of that before we go to the studio site? I don't know, I'm just wondering.
They're close by, so yes.
So we could still meet at the car park, visitor car park for Sky Studios, but maybe meet at 9:30 to do that, and then look at, certainly 4 and 6 are easy enough to look at in quick succession. Then does 2 involve going onto the walking field?
Yes, sir, yes.
Right, okay. So perhaps that might take a bit longer. And then 1 is obviously Strangeways Farm.
That's right, yes, yeah. Where access has been arranged.
Okay. Yes, I did go as far as 1 on my tour around. I didn't manage to get as far as 4, and I'll confess now because I was on a barrel bike and I couldn't lift it over the stile, and so, neither could I leave it because it was on a higher system, so I didn't get as far as 4. So I may want to walk down to 4 as well, just to say I've seen that site. And if anyone's tried lifting at Borough Spike, you probably understand where I'm coming from. And there was no convenient gate to go through. So if I'm going to 1 anyway, then 4 is easy enough to cover. So that would need to be accompanied then. So just...
Yes, sir.
Okay. Shall we maybe pick up 4 and 6? If we meet, say, quarter to 10, we can maybe do 4 and 6 then, do the Sky Studios visit, then do the site, and then go round to 2 and 1 by foot or by car if people are feeling particularly tired at that point, and we can lift share with people all in, or travel separately, whichever. Okay, any comments on that? Obviously it's going to be quite a long visit, but then that's the nature of the beast sometimes. Anything from...
That's fine. We don't... I mean, you've heard our position. We agree with the appellant in that we don't think it's necessary, but insofar as Rule 6 party wants it, then Mr Faulkner will accompany you. So.
Yeah. Obviously, would need to be accompanied by all parties if one wants that.
So 2 things. The first of which is it would be useful to know in advance of tomorrow morning whether it's just Mr Dingle or Mr Dingle and one other that are coming onto the site and the studio itself.
Yeah.
I appreciate that there's a keenness to limit numbers in terms of the studio element itself. On the site, it's less of concern. And the second thing is, I have to say, I've got through this whole inquiry so far without noting that the A1 is still called the Barnet Bypass on this plan, which is fabulous. It's the Great North. We're owed a little further north, but the Barnet Bypass is a great name for the A1.
Yep, indeed. Thank you for that. So yes, in terms of who's coming on the site visit tomorrow, so from the Rule 6 party, Mr Dingle and Ms Dunsford as
that's right, sir. There's no one else coming from our side, and Ms Dunsford's actually, I think, on the some kind of community board, so she's presumably familiar with the sensitivity of the site.
And has anyone been made aware of any other interested parties who want to come on site?
We haven't, sir, no.
No, okay. So we're not anticipating anybody else in terms of interested parties coming along. From the council, be Mr Faulkner.
Be Mr Faulkner, so we similarly haven't been made aware of any others that want to join.
Okay. And then from the appellant to Mr Goldsmith, anybody else from your side? Or no? And obviously whoever's on site, in the studio site, will be escorted around by employees of Sky Studios.
Yeah, there'll be at least an employee of Sky Studios. You'll see there's a reference in the protocol set to what's been described in rather grandiose terms as a designated person. That's somebody who knows what they're doing in terms of what may or may not be required by the production team. So if you, sir, wish to take photographs, we're happy for you to do so, providing that we just check in advance, it were, and obviously they're solely to be used for the purposes of these proceedings, but you know that in any event, and I'm only saying it for the benefit of others.
Okay, that's appreciated, and obviously everyone's seen the protocol, and that's available online as well now, so... Okay, is that one of your colleagues? Okay, fine, I'll make notes. That's great. So there should be 6 of us in total if my maths works. Fine. Okay, thank you. So, and in terms of any sort of health and safety issues for the visit, the studios obviously is a working site, so people just need to be aware of that, presumably, and that's in the note anyway, I think, about...
That is right. I think it's the usual rules of sensible footwear, sir.
And yeah, for the site itself, yeah. Okay. Any other health and safety issues or any other site-specific points to make? No. Okay, fine. So I think then we'll meet, say, 9:45 at the car park, the visitor car park at Sky Studios, just so we can maybe do those first couple of, I say quarters, should we say 10 to, because actually it's not going to take very long, is it? We're very near to it. 10 to 10, 9:50 at the visitor car park. We'll go and look at the points at 4 and 6 on the orange numbers on the map that was circulated by the appellant towards the end of last week. Then we'll do the site visit on studios at 10, then go to the site itself after that around midday-ish, and then finish with looking at the 2 locations on Rowley Lane, including the Strangeways farm site. Thank you. anything else?
Yes, I just had a notification on the WhatsApp. You will be provided, or everybody will be provided with high visibility jackets whilst on site, but those will be provided on site, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dingle, did you have a point?
Yes, thank you. So just points 1 and 2, we are proposing a short walk, emphasis on the word short for both, rather than just standing on the road and looking. So there would be a short walk into the walking fields, and at point number 1, we can walk through the stables to the fields there.
Okay, and are we proposing to walk between 1 and 2? Are we proposing to walk between 1 and 2?
Yes, without dropping anything, hopefully. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, yes, it's not. Yeah, it's not a great distance, but you know, people be aware that there'll be an extra walk along the road.
Yeah. Yes, it is. From memory, I think it's the road between the two is relatively narrow without a footpath. So I know there's parking on the residential roads that's unrestricted by 2.
Yes. And there's the pub car park as well. If
yeah, indeed, yeah, very large pub car park.
Okay. Fine, thank you. So that's the plan for tomorrow. I think that then there's probably everything we need to cover. Any other procedural points, Mr. Tucker, from the appellant?
Not for our part, sir. Thank you.
Anything else from the council, Mr. Sheikh?
No, thanks, sir.
Mr. Ronan from Rule 6?
No, thank you, sir.
Anybody else? No. Okay, thank you all. So we will see a number of you tomorrow for the site visits, and then obviously see the rest of you next week, either on Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday morning, to be confirmed. And we'll adjourn till then. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Goldsmith.